Hey, check 1 2. Hey, check 1 2. Let only start the start with session. Test, test. Can you hear us? Test. Mic check 1 2.
Check 1 2 3. Check. Good. Check, check. 1 2 3. Check. Hi, captioner. Yeah, this gets funnier every time. Do it through Zoom or through?
No, no presentation, sorry.
Oh yeah,
Presentation, they will speak, but they will not need
yeah.
the
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay, so you need Jersey on the stage?
No, just on the. So which channel?
Number one.
Number one. Hello, test. Hello, Michael. Hello, Clarisse. I can see that you are online. Can you please confirm that you can hear me and so that I can try to see if I can hear you?
Yes, I heard you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Michael.
Hello. Can you hear me on Zoom?
Excuse me.
Are we on? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me. I can't hear myself in this thing, so. Hello? Okay. Just microphone check.
Testing, can you hear me? Because I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you, Robin. Great. Okay. So, everybody around the room, if you don't have a headset, please pick one up. Otherwise, you won't be able, channel one. Otherwise, you won't be able to hear us and you won't be able to hear our speakers online. Okay, check, check. Everybody can hear me. Channel one, yeah. There we go. Good. All right, so welcome everyone. Thank you for starting your morning with us. This is, if you're wondering if you are in the right room, this is workshop number 102 on harmonizing approaches for data-free flows with trust. And I might ask if maybe we can close the door? Yeah, thank you. All right. So why are we here discussing this topic today? We know that data, and we have talked so much about data, we know that data underpins every aspect of today's global economy. It supports everything from day-to-day business operations to the delivery of essential government services, and it enables international and multilateral cooperation. But we also know that despite this core role that data has in facilitating economic activity and innovation, there is continued mistrust in data and data-powered technologies. Some of these mistrust stems from the difficulty of understanding data, its nature, its consequences, and consequently the level of risk of its handling. Trust is also eroded by concerns that national public policy objectives, such as security, privacy, or economic safety, could be compromised if data transcends borders. This increasingly fuels restrictive data governance policies and regulatory measures such as digital protectionism and data localization. Such approaches deepen internet fragmentation, they segregate information that actually would underpin the broad range of socioeconomic activities and cybersecurity protection. So with growth and development driven by data flows and the digital technologies, disruptions in cross-border data flows have broad reverberations that can lead to issues like reduced GDP gains and adverse impacts on local digital ecosystems. So it is important that we talk about trust in data. It's important that we talk about how we build policy frameworks that actually facilitate the handling, sharing, and access of data in a way that we use it for its potential for developmental gains and try and avoid some of these fragmentation effects of inept policies. So what we try and do here in this session is try and take stock a little bit of the various regional, international initiatives that try to deal with data governance and try and see whether or not we can move towards some commonality between these, if we can find some ways in talking about data governance that leads to more harmonized or at least interoperable approaches to handling data, so we don't fragment the policy space around it, and with that we don't fragment the access to the benefits of data. So to help me have this conversation, I'm actually in a very interesting position because I don't have to answer these very difficult questions. I just have to ask the questions, and we have the experts here that will talk to me and help me answer these questions together. So we have experts both here in person and online, and I'm very happy to see everybody managed to connect. We have, in the order of which I will be calling them to speak, Mr. Bertrand de la Chapelle, who's Chief Vision Officer at the Datasphere Initiative, Ms. Maiko Megro, Director for International Data Strategy at the Digital Agency of Japan Online. We have also Mr. Dave Pendle, who's Assistant General Counsel for Law Enforcement and National Security at Microsoft, also online. In the middle of the night, thank you, Dave. We have Ms. Robin Green here in front of me at the table, who's Director of Privacy and Public Policy at Meta. And last but not least, also Ms. Clarisse Giraud, who's Head of Division for Data Flows and Governance and Privacy at the OECD. Thank you for joining us, Clarisse. It's also quite early in Europe in the morning. So to jump right in, we'll talk a little bit first on why is it important that we talk about data, and to discuss a little bit the added value of data and give some nuance to the perceptions around what we actually mean around data and the conditions that enable cross-border data flows for the global economy. So Bertrand, if I can turn to you first to share some initial insights.
Thank you, Timea. Good morning, everyone. I like the fact that you mentioned it's important to talk about data because, as you know, this was the title of a report that we produced with Lorraine Porciuncula, who is the Executive Director of the Datasphere Initiative. And the title was, We Need to Talk About Data, Framing the Debate Between Free Flow of Data and Data Sovereignty. And the way we handle the question of creating the maximum value for everyone out of data is a constant challenge. I want to highlight first that when we talk about fragmentation, it is not a risk, it is a reality. The legal landscape is fragmented because we have 190 countries and they all have different laws. On the other hand, the technical infrastructure of the internet is by default free flow of data. And it's the tension between the two that we've, in most cases, have to address. The second thing is, we have a tendency when we talk about data to think in terms of sharing of data. And a lot of people have a sort of image that dates back to older times where you are using a database and you share this database and you basically transfer this database. This is not the way it works anymore. The way it works today is through API, it's through rights of access to data. So many times the data doesn't travel really. It is just that you query it from another distant place. And even more, there are new techniques called privacy enhancing techniques, and some people consider that they should be called partnership enhancing techniques, such as homomorphic encryption or federated learning, that allow to leverage existing data without necessarily having to share this data. Because you can do computation on encrypted data, or you can do distributed learning for an AI system. So the landscape is changing, and I was impressed by the fact that in a panel yesterday, Yoichi Ida from Japan was answering to a question that I was raising, highlighting that the notion of data free flow with trust is a high-level concept that is useful to drive the discussion at an international level to establish the fact that as a principle, we should aim for the maximum capacity to share access to data. And the final point, because we can come back to a few other things, we have a tendency regarding data to think in a very binary perspective. Either data is not accessible for sometimes very legitimate reasons. It can be for intellectual property, for security, for privacy, and or confidentiality in general. And so it is okay that this data is not shared. On the other hand, there is a trend, very positive, towards commons, open data, making data widely available so that people can actually build things out of this. But what I want to highlight is that too often we look at this as just a binary alternative, and we lose the fact that in between there are situations where you can not go to the full open data, but at the same time enable some access and some leverage of existing data that has protections for legitimate reasons, but where this data can be made accessible. And in that regard, in this dichotomy of closed data and open data, what the Datasphere Initiative is pushing is that we have a common objective, and we should have collectively a common objective, which is to responsibly unlock the value of data for all. This doesn't mean that data is available for absolutely everybody. It can be for limited groups of actors. But it is important that we share the objective of creating social and economic, as much as economic value from data, because there's a tendency to think only in terms of monetizing data, and there is a lot of possibilities to create social value. And most importantly, there is a question of having a more equitable digital society, because today the data economy is, because of network effects, because of the fact that this resource is non-rival, there are mechanisms that increase disparities and that make the distribution of the value not sufficiently spread and equitable. So these are a few of the ideas that I wanted to share to reframe or frame this.
Thank you so much, Bertrand. And you've mentioned also that we've already had discussions with colleagues from Japan, so we're turning quickly to Japan, from Japan to Ms. Maiko Meguro. But you also mentioned the role of data for various purposes and for both economic, social development and other ones. So I think that the question is right to ask from Ms. Meguro. How do you see this from a national perspective, from a government perspective, especially sitting where you are in your role at the digital agency?
Okay, thank you. Okay, first of all, good morning and good evening, colleagues. And thank you for the opportunity to speak about this important topic. So as Bertrand just spoke, the issue of data flow is basically both the real needs, but also the issue of perception. I basically agree with that opinion. And obviously, as Bertrand mentioned, the DFFT started as a high-level concept, and this concept's role is exactly the point to shape people's perception through the concept of trust, namely to pull everybody out of the silos of sectors, and of course integrate as a matter of data governance. So when I first started working on this topic of DFFT, which was in 2021, the rhetoric that data is basically the oil of the 21st century was very popular. But the image of data that this metaphor actually presents is a very one-sided, or I would say trade-centric view of the data governance. So discussion of data governance from our perspective must take in account the multi-faces nature of the subject or concept of data. For example, personal information, personal data is obviously the human rights, but at the same time, it also has economic value as recognized by the antitrust authorities of many countries. As digitalization and data linkage progresses, it will be possible to check probably the implementation status of various labor or environmental regulation in all across the supply chain or even across borders, but the data in companies' production lanes, which are also related to the implementation, is also highly confidential corporate secret. So there has been concrete cases of conflict in the past in this type of discussion, such as between investment agreements and environmental regulation in different countries. But the problem with cross-border data transfer is that such conflict, friction, will occur on a permanent basis. Thus, leaving the matter to ex post responses, such as individual dispute resolutions or court cases, could lead to a market environment that favors and entitles even for those people who can take the risk of disputes, such a large company with a lot of financial and human capital. So from our perspective, we must think about effective means of having both enhancing flow, but also necessary protection according to the rights and interests attached to the data. But the necessity of cross-border data transfer is, of course, very clear. With the shift from the hardware-based to a software information system-based social economy by digitalization, obviously, as the moderator had just set out, data has become relevant to all part of societies. But from our perspective, from the government, then this means that the way money is earned is changed, but also the places where the social problems occur have also begun to change. And these matters also concerns distribution of rights and benefits related to data ownership and accesses. So basically, I must also mind that because of these impact of the digitalization and what data can do, many governments started to see the threats posed by the use of data and digital technology. And this could also lead to the series of introduction of the regulation, for example, to banning like transfer of data outside the country by foreign companies. But it is also important to remember that many countries are unable to procure the data enough to sustain their own economy and innovation within their own borders. So this is the real needs that we need to have the cross-border data flows as a matter of reality. So therefore, if the country only focuses on restricting the cross-border transfer of data in thinking of data governance, their company will not be able to use the data collected from the other country in turn. So data governance must be always considered from the perspective both maximizing the utilization and data protection security. But lastly, I must say that the question on how to combine the needs of protection and how we want to use the data depends on the social priorities, cultures, even religions, or economic structure of each society and government in principle. So it should not be discussed based on like international single rules or values. So this is our perspective that we the government could perhaps start from the working on certain arbitrary treatment, like arbitrary treatment or lack of transparency, or perhaps we could work on the concrete solution of interoperability like technologies or lowering the compliance costs. So what is more, the institutionalizing these processes where relevant actors, both government and non-government, to engage with the issue is very important, which I could also touch upon later. But for now, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Meguro. I'm going to just right into comments from Dave online because we've mentioned this dichotomy between how certain governments or certain regions approach data flows, and I would like to explore a little bit more of what those concerns are that fuel some of those restrictive policies that you've mentioned. So, Dave, if you could enlighten us about that a little bit.
Yeah, thanks, Samaya, and thanks for having me, and good morning to everyone. My name is Dave Pendle. I'm an assistant general counsel at Microsoft. I work on the law enforcement national security team, which is the team at Microsoft that responds to government requests for user data from around the world. And certainly government access requests is kind of one source of the mistrust in data flows, but I'm hoping to kind of up-level it a little bit and talk more broadly about some of the other concerns and what they may be rooted in. And for many in this room and who are listening, this is probably not very necessarily news or insightful, but I think it's kind of interesting to look at these restrictions as being driven by different sides of kind of the same sovereignty coin. And sovereignty does seem to be kind of a major driver of the loss of trust. And the way I see it is that sovereignty can kind of serve as both a sword and a shield, kind of pushing contradictory trends. First, clearly governments have a sovereign obligation to protect their citizens, to protect their national security. And that sovereign interest has led to an expansion in surveillance authorities. And certainly governments around the world have kind of exercised increasingly assertive authority to address public safety and national security needs. You also see this come up in terms of, fears of governments expressing fears about going dark and the need to kind of press and strain encryption protections that are in place. You certainly also see this where governments are seeking access to, or authority to access to, I should say, cross-border data. And certainly if a government is, it's investigating cybercrime or child exploitation, because data is global generally, data outside of their borders may be relevant to really important public safety matters within their borders. So that's somewhat understandable. And indeed, the US government that's often pointed to, the Cloud Act, allows for the US government to seek data outside of its borders. But that is not unique by any means. In fact, that same principle is reflected in the Budapest Convention. It's reflected in the OECD Trusted Government Access Principles. It's reflected in the evidence sharing regulations that are going into effect in a couple of years in the EU, where the obligations exist regardless of where the data is stored. The other side of that sovereignty coin, the shield, if you allow me to use this kind of metaphor, the sovereign interest and the fears of like third-party access to data generally have led to these walls being erected. Walls trying to contain data within a nation's borders through privacy laws, through trade restrictions. We've certainly seen lots of mandatory data localization efforts, limitations on the use of global technology, the fragmentation of the internet generally, are all in this vein. We often hear concerns about the potential US government access to data, but even here in the US, there are concerns about third countries accessing sensitive data of Americans and US persons in the US government. China is often discussed in that vein. So around the world, we see these kind of concerns materialize through requirements for sovereign controls, through requirements or interests in end-to-end encryption, and a variety of transfer restrictions. And these, again, these restrictions kind of serve as that shield to the fear of government access. I can't speak to the legitimacy or the actuality of all of these concerns, but in my world, I can speak to concerns about government access. And I would say that there is always some like myth busting that needs to take place when discussing government access and specifically cross-border government access. We report on cross-border data disclosures every 6 months. We get about 60,000 legal demands from governments all over the world for about 110, 120,000 different users each year. In a 6-month period, so you're talking about 30,000 legal demands. We typically get about 50 to 55 content disclosures that are cross-border. In the last reporting period, there was only one that pertained to an enterprise customer, so the majority of those are consumer users. For like the EU folks in the room or elsewhere, that one enterprise customer was not an EU enterprise. So like the concerns that we hear about the perception that if U.S. technology companies are subject to U.S. law and are handing over the world's data to the U.S. government, it doesn't really bear out if you look at the actual numbers. One other kind of distinct factor here is competition. And there's also a sovereign interest, of course, in creating space for domestic technology and innovation. That's also been a driver of some of these restrictions. So that's not an exhaustive list, but there's some themes there about some of the restrictions that we see and the causes for fragmentation.
Much, Dave. Thank you. Thank you. And listening to you, I'm reminded about what Bertrand said in the beginning, that this risk of fragmenting the space because of the lack of trust in data, it's no longer a risk. It is the reality, and there are a lot of causes for that, as we hear from you. But I'd like to turn to Robin to see. So we heard from Dave the causes. What are the consequences of such an approach to data?
Thank you, and thank you for having me here to speak, and thank you to everyone for coming. My name is Robin Green. I'm a Privacy and Public Policy Director for Meta, and like Dave, while I don't work on the legal team, I work on the policy team. I do work on law enforcement and government access issues and anything really to do with internet fragmentation, and I don't think there is a conversation on internet fragmentation more important than one on data flows and the implications of restricting data flows. With that in mind, I'm going to just start with a very brief overview of the kinds of impediments to data flows that we see, because we sort of skipped over that a little bit, and not everybody really sort of understands the different ways that these kinds of restrictions manifest. And so just very briefly, we can see them most often in either express data localization requirements that are requiring that data be stored in a specific jurisdiction. Those requirements can be very prescriptive and not allow data to transfer outside of the jurisdiction under any circumstance, or they may be somewhat more flexible and allow copies of the data to transfer outside of the jurisdictions. In addition to that, we see de facto localization, which is oftentimes where you have regulatory benchmarks, if you will, that you have to meet in order to be able to transfer data out of the jurisdiction. And oftentimes those benchmarks are out of the private sector's hands because they are, of course, the purview of the governments that the private sector entities are subject to, or simply unattainable for other reasons. And oftentimes those reasons are because we are blurring the distinction between the types of data transfers that actually occur. And so one of the things, when I was in particular listening to Bertrand's wonderful comments, was just sort of noticing how we really talk only about the idea around data transfers being from one legal entity to another third party in a different jurisdiction. And it's very natural to think of it that way, right? Especially when you consider how we have really started to consider this debate, in the context of GDPR and things like that. But one of the trends that we're seeing increasingly is actually the regulation and restriction of the physical movement of data. So the idea that even if you are not transferring data between legal entities, that you still cannot move data outside of the jurisdiction where it was created. And for providers such as Meta and the kinds of services that we offer, but also for the sorts of providers that do business-to-business kinds of services, the implications of these kinds of restrictions are really dramatic. But they have the same kinds of implications as the kinds of restrictions when you're talking about, restricting third-party and, transfers to third-party entities abroad. The difference is just that in that case, you're talking about only some data transfers. In the case of the physical movement of data around the internet, because of how the internet's built, the interoperable and international way that it was built, it is literally not built in a way that is technically able to restrict the flow of data across borders when you're not changing hands between legal entities. Domestic communications can often go to international switch points, for example, in order to get back to the recipient. And so we deal with these kinds of international data flows in a lot of different contexts, not just in the context of transferring data from one legal entity to another legal entity based in another jurisdiction. And so when we think of the risks of this, I think the first and foremost risk is generally of internet fragmentation. And what that means is essentially building walls around our internets, right? Instead of having one global, interoperable, secure internet, the result of that is to have regional or national silos. And the implications of that are really significant and really hard to estimate in terms of like how severe they can be. And this is in part because when you think about how people interact with the internet, there is just so much access to information, there's so much learning, there's so much economic development, there's so much connection between different people and different communities. And so putting up those silos would have a really dramatic impact on cultural, social, and economic norms, and the threads that bind us across nations. I mean, when we think about what we're all doing here and trying to find multilateral approaches to governance, internet fragmentation, I think, is one of the gravest threats that we see to the goals that we all have here at IGF. And so when you think about what is the primary driver of internet fragmentation, it's the restriction of data flows. In addition to that, though, as I mentioned, when you restrict data flows, it has really significant chilling consequences for economic development and innovation. You know, as we are learning from Maiko, at the end of the day, we are a data-driven economy. Innovation is data-driven. And so we need to make sure that we're able to access data from all over the world in order to be able to build new technologies, in order to improve existing technologies and grow our economies as a result. Additionally, human rights have really significant deleterious effects when you wind up doing restrictions on data transfers. This results in not only restrictions on freedom of expression, access to information, economic rights, because of course economic rights are fundamental human rights as well, and are now reliant on access to the internet and access to information, but also you know, rights around safety and things like that. And so we see a really, really significant range of human rights harms result from internet fragmentation, and privacy harms as well, because ultimately when you are looking at restricting data flows, the result of that is data localization. And one of the major results of data localization is undermining cybersecurity. When you can't access data and you can't have global visibility of what the sort of data environment is, it's much, much harder to be able to identify and quickly respond to cybersecurity threats. And that's true whether you are a provider of services to consumers or a business-to-business provider. This is across the board. If you're a financial services provider, if you are a Facebook or Instagram, or if you are a cloud services provider, or really anything else, the number one thing you need to be able to secure your network is visibility, or whoever you've hired to secure your network, the number one thing they need is visibility of what that global threat landscape looks like. Restricting data flows undermines that, and that has really significant consequences, not only for cybersecurity in the sense of like, what does that mean for our businesses, right, and the integrity of our data, but for national security as well, because ultimately cybersecurity is a national security issue. It's tied to the security of critical infrastructure, and when we interfere with the cross-border flow of data, we interfere with our ability to protect those kinds of critical infrastructure as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robin. That was quite a comprehensive list, and I'm sure that there is more, but thank you for highlighting the main important ones. I would like to turn to Clarice and ask you, from the role that you are sitting at OECD, who works with countries in very different jurisdictions, what is the progress that you have seen on this? Because we've been talking about the risks of this for quite some time now. Is the idea, this high-level concept of DFFT, of trying to move us away from silos and trying to get a framework that we can all agree on, is this gaining traction? Are we moving towards some more harmonized policies on data? And yeah, what is the OECD's perspective on this? Or how do you see this work from your perspective?
Thank you, Timea, and hi, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Thanks very much for having me. I mean, it's very hard to come last because, of course, a lot has already been said. So let me build a bit on what the other speakers have been, have said and your specific questions. At the OECD, we've been working on cross-border data flows for a very, very long time. If you may recall, the privacy guidelines of the OECD date back 1980. And of course, things were very different back then, but still the principles that you had to balance cross-border data flows with the privacy and fundamental human rights of individuals while enabling growth, innovation, et cetera, was already there. So frankly, in terms of philosophy, nothing fundamentally new. And in a way, DFFT is nothing new either in many ways. The power of the concept of DFFT is that, first of all, it was developed at a time when the internet economy was completely different, and we could see that there was a geopolitical need to sort of conceptualize a narrative around the significance of cross-border data flows for global leaders, and not only for technicians, if you will, of data protection laws, and a discipline that was considered fairly niche, right? And that has changed with the concept of DFFT. But that said, it is very important to emphasize that DFFT does not start, from nothing. There's a lot we can build on, and this is where the positives come from. We had the OECD privacy guidelines, a lot of data protection laws. If we think personal data have been built based on the principles in the privacy guidelines, GDPR and others, and the directive 95/46 before GDPR, we see many more data protection laws, personal data protection laws, privacy laws are developed around the world, which is in itself a very positive thing, obviously. Now, the risks of fragmentation that come with that should be addressed. But that's, let's see still the positive more than the negative in this development. We need an acknowledgement that there are cross-border data flows, and to build the trust, you need even if you do not need per se data transfer provisions in data protection laws, if you have them, then there needs to be a balance between, business interest, innovation, commerce, digital trade, as Micah was saying, and the protection of individuals vis-a-vis the protection of their fundamental rights. Now, we also have at the OECD a recommendation on enhanced access to and sharing of data, which is even broader, if you will, because it covers both personal and non-personal data. And it's sort of, first of all, it is based on the fundamental of data-driven innovation, and the fact that to enable data-driven innovation, well, you have to take into account the fact that there is a whole gradation, if you will, of different kinds of interests that need to be protected, and therefore different kinds of data openness out there. But there is this idea that there is data openness and data-driven innovation at the heart, of the policies, data policies, if you will, of the OECD economy. So that's at least 38 member countries, and counting, because we work with many more than 38 countries. Actually, the breadth of our work is much larger. So the positives here is, I would say, greater awareness to the significance of data, and DFFT has played a role there, more data protection laws, and therefore a greater community of privacy professionals that, sometimes in policy circles, we're not aware of, but there are thousands of privacy professionals out there that are used, to look at not only privacy, but data governance issues more generally, because data is an asset in itself, and personal data is only, if you will, a subset of that. Now, it is also important to highlight that we are trying to increasingly sort of sort out the different sources of impediments to cross-border data flows. And there's a large array of those. And it is important to go back to the roots of these divergences, because then you can try building solutions on them. And so there will be, for instance, variations between, the texts of data protection laws, let's say privacy laws, and in particular, their data transfer provisions. Now, sometimes this clash in provisions is not intentional at all, or there's just a need for clarification that some data transfer mechanisms are not there, and should be there. And so it's always difficult to change a law, but there is no intention to go against right, standards and standard practices out there. We just need to highlight the thought that these modifications maybe could be required. It's even easier to do this at the level of regulation and even easier to do that at the level of regulatory interpretations. And I'm very familiar with this exercise because when I was based in Asia, that's a project that I was working on across the entire APAC region, raising awareness as to the impact of these variations and the compliance costs that come with them is really a key part of any advocacy exercise, if you will, to facilitate cross-border data flows in the region and globally. Now, when you come to variations in the very fundamentals, if you will, of these data transfer provisions or restrictions, and in particular data localization, I can only go back, to what Robin was saying. I mean, this is much, much harder, obviously, to tackle. But even then, since my role is to close on a positive note, I would say even then, data localization provisions often come from the challenges of national security access, law enforcement access to data in overseas jurisdictions. And as Dave was saying, let's do a bit of myth busting here. It is very important to look at what's really happening out there. And this is where the work that the OECD has done, very difficult work, believe me, this was no easy work on building the declaration on cross-border, on so-called trusted government access to personal data held by private sector entities for national security and law enforcement purposes kicks in. And we believe that we can build a lot actually on this declaration. And actually, I'd be happy to talk to that later. One last thing, just to build very quickly, I hadn't planned on doing that. If you allow me to just take one more minute to build on what Bertrand was saying about privacy or partnership enhancing technologies. The OECD is working a lot on this. On my team, we have a whole work stream on privacy enhancing technologies. Technology cannot solve everything, but there are extremely promising developments here. What is absolutely key is to look at the sustainability of the business models of pets providers. And it's an ecosystem which is far from stable, yet these technologies are very often expensive, can actually disrupt some fundamental business models. So it's not easy. At the end of the day, it's all about looking at things in a holistic way, right? What are the technologies out there? What is the business model behind each technology? How can they be used? Are they sustainable at all? Exactly like data transfer provisions need to be unpacked and data localization requirements need to be unpacked so that in each category of challenges, we can actually try and find solutions. And that's very much the way to close. We're looking at the implementation of the DFFT policy agenda is by looking at the big policy objectives, the different challenges under them, and how we can build a multi-stakeholder ecosystem to address each of them. And that's why I think, we can still be very positive and look ahead. That's my role, to be positive. So with that, I will hand it over to you, Timea.
Thank you very much, Clarisse. And in the spirit of continuing on a perhaps more positive note than all the risks that we've discussed in the first part of the conversation, I'd like to turn back to all of the speakers and ask your ideas and opinions to what we can actually pull out as tangible solutions to the problems and the fragmentation risk that we've outlined in the beginning. I will ask you to keep it to 3 minutes each if you can, because we've been going a bit longer in the first segment. But also keeping in mind I heard Clarisse saying the OECD works a lot on this. It is 28 countries. That's a great start. We are at 190 something in the world. So how we can also move towards that objective of elevating some of the existing solutions into the broader spectrum. Bertrand, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, I think it's important also for some of the people who are listening, either here or online. There are some comments that may be mentioned without a full understanding of what is behind. The term electronic evidence and access to government, access to user data, let me explain just very briefly. If you have a criminal investigation for a crime that is committed in one country, the victim is in this country, the perpetrator or alleged perpetrator is from that country. In order to conduct the investigation, you need to have access to sometimes the email exchanges or the trace of the communications, etc. The problem is that in most cases, this is being stored by a company that is outside of the territory of the place where the crime was committed. This question of electronic evidence is becoming absolutely essential in almost any criminal investigation today. And we do not realize that in some countries, because of the lack of trust, it can take up to 1 year or 2 years to get access to this information. And it has been mentioned, but I wanted to emphasize this. And the OECD has done work in this. The Cloud Act in the US and the e-evidence regulation in Europe have been mentioned. It is absolutely fundamental for everybody to understand that a lot of the debate about data localization is driven also by this factor, the inability to conduct criminal investigations because there's no access to the data that is needed. It is a very complex problem, but until we find a solution for this, which is basically that every single country should develop a legislation similar to the e-evidence regulation that establish clear due process mechanisms for the requests that are being sent to the private companies in another country, particularly in the US, we will not remove one of the main incentives for data localization. So I wanted to explain this because it went through and people are not necessarily familiar. The second thing, and again, it is not a justification, it's just to understand what are the drivers. The second thing is the fundamental difference in perception regarding privacy protection between Europe and the United States. I mean, you're all familiar with the fact that the European Court of Human Rights has, for the third time, or maybe we're going to have the third time, or the Schrems thing.
The CJEU, so the Court of Justice of the European Union, so the
Yeah,
European Court of Human Rights.
It's the European Court of Justice.
And yes, so Schrems 2 happened. The court has not looked at the new
but there's
data
a new
framework.
one. So anyway, at two occasions, the arrangement that was made between Europe and the United States in order to take into account the discrepancy between the privacy rules in Europe and the US has been rejected by the courts. And there is a fundamental difference, and if I can mention an anecdote, there was a G20 digital economy working group that was taking place a year or 2 years ago. And there was an intense discussion on the wording around should the different countries foster convergence to achieve interoperability, or should they foster interoperability to achieve convergence? It looks completely esoteric until you understand that behind those words is the difference between two approaches. The European approach is about adequacy, setting a standard and asking other countries to basically reach the same level, exactly, versus an American approach that is more about model contract clauses that basically says even if the country as a whole doesn't match the privacy protection, if a particular company is abiding by a certain number of rules, then the transfer of data can happen. So that's a second tension that justifies or not, and let's be honest, in many cases the protection of privacy is also an alibi by certain countries that want to have a better surveillance of their citizens. So let's be clear. But that's the second criteria. And the third one, very quickly, is that because of the expression, and Meiko has mentioned, the data is the new oil, which is probably the worst analogy you can ever use for this thing, there is a Malthusian approach about data that completely overlooks the nature, the specific nature of the digital data, which is non-rivalrous but excludable. You're all familiar probably with the work of Elinor Ostrom, who has worked on the reverse, on things that are rivalrous but non-excludable, the famous commons, and governing the commons. We're confronted here with something that is amazing. We can share it without depleting it. We can use it without preventing anybody else to use it. And there is a feeling, because of this wrong metaphor of data is the new oil, that we should hoard the data, that we shouldn't give it because it's bad. If I keep it, I will make the most value out of it. And it is fundamentally wrong, because in most cases, you need to join forces to leverage groups of data that doesn't prevent you from using it or somebody else from using it. So these are three drivers that do not justify, but explain some of the trends towards, in particular, data localization and restrictions.
Thank you, Bertrand. And I'm turning back online to Maiko. We've talked a little bit about your approach. Sorry, from your approach from perspective in an, and then Clarice. Not sure if it's. Can you hear me all right? Yeah.
Actually,
okay.
your voice was breaking down from our side.
Yes, yes. I think the microphone was a bit faulty, but I think now it's all right. So just wanted to ask you, you've talked about Japan's approach in the national context. How do you elevate that, either in the context of the OECD or even broadly, to move some of those perspectives into the international sphere and drive towards a bit more harmonized approach?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. I mean, in terms of making our approach internationalizing, it's actually stayed the same. So we put a lot of emphasis to the clarification across the murky reality of data transfer, data collection, or access of data throughout the life cycle of data internationally to see clearly where the bottleneck or challenges lies. Just as Bertrand said, many discussions regarding data flow or restricting data flow are based on very unclear understanding of how actually technology works or how actually data is hosted, right? So it's really helpful to work with, for example, OECD to actually understand that what is happening at the ground, where the risk lies. And we also have to break down the discussion because everybody talk about, whoa, there's internet fragmentation, data restriction is too much. Yes, this statement basically reflect the one side of truth. But we also have to think about, we need to break down those statements to see that, we have to make the problem into the size of pieces that we can actually work on. Because if we break down the issue, then we could see where those multilateral incorporation is actually effective, right? So if you start talking about, for example, government access as a whole in a very abstract level, it's very difficult to actually tackle on. But we really have to understand where actual real bottleneck actually lies. And government are quite open to hear your voices. But we'd like to hear the voices in terms of more specific, more, I'm trying to find the right word, but consumable sides of the discussion, because like everybody said, data is multi-phase issue. So if you talk about data in a very vague sense, then here comes the privacy regulators, here comes the security regulators, here comes the trade negotiator, and it's very difficult to solve the problem. So it's always helpful to work with the people like OECD to see how the data actually flows, how the data is actually hosted, where the bottleneck is, where people's actually having the issue. And to work on this discussion, we definitely need to have the people like the panelists from the private sector in this discussion, because often the government do not understand how actually data is hosted in their clouds, for example. So it's always helpful to work with multi-stakeholder, like different types of people from the different part of the world. But in order to do so, we definitely need to formalize the multi-stakeholder processes at the international level. We need to have certain permanent places where people can gather and discuss and work on those issues. Because often those digital discussions are ad hoc. We always have this very futuristic, fancy, multi-stakeholder ad hoc discussions, ad hoc places. But ad hoc does not always help, because often the cases we're talking about security regulation, we're talking about privacy regulation. And these things are not something you can have a solution in 2 years. We need to discuss things parts by parts, and we need to have piling up to reach the solution at the height, right? So which means we need to formalize the processes. This is where Japan put a lot of political resources to establish the formalizing processes. We call it institutional arrangement of partnership, where the G7 leaders actually authorized, and we really work together with OECD to work on formalizing this process of multi-stakeholder participation, work on the actual solution, very much looking at the solution-oriented processes. So we're really looking at actual problem solving rather than working on the abstract discussion. So I think this is really the important approaches where we're really talking about topics like data, which concerns a lot of different policy spheres. And also we need to also talk about how the actual technology works in the reality of digital economy. I'll stop here, but happy to continue.
Thank you so much, Michael. That was very clear on what we need moving forward. And a huge thank you also to Japan and to the OECD for all the work that you are doing and the evidence-based and expert discussions that are being driven here. Because you've said there needs to be political will, but it also needs to be expert conversation. And sometimes the two go hand in hand. Sometimes there is also an issue there of what the political conversation is and what is the actual evidence-based expert discussion. To respond to your call on breaking things down a little bit, we'll try to do that with the next speakers, at least differentiating between what are the issues when we talk about non-personal data and what are the issues when we talk about personal data. So I'll turn to Dave first online and focus a little bit about what policy frameworks enable the cross-border flows of non-personal data. And then I'll ask Robin to talk about the personal side. Dave, floor is yours.
Sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, and I would also just want to reiterate my appreciation, respect, and thanks to both Japan for leading the way on DFFT for so long in such an impactful way, and also the OECD for convening these discussions and bringing together the right stakeholders to really kind of move the needle in ways that I think that have accelerated and a lot of folks didn't think were quite possible not too long ago. So I think things are getting better in a pretty quick fashion, due in large part to some of the contributors here. Non-personal data obviously comprises just a massive amount of global data, and it's a big driver in the global economy. But of course, its usefulness, its ability to solve problems related to global health, medicine, related to global warming and scientific research, detecting cyber attacks and protecting critical infrastructure, depends on its ability to flow across borders. And maybe I'll pause there for just a second, mindful to me of the 3-minute request. But Robin's point about the impact on cybersecurity is a really good one, and the ability to detect cyber malicious actors today and to thwart them depends on observing certain telemetry and signals that are traveling across the internet. Microsoft, has publicly said that we scan about 78 trillion signals every single day in trying to detect malicious cyber activity. And we're tracking some like 1,500 threat actors. And that has resulted in a lot of really good ability to protect the internet as a whole. And that is made so much harder if you have limitations on the ability to see that data across borders. That's like one really concrete example that kind of national security, cybersecurity space probably doesn't get enough attention, but it's a really critical one. But so any restrictions that are placed on non-personal data really do need to remain balanced. They need to reflect the very specific purposes of that non-personal data, and of course ensure that access and usability and the transfer capability remain. Most importantly, and this is probably the theme throughout the entire panel, of course, is that the approaches need to be harmonized, and it's critical that they be multilateral and interoperable. Nothing will stifle innovation more than a patchwork of onerous and sometimes conflicting regulatory requirements across jurisdictions. So that part is just so critical. So policymakers, of course, have to work together and learn from each other and pursue evidence-based policies to kind of reflect the nuances of this discussion and debate. Our mindful of how the digital economy operates and the many ways that society benefits. There is some really important work going on with non-personal data. DFFT and OECD are at the top of the list. There are also just some really valuable success stories and precedents, many of which are on the personal data side, and I suspect Robin will touch on those. But if I could just quickly note, like the OECD Trusted Government Access Principles, one of the reasons why those were so successful is because they did exactly what we just discussed about bringing policymakers together, kind of bringing all of the stakeholders into a room. So often different audiences in these discussions almost talk past each other. They speak from their own vantage point. I'm certainly guilty of that as well. But the way the OECD convened those discussions and brought in privacy people and national security stakeholders, which are often kind of not part of these discussions, as well as the law enforcement stakeholders and others, was, I think, why it was probably so successful and they were able to find as much consensus as they did. So kind of convening the right people is such an important part of that formula. And we've seen, this success with the data privacy framework. The current e-evidence sharing negotiations between the US and the EU are really critical to show that these kind of bilateral, multilateral discussions are blossoming, and it's just a start. We need a lot more. There are a lot more countries out there that need to be represented. But when governments sit down and work on these hard problems together, they find they have more commonalities than differences. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Robin?
Oh, is this working? Okay. Well, first, I want to echo everything that Dave just said in terms of thanks to the government of Japan, to the OECD, and also, Bertrand, to you and the DataSphere Initiative around the years of work that you've done and the incredible progress that we've made, having these kinds of permanent places to have these conversations, which I hope we have more of, and discussions around sort of exploratory, or experimental approaches to regulation like sandboxes and things like that. Given the 3-minute limitation, I'm going to just burn through what I think are the sort of 7 key things that we should keep in mind when we're thinking about how to make sure that we are protecting personal data and promoting data free flows with trust. Many of them are covered by Dave because ultimately, even when you're talking about non-personal data, it's the same kind of like technical issue. And so some of this will sound a little similar. I think the first thing, and this is very specific to personal data, is to attach rights and enforceability of obligations to the data rather than to the data subject. By doing this, you can ensure that the rights and obligations travel with the data, irrespective of where in the world the data is stored or transferred. And you don't have to worry about whether the actual data subjects seeking to enforce their rights are in that same jurisdiction. In addition to that, international collaboration is key. Beyond things like the trusted government access principles and the sort of forums for discussion like the IAP, there are opportunities for collaboration and multi-stakeholder engagement and adopting shared norms around the basic things that are interfering with or that might facilitate better data free flows with trust. So this would be things like promoting adoption of global cross-border privacy rules, global CBPRs. It would also be things like promoting countries becoming party to the Budapest Convention, which would also give those jurisdictions the benefits of the access to the kinds of data sharing that will happen under the second additional protocol. And so that, I think, is one of the most important things that we can do, because that will also help to do one of the other really important things, which is increase interoperability and harmonization across laws and legal standards. And so, by joining the Budapest Convention, I think that's something that can actually be, can help to achieve that kind of interoperability. But when you're talking about sort of like non-cybercrime and evidence sharing regulations, I do think it's still extremely important to be focusing on whether and how you can improve the interoperability of domestic regulation with other jurisdictions' regulation. The next thing is a holistic assessment of the policy goals. I think one of the problems that we have is not only that we have these conversations in silos and silo-at sectors, but we also think about digital policy in silos. We think about privacy as living in its own silo, and safety as living in its own silo, and cybersecurity. But increasingly, the reality is that all of those things are in a melting pot together, and we need to be able to look at what the various policy goals are when we're assessing what our data governance frameworks are, and figure out what's the best way to get to the end goal, rather than how to regulate each individual silo as perfectly as possible, because then you're not going to build that kind of intersectionality that you need, and you might wind up having data governance approaches that undermine economic policy goals or cybersecurity goals or the like. In addition to that, I think having an understanding of the legal and policy environments that invite foreign investment in data centers is critical. One of the things that we see as many of the jurisdictions that are considering data localization requirements are doing it as a means of forcing domestic investment, and that is really not an effective way to encourage foreign investment in jurisdictions. The most successful jurisdictions that are inviting for foreign investment and building data centers have certain qualities, like rule of law, have an open regulatory environment that is very predictable, and basically have economic environments that make it possible for companies to build data centers. And then there's infrastructure kind of issues and things like that, making sure that you have the kinds of stability in electricity access and clean water and things like that. In addition to that, though, I think we need to do a lot more work at the outset of drafting regulations, particularly where those regulations may restrict the flows of data, making sure they're technically compatible with the internet infrastructure and consistent with the values of an open, interoperable, and secure internet. If that can be the North Star for all of the regulations that we put forward, then I think we'll do a much better job at promoting data flows while accomplishing many of the other policy goals. And then finally, look to the future. We cannot just regulate for what the technology of today is. We need to be regulating for what the technology of tomorrow will be. AI may be one of the best current examples of that. Restricting data transfers internationally is very deleterious to the development of effective and accurate AI models. They, of course, require diverse data sets, accurate data sets, and significant amounts of data in some cases. And so when we're thinking about this, not only in the context of AI development, but also in the context of what's going to be the next technology, I think we should be thinking about today's regulations in the context of how it will impact the future.
Thank you, Robin. Quite a lot of mentions of expert conversations needed, overviews of policy systems, trying to figure out commonalities, holistic approaches, and a lot of mentioning of the OECD. So Clarice, if you'd like to respond to any of this, but also if you'd like to highlight anything in particular that the OECD does to try and drive forward these frameworks.
Yeah, thanks so much. And thanks to everyone for, praising the work of the OECD, which, in this space and of Japan, of course. I boarded the train as it already left the station. All credit to Audrey Plonk, who really initiated this work at the OECD on government access. I think to build on what Bertrand was saying, indeed, we have a globalization of criminal evidence. Criminal evidence now is 80% of the time located in another jurisdiction. If I listen to what experts around us have been telling us, and we also see that national security agencies are now part of the global ecosystem of data flow. So it is a fact of life, right? And it was very difficult to touch these issues beforehand, also because there is no such thing as a national security community, if you will. Like there is a privacy community or a global privacy assembly for privacy regulators, and that's such thing in national security. I think where indeed, to build on what Michael was saying, what is key is to bring the right people into the room. And we shouldn't understate how difficult it can be, and particularly in the area of government access. But if we've done it in this particular field, which is probably one of the hardest, it is definitely possible in other areas. Just FYI, we've been talking a lot about the declaration since its adoption, and there's not so much out there about what we're doing with it, but there's a lot of work happening behind the curtains. So we haven't stopped with the adoption of the declaration. We're promoting it very hard. We're inviting non-OECD countries to adhere to the instrument. We've been doing a lot of work, which is extremely promising, and we hope that in 2025 we see more interesting developments to share with you. Just another example, and I will close with that, the possibility of doing the right thing once you have the right people in the room, building on the data free flow with trust community that we have built at the OECD as part of the so-called IAP. There is a working group that feeds into a very complex area of work on the intersection of cross-border payments and data frameworks. Work which we do with the Financial Stability Board, Financial Action Task Force, IMF, BIS, etc., etc. It is the first time that everybody comes in the room to discuss the challenges met by cross-border payments and the intersection with cross-border data flow regulations. This is happening at a fairly fast pace. It is extremely technical. It's extremely complex. You cannot make any progress without having everybody in the room talking to each other, making efforts to understand each other. It takes here again a lot of effort and a lot of resources, to be honest. The data free flow with trust community, this particular working group, is exceptionally useful because we bring in all the payments operators and financial institutions that feed into the expertise that we need to do the right policy work on the side. So it's just an example. If you bring the right people, there is hope. I could mention also work we do on privacy enhancing technologies. Very happy to keep discussing with Dave and Robin on non-personal data and cybersecurity issues in particular. As long as there is a space to meet and a team that can animate a network, right, of experts, there is hope. And I think really, I don't want to be, to sound naive or anything, because this takes a lot of hard work. Believe us, we know what it takes at the OECD. But to go back to what I was saying earlier, I think there is greater awareness as to the risk of the actual risks for society as a whole, not only in terms of compliance challenges for businesses to, impede cross-border data flows. I think this has come top of the agenda for global leaders. Greater awareness of the solutions that are already out there, that we're not starting from scratch, as I was saying earlier. There are communities of experts out there. There is, there are a number of legal frameworks out there that we can build on. And some conversations remain exceptionally hard, and maybe we need to keep working on those. Data localization, here again, a gradation of data localization requirements, exceptionally hard. But, again, if we've made progress in these very complex areas, there is no reason why we cannot have, sound, stable, long-term discussions here. And of course, fora like the IGF are absolutely fundamental in that respect. And with that, I will stop.
Thank you so much, Clarice. I think we have about maybe 10 minutes for one or two questions from the audience. If there's anything that those who are listening to us online or here in the room might want to raise. I'm sorry, I can't see everybody from here, but yeah, maybe I'll pass the mic to you.
Good morning. I'm Rapidson from Cambodia. So based on the discussion, so I would like to ask, how do you like Meta or Microsoft or OECD assist the developing country on the data governance? Because for example, like in Cambodia, not only the we don't have a national data governance, but the policy maker also not well aware or see the comprehensive of the data governance, especially the cross-border data flow. So my question, how you can assist the developing country? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Are there any others that we could maybe group together, or should we take them one by one? No, I don't see anything online either. So I'm.
No,
maybe
I see.
Go
Sorry,
ahead. Yes, go ahead,
apologies for
Clarisse.
jumping in. I see someone online, Evgeny. Sorry.
Let's go to Evgeny. Can the speaker who raised their hand online try and speak? No, then we have another question here in the room, and maybe we will go back online to the speaker. Jacques, please.
Thank you. My name is Jacques Beglinger. I'm also a member of the ICC delegation. But what I see in practice is also a certain difficulty to, when it comes to regulation and to handling data, to distinguish between personal data and non-personal data. And I think this is an absolute crucial thing for industry, in particular for the consumers, to know exactly, to look into which policies. So maybe the panel can enlighten me somehow how to distinguish.
Okay, I think I've heard something online, so maybe we might be able to hear the question from online. If you would like to please try again.
Yeah, colleague, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you. Glad to see you. It's a very interesting discussion. So my question may be more general. You touch many aspects. I guess it's very interesting. So I would like to highlight intervention of my colleague who mentioned G20 legislation between the United States and Europe. So I guess it's a real problem in terms of how to say we may not to approach, but if how to say to maximize approach like GDPR in Europe and approach more flexible regulations. In this case, how we can, how say, find common ground, because trying to collaborate on personal data or market data, whatever, we should use less restrictive or how say high restrictive approach. In both cases, each country will be not happy, because in case of Europe, GDPR provide enough restrictive limitations or regulations. In Russia, we have very similar. But when we are going to Asian market, for example, yes, we should have bilateral cooperations and regulated in case by case. If we try to find common ground, like for how to say less restrictive, I'm not sure. Could my country, could Europe agreed to how to say degree level of these regulations? How we could proceed? How we find middle ground in this case? Because it's very sensitive. Each country, like my colleague says, United States, Europe, or Japan, have own reason why we have regulation like we have. What is a possible approach? Because frankly speaking, I not believe to have some global equal or unified regulations. I guess it's impossible to reach for the 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your questions. So I'd like to turn it back to the speakers and see if anybody would like to pick one question in particular or address all of them together. I think there's a common thread there of how do we drive to actual tangible solutions to this? How do we assist developing regions or those who have questions or different approaches to this? And how do we drive for commonalities? I mean, we know that it's impossible to have one single global regulation. I don't think anybody is driving for that. But I'm just wondering if there's a way, I think if speakers hear solutions to how we drive towards more harmonized or more interoperable approaches. I think we've lost the online room, but I hope that we can, yeah, we see you now. Okay, perfect. Now I see all the speakers. Who would want to go first? Yeah, Bertrand first and then Clarice. Go ahead.
Quickly, a few elements. The first thing is that we're using the term interoperability, and legal interoperability is actually an expression that I personally have pushed a lot in the last few years. But at the same time, this is a very good concept, but its implementation is not really something that we are able to describe very, very clearly. So it's an aspirational element, but I think we need to have a serious discussion of what do we mean by interoperability, because we know what technical interoperability is. Legal interoperability is a little bit difficult. It's envelopes of regulation, what is required, what is acceptable, and what is forbidden, which is what in logic is called the deontic operators. How do you combine the overlap of legislations when you have a situation where they actually both apply? So the debate that I was mentioning regarding is it an adequacy or is it CBPR type of approach is a typical core. I think we need to explore this topic a little bit more. The second thing is to go to what Jack was saying, we don't pay enough attention to non-personal data. Personal data is an extremely important element, but there is so much value that can be created by non-personal data that we need to be very careful not to be just obsessed by one dimension, and we need to go to other things. What is really interesting in his question is, as he said, the frontier between the two is not as clear-cut. And particularly a field that I'm particularly interested in, which is the medical data, I think there is an enormous potential in the training of AI for diagnostic. This requires an enormous amount of data to train the AI. I think it is, and Clarice was mentioning the work done on pets. This is typically something that can be done using federated learning, which is very applicable, and medical imagery is something that can relatively be anonymized without too much fear of de-anonymization. So this is a perfect example of something that leverages a new technique, which is federated learning, which is different from just sharing the databases. Using anonymization to bring the data that is normally a very sensitive data to something that is anonymized, to develop something that is clearly an AI application beneficial for humanity. And if I want to throw an idea here, for people who are familiar with how organ donation function, in most cases, when you have an accident, your organs can be used if you have opted in to say, yes, my organs can be used. In some countries, and I think it's the case in France, they've moved to an opt-out. Like, unless you say, I don't want it to be used for transplants, if you have an accident and it can be used, the organs are going to be used. I'm wondering whether on medical imagery, an equivalent shouldn't be explored to say, you have the right to the personal information that is related to your medical imagery and your personal data, absolutely. But there's a global public interest to making the anonymized picture available under certain conditions for the training of AI. And I think this is a discussion that is typically around trust. It's about new technologies like pets that respond to the motto I was mentioning of responsibly unlocking the value of data for all. I think we need to have a more innovative approach to how we leverage data and how we responsibly share data.
Thank you for that. Clarice, you wanted to come in online?
Sure, very quickly. So first of all, to the comment, the question of our colleague from Cambodia, I think it's very important. You know, Cambodia sits within ASEAN, and there are lots of very interesting developments within ASEAN. I was part of an expert group, you know, working with the an ASEAN working group on data governance, to put it very shortly. And together we put together a set of contractual clauses, ASEAN model contractual clauses, which were sort of a simplified version that worked for the ASEAN and basically, you know, the Asian region. And that could be articulated with the EU standard contractual clauses, which, you know, date back for some of them to 2001. And it was actually very interesting to do this sort of benchmarking exercise. Like in ASEAN, given the state of the laws at the national level, we do not need more than this. And actually it works, it's plug and play. The ecosystem locally is less, you know, used to complex data protection laws like we have them in Europe and in the US and elsewhere. And therefore, you know, it works. Like I was in Singapore a few weeks back, and actually practitioners there told me that for their ASEAN-based business, they actually, clients, they actually use this model ASEAN clauses. In other words, no one size fits all for sure. And there are similar initiatives in Latin America, which are extremely interesting to watch as well. I would point you to a report that we published last year called Moving Forward on DFFT, on Data Free Flow with Trust. We did actually a huge range of interviews with at the global level, you know, in all regions of the world to understand what the particular challenges were. Government access, always a challenge, but, you know, generally speaking, lots of very positive findings in there, lots to build on. So I think there is room for cooperation here. At the OECD, we're not limited by the boundaries, you know, of the 38 member countries, far from. We do work with a lot of stakeholders outside, including governments, of course, outside the membership. Very happy to keep discussing this. It's very important to not impose the idea of harmonization. And I know we've talked a lot about the Brussels effect, which is a fact. It's true, like the GDPR is sort of exported in a way, but that does not mean that beyond the principles and some key rules and like accountability, for instance, and basic data subjects, right? You have to export, you know, sometimes you know, a complexity which is inherent to a text that, you know, builds on a long legacy. With, you know, the principles. And I think there is a global acknowledgement of that. So that's a good point. I won't go too far into the pets conversation because it is extremely complex. Just to say that at the OECD, we also have an important recommendation on health data governance, which looks in particular at the sharing of health data being understood very broadly. And indeed, the border between personal and non-personal data can be a bit blurry, and there can be work done here, but still there is a very clear, you know, difference between non-personal data, like in the cybersecurity space, you know, attacks on infrastructure, et cetera, that has nothing to do with personal data at all. So we need to look at the border in the middle, like anonymized data. How anonymized is it? Can it be de-anonymized, de-identified? There is still here a margin of maneuver and of cooperation between privacy regulators in particular, with the support of industry and civil society groups whose expertise is sometimes underestimated in this space. Anyway, there's too much to say in an hour and a half, but happy to continue the conversation offline.
Thank you so much, Clarice. I think we have 3 minutes left on the panel, so and 3 panelists who haven't spoken in this last round. Any last words, key takeaways from Maiko, Dave, Robin? Go ahead, Maiko.
Perhaps like from myself. So it was great to have this discussion across the private sector, international organization, and also government, which is myself, because we really see that we need to actually have the right people in the room in building the DFFT and working on the real problem and setting the right questions. This is also really proved by this panel. That's how I see this panel. But also we really see that, so today we really heard from a lot of private sectors that you know, difference of regulation, uncertainty in government access are really the issue. And I think that through DFFT, we really should sit together and put together the legal and technical perspective together to identify what is the real genuine problem that company has, and also what are the actual purpose and function that those regulations actually need to tackle on. Because Japan is actually working on this sort of exercises with experts to assess more than 1,000 regulations with view to the changing assumption and condition following digitalization. So we're really trying to work on integrating the privacy sensing technologies with our governance. And we're really trying to see where the regulation comes from and what has been changed and what needs to be changed in order to adapt our society into those digitalizing realities. So we really think that DFFT is materializing this sort of approaches to bring together the people from the different sectors and trying to break down the silos so that we could have more innovative solutions towards a new situation which is set by the DFFT. Also, one last note that it is very important to keeping DFFT as the agenda for high-level political discussion like a G7, G20, or other forums, because high-level political instruction is very important to push the government to move towards innovative approaches. So of course, Japanese government is keep trying, always politically leveraging the DFFT at the high-level political discussion, but also please remember those people from the different sectors that actually those high-level forum really means to set those important topics as a priority for the governments. So this ends my words. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Dave?
Just take maybe 15, 20 seconds, but I mean, cooperation on data governance requires trust, and you'll never achieve that unless you're talking to each other. So it's been really encouraging to see a lot of governments roll up their sleeves and do just that. And then to make one point that I think has been made a few times, but is probably the most critical, is that these conversations about problems must be grounded in real world experience. And it's important that policymakers not solve for misperceptions, but they solve for problems and risks that are evidence-based. So bringing in those right people is key to that. So, and I maybe just close with, in the words of Clarice, if you bring in the right people, there is hope.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Robin?
Sure, it's fair for me to have to follow this group of folks circling up their final thoughts, but I really do agree with everything that's been said. I think the only other thing that I would add is the really critical importance of keeping in mind the technical limitations and the importance of the technical compatibility of regulations with the global internet infrastructure, and the importance of ensuring that you're looking at each of these policy issues not in a silo, but in the larger context of what the policy and data governance environment looks like and what the implications of one regulation that restricts data flows or promotes data flows could be on other policy goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm being signaled that we've run over time, so I won't take too long in wrapping this up. I would just like to highlight that we've heard quite a lot of commonalities here around needing common principles at the top, common direction at the top, and political will at the top to want to address this. That needs to then translate into a holistic view based in understanding and evidence of what the issues actually are, and that needs to be followed up by action by experts in multi-stakeholder forums such as this one to ensure that the will and the principles translate into actionable solutions that are not just looking good on paper, but are actually implementable by those who work on it on the ground. And we've heard quite a few examples on this from the work of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network back in the day on e-evidence, to the work of the data sphere, to the work by Japan and the OECD, and what companies are doing on the ground, and also what they need to progress on this. So if you want to hear more about what the private sector thinks, come by the ICC Basis booth. We have a QR code there with our publications and data. Please make sure to take a look. You also find us online. And with that, I just want to say a huge thank you to the panelists for being here and for this very rich discussion. To all of you who stayed up late or woke up very early, thank you as well online, and everybody who joined us here in the room and the line. And of course, a huge thanks to my team, Manny, Jess, and Aino, who has helped us pulling this session together. With that, thank you so much, and a huge round of applause to the panelists.
Can you?
Yeah? Can you hear me over there? I can't hear anything over here. Okay. All right. Okay, that's interesting to hear with a little bit of a delay. Good idea. All right. Good afternoon, early afternoon, everyone. I'm not sure if folks in the room are able to hear me. Welcome, everyone. My name is Brennan Solosky. Welcome again to our session today on revitalizing trust, harnessing AI for responsible governance. Again, my name is Brennan Solosky. I am with the Center for Corporate Diplomacy at Meridian International. It's a pleasure today to be here to be talking about AI, trust, governance, and the intersection that we are at right now. And I'm very fortunate to be joined by some distinguished panelists who will be joining me today to talk about this pressing issue. To my left, Sarim Aziz, Director for Public Policy for South and Central Asia of Meta, is joining me. In addition, over across the way from me is Lusa Russo, economist and policy analyst at the OECD, focused on digital economy and policy division. And across my way, we have Matisse Pellerin, Vice President of Global Government Affairs at Oracle. Before we go ahead and begin, we'll go ahead and just provide some quick introductions to our work, our companies, just to give you a little bit of a flavor of where we're coming from as we dive into the subject today. I'll turn it over to Sarim.
Thank you, Brandon, and thanks everybody for being here on this really important discussion. So yeah, my name is Sarim. I've been at Meta for over 8 years. I actually did not start on the policy side. I've been on the technology side of working on AI and mobile applications for most of my career. I've only worked in tech. But yeah, more increasingly, we found that even though Meta has been working on AI for over 10 years, actually that this conversation has definitely gone up to the next level. So excited to be here and add to the discussion.
Lucia?
Thank you, and good morning, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Lucia Russo, as it was said, at the OECD. And at the OECD, we have a division that works on international AI governance. So this started years ago with the adoption of the OECD AI principles that are basically a guide for policymakers and stakeholders on how to foster trustworthy, innovative AI. And since then, we've been working to advance this work with our member states and beyond. We have also work that touches upon different sectors, and today we'll talk about the public sector, and then other domains. But I'll stop here.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today in Riyadh. Thank you very much for the invitation. So I'm Mathis Perrin. I'm the Global Vice President for Government Affairs at Oracle. Joined Oracle 2019, so almost 6 years ago. And my main job is to manage government affairs for Oracle outside the US. So in that job, I work a lot with government officials to see how technologies can help them be more efficient and support government public services around the world. For the one who don't really know Oracle, probably you know the brand, you know the logo, but you don't know what we do. It's very common. So Oracle, we are a cloud infrastructure and a cloud application company. So we provide technology for private sector, for governments, to manage their daily operations. So it can go from HR, payroll, but also customer experience. And you will find lots of our technologies in lots of sectors, including healthcare, e-government, financial services, and much more. So we have a very large portfolio, and very happy to join this discussion, because AI is something very important now that we are investing a lot in that field, and in addition to our cloud infrastructure, AI technology is becoming much more important now.
Thank you again, Surem, Lucia, and Matthias. Really excited to dig into our topic today. But before I go ahead and begin, there's a couple of things I wanted to talk about in terms of trust. I work at the Center for Corporate Diplomacy at Meridian International. At the Center for Corporate Diplomacy, we are trying to provide the private sector with the experience, the tools, and the insights to navigate geopolitical issues, to understand matters related to trade, over-the-horizon policy matters that impact business. We do that by providing insights to our partners almost on a weekly basis, whether that be a foreign visiting minister or ambassador. The relationships that the private sector now has with the foreign diplomatic community, with governments, is now more important than ever. The private sector, they are the new diplomats. They are part of the diplomatic community, and this is a new age that we are in at Meridian that we often refer to as open diplomacy. And one of the reasons this is so pertinent right now as well is when it comes to trust. One of the things I wanted to highlight, and I don't know if anyone ever follows the Global Advisory Edelman Trust Barometer Index. So Edelman, a public relations advisory firm, every year puts out a trust barometer index. They survey over 30 countries, thousands of participants all over the world. And what they found, was quite curious to this conversation as well. The private sector is now the most trusted institution in the world, followed by the nonprofit sector, followed by governments, followed by media. There's been times in my working life where I know that's been completely reversed, where the private sector was not the most trusted institution. But we've seen quite an uptick over the past years, and that's starting to ebb a little bit in terms of how high trust in the private sector is, but it's still front and center. The private sector really is leading the way with diplomacy when talking about AI, when talking about governments, when talking about the possibilities that exist within this new infrastructure that we are now building out. So one of the things we're going to talk about today, just on that topic of trust, there's so much potential with AI, from potholes, navigating taxes, to getting your passport renewed. Some of the most tedious things that we all deal with. There's the ability and the opportunity that AI presents is truly tremendous. But at the same time, I refer to that Edelman Trust. 66% of global respondents right now actively believe that governments are purposely trying to mislead them. When you look at that stat right now in trust and governance, it is quite low. And there's a lot to be done when it comes to AI and when it comes to this topic. And the possibilities are truly tremendous. So one of the things I wanted to start talking about was a survey that was done just recently, conducted by the IBM Institute for Business Value. And they found that respondents believe government leaders are often overestimating public's trust in them. They also found that while the public is still worried about new technologies like AI, most people are in favor of government adoption of generative AI. Well, I'd like to open this up a little bit to my panel. So how can AI reshape this frustrating process, often linked to the distrust of government, and mitigate these touch points to build faith towards ethical, fair, and trustworthy AI solutions?
Okay, thank you. I can start with that. And as I mentioned, we have at the OECD, the Public Government Directorate, that is doing tremendous work in this field. And I believe that if used correctly, AI can indeed strengthen trust in the public sector. If you look at the components for government that are influencing trust, citizens' trust, these include, for instance, responsiveness and reliability. So where can we have AI improve those two government components? So if you look at reliability, as you were mentioning, there are a number of tasks that can be done with AI, for instance, enhancing internal efficiency of processes, so speeding up routine processes and freeing up work of civil servants for tasks that are more useful to the citizens, but also improving the effectiveness of policy making, for instance, by understanding through large amounts of data what the user needs are. And then when it comes to responsiveness, also being able to anticipating societal trends and user needs. So there is this report that was recently issued, and it's called Governing with AI, Are We Ready? And there are interesting statistics about how OECD countries have been using AI for these three key tasks that I just described. And we found that 70% of OECD countries used AI to enhance efficiency in internal operation, 67% to improve responsiveness of services, but only 30% to enhance effectiveness of public policy. So we see that this trend is ongoing, but of course it's still not fully at scale. So here an important consideration is, of course, that the public sector has also a huge responsibility of implementing AI in a way that is accountable, transparent, and ultimately trustworthy for their citizens, and especially to minimize harms when it comes to special areas that, like immigration law or law enforcement, or even welfare benefits or fraud prevention. So here I would recall, as I mentioned, the OECD principles that really define what key values should be embedded in any deployment and development of AI, and I mentioned some of them: transparency, accountability, fairness, respect of privacy. And I'll just end also with a final note on how public sector should build the enablers, so the skills, the infrastructure, and data for trustworthy innovation to actually flourish.
Thank you so much. Mathis?
Yeah, I mean, if I can add a comment, I think I fully agree that education is very important. And if you want to promote trust in technology, especially on AI, you really need to make sure people really understand what is the technology and understand what is AI, how is it built, and how the data is managed. And that's probably the first pillar of building trust. As a tech company, of course, our role is to support that, and we are working a lot with our customers to provide them some digital trainings and some specific sessions to help them understand how AI is used in our solutions and how AI is built, how we can fight bias on AI, how you can manage your data and make sure your data are safe, because you don't use an AI tool the same way if it's managed, if it's ChatGPT or if it's a government AI tool. It's not the same way, it's not built the same way, on the same technology. Another angle is, of course, transparency and explaining how our AI solutions are built, which, of course, will improve confidence in this technology. However, I think education is the first layer, but it's not the only one. And there is also probably a more technical discussion to have about AI. And that's why understanding the technology is important to be able to go to the second layer, because if you have a more technical discussion, you need to make sure people really understand. So that brings me to the topic of sovereign AI. I think sovereign AI is becoming more and more important, especially for the private sector, because it ensures the data is secure and safe. If you're a government, if you're a private company, you're not going to use the same AI technology that me or people in the audience here who are going to connect to ChatGPT and use AI for their personal activities, or you go to X, former Twitter, and use a new model which has been just released last week. If you're a private company or a government, you need to make sure that you are going to be able to train the AI models on some infrastructures that are safe, and your data is not going to be used by someone else especially if you put some very confidential data. So I think sovereign AI definitions, at least that's how I define sovereign AI. There is probably two ways to defining, two things you need to check. First, what AI models you're using. And are you able to train the models with your own data? And actually, when you are government, being able to train an AI solution using government data is super important. But you can only do that if you are able to get access to the models and train with your own data. If you cannot do that with ChatGPT, for instance, and sorry, Microsoft is not here, I'm just bashing ChatGPT, but I love ChatGPT, by the way. But I will not put my confidential data from Oracle in ChatGPT, because Microsoft is my competitor. So I cannot use these models to work. I need to have my own. So that's very important. So that so being able to give access to some LLMs and train the LLMs. LLMs is large language models. Be able to train these LLMs with your own data is super important. And that's what we try to do in Oracle. We have lots of customers that are involved in very critical operations, like if you're a nuclear plant or if you are a healthcare company, you need to be able to get access to these LLMs and use your own data. So we work with OpenAI, we work with Cohere, etc., and we give the ability to our customers to get these technologies, but with their own data. So that's the first thing. The second thing is where your data is hosted and where your data is going. Because if you are a research institute or an university or an academic institution, you're making some good research on a specific topic. Maybe you don't want your AI trainings to go in the US or to go in China. So that's also another point where you're going to put your AI data, and it's very important for if you want to build a sovereign AI, you need a sovereign infrastructure. So what is in the back office, I want to say, of AI? It's cloud. It's very easy. Cloud technology is the first layer of AI. So you need to have a sovereign cloud which is going to host your data to make sure your data are not going to leave the country, and your data are going to be based in the country where you're based. So that's very important, and it's even more important for government. And just to finish on that, to give an example, is what we are currently doing here in Saudi Arabia. Oracle is building cloud infrastructure in Saudi Arabia, and we already operate a few data centers in Jeddah, in Riyadh, and very soon in Nehom. However, we know that government entities here in Saudi Arabia They want to have the benefits of cloud and AI technology, but they don't want to put all their data in a public cloud. They want a sovereign cloud. So what we are doing here in Saudi Arabia is that we are also building, in addition to our public cloud, we are also building sovereign cloud with STC. STC is Saudi Telecom, is a telco company here in Saudi Arabia. And STC is building with Oracle a sovereign cloud where we are going to be able to train and host critical data from the Saudi government and make sure when they use AI technology, when they embed AI technology into public services in Saudi Arabia, they will be able to use government data and make sure it's safe and it's not going back elsewhere. It's not going back in the US, it's not going back to UAE. It's based here in Saudi Arabia, and so that's very important.
Thank you so much. And more questions to follow up on that related to some of the work here, as well as making sure data remains sovereign and that we have interoperability as well. So quite a lot on this subject, but I want to turn it over to Mr. Aziz very quick.
Thank you, Brandon, and thank you to my panelists. I think, as Lucia set the scene on the principles, and Matisse talked about some of the considerations for deployment, I think it's important to just emphasize that, I mean, AI is not a new thing, right? I think sometimes we forget it's, I think it's important to kind of differentiate and reframe the discussion around, like, why is this, the trust deficit you mentioned, like, why is that increasing? For something that, what is the difference between the AI that we were using 5 years ago versus the AI today? From the perspective that, AI has been used, any computer system that helps like analyze, perform functions on existing data, that's been happening for a while. But what's so exciting about this new age of AI, so to speak, is the fact that its ability to not just perform tasks on existing data, but to create new data. And it's multimodal. It can take text, it can take images, it can take video, audio. So that's the exciting part. And I think that does what's crucial as to what Matisse is saying, that this is so important, this technology, and we do believe at Meta that it has a transformative potential to the point that it's so important that it shouldn't be in the hands of a few, which is the trust, which is actually exacerbating the trust deficit. You can't have, a few big companies based in the United States that control this technology and leaving. And if you talk about governments, well, governments are like, well, where do we get this technology, right? Especially in the developing world. So I think it's really important to understand that the current model, especially as Matisse kind of highlighted, of these closed proprietary systems owned by a few companies, is just not going to get us there. So we need to fundamentally change the way. The path forward needs to be an open source one that has wide acceptance, that is accessible to all countries. And I think that's why Meta has, and our CEO wrote this letter about open source AI is the way forward to ensure that nobody gets left behind, to ensure that people in this part of the world and other parts of the world have a part in that conversation. They can test the models, they can understand, they can look under the hood, see how it's done. They can take it and fine-tune it, as Matisse said, to their local cultural context and languages. So I just want to be just clear. I think that is going to be fundamental in terms of governments adopting and supporting the open innovation approach to ensure they don't get left behind, that they're part of that conversation. I have lots more to say on that, but I just wanted to seed that idea.
No, that's an absolutely great point. And that brings me to a little bit of my next question as well. So we're not quite there yet, but not far on the horizon. One would want to ask AI about their evaluation that they received, or maybe the patient that was denied service as a result of AI, or other mix-ups that might happen, and the powerlessness that one might feel as a result of that. So I would be very curious to follow up on your question as well, and I would love for Matisse and Lucia also to comment. But with Meta, can you talk to me a little bit about how Meta is leveraging and working with government to improve public services and enhance trust in AI?
Thanks, Brandon. So yeah, I think in our conversations with government, we do see with our open source approach that we see amazing adoption with startups. They love open source technology. I mean, Meta, again, as I said, they're not new to open source. If you are familiar with web technologies, Meta has done plenty of open source work around that, around React and many other technologies. And AI itself, we have 1,000 different libraries prior to these LLMs that we've open sourced. So I think the main consideration is with government is one, trying to tell them that, if you are already doing an open data approach, that's an open AI approach, open innovation approach is going to be an extension of that, right? So the first is like, are your data sets, open in terms of like allowing the public sector and the startups and private sector that works with those data sets. I mean, it's becoming ubiquitous in terms of data sets. Yes, like you need to control where it's at. You need to have full control over it, be able to customize it. But I think it's just like really about democratizing the access to that, to the data sets, but also like the models. And it's about, telling them that there's this conception that, well, open source is not safe or secure, and that's actually absolutely not true. In fact, the cybersecurity industry will tell you, including the DoD, that it's not helpful when in the cybersecurity space when signals and data are not shared. In fact, you have to share it with the third parties to ensure that you're able to respond to the threats and bad actors. So from our perspective, it's educating governments around the fact that open source AI can accelerate innovation, it can increase access within public sector, and the fact that you control your destiny. You gives you flexibility where you want to deploy it, whether you want to do it some cloud, some on-premise, whether you want to, what amount of data you want to be fine-tuned, what do you want to use RAG for retrieval augmented generation, and it increases accountability. And so there's just been this concept that you need to go with a proprietary approach and, to hold people accountable. Actually, governments can have more control and customization with an open source approach. And so that's been the discussion, and a lot of it has been being able to prototype, and we have plenty of great examples from France where actually it's used by parliamentarians to, they've used our Llama model to make it simple, legal documents and legislations more simpler for other agencies to understand. So they use Llama already, it's deployed. There's plenty of great examples in healthcare as well with, Mayo Clinic, which is one of the largest medical nonprofits that is using it for radiation oncology in terms of how in their diagnostics. Huge potential there. For education, public sector, we've seen in places in Africa, Fundamate is using WhatsApp to, as a study assistant. So amazing things you can do with that. And so I think governments, there's an opportunity for more public-private partnership there to see what private sector has done. As you mentioned, they're already pushing the boundaries. If they had the support of the public from the government, I think we could do amazing work in the public sector. That's been our focus at Meta.
Thank you. Matisse?
Yeah, I mean, AI is a top priority for government, as you said, and but we need to be realistic. Unfortunately, governments are still lagging behind the private sector in terms of AI adoptions, and lots of stuff have been done in the private sector, but government are, for most of them, still running on very old technology. If we look at what they are doing, lots of governments have technology from the 90s or from the years 2000. So they are not very user-friendly, they are very expensive to maintain operational, they are even not very secure. So there is lots of work to do, but I think there is a good understanding now from world leaders and government officials that they need to modernize their public services, their public administration, to bring the best tool in country to support economic growth, to support better jobs, that also improve the quality of the public services. So lots of governments right now are making huge investment to bring these new technologies. Cloud and AI are the two first priority. One of the big difference between private sector and the government is that the government is sitting on a huge amount of data. I mean, it's a gold mine. A government have plenty of data, and usually they don't really know how to use this data because all the ministries usually work in silos. You have the health ministry, they have their own data, they don't connect with the finance ministry, or they don't connect with home affairs. So it means that they are not talking to each other, and they are not able to really leverage the power of AI. So a first a first thing that they need to do is first to connect this data and also to use this new technology like AI to be able to really, analyze the data and make decisions which are based on facts, so facts based, and it gives insights to the politicians, it gives insights to the various head of administration about what decisions they should take through this analysis, through the big data and all the data analytics they can use. I'm very convinced that AI technology is really going to improve public services and improve the quality of public services. As Lucia said just before, there is a change in how AI technology today can be used. AI is not new, and for a very long time we have been using AI to manage very non-complex operations with very low value added. But now with Gen AI, we have a switch in how the technology can be used, because Gen AI can manage very complex requests, and it can also give you personalized answer, which is very valuable for a government, because if you're a government, it means that you can use Gen AI to automate lots of the tasks which were done by your civil servants before because they were complex. And now you can make them autonomous, or at least you can reduce the time you need to really manage and operate them on a daily basis. So AI will for sure make government more efficient. For instance, to give you a few examples, you can use AI to manage a relationship with your citizens. Instead of having to send an email to a public administration to ask some question. I don't know if some people in the audience have already tried to send a request to your tax authority, for instance. You want to know if you're subject to this regulation, or if you need to submit this revenue. It may take 2 months to get an answer from the tax authorities. If you're able to embed an AI chatbot which is connected to your tax regulation so the data set of your tax regulation, but it's also connected to the revenue from the finance ministry, which are declared by your employer. Well, the chatbot can, in a few seconds, give you the answer about your request. And so you went from 2 months to a few seconds, and you have the same exact answer. So faster service. Second thing is also trying to better optimize public expenditure. Through AI tools, you can drastically, detect tax fraud. You can identify you can also better calculate social benefits. So in Europe, for instance, we are working with a lot of governments to use AI to make sure social benefits are correctly calculated. And it can save you billions of euros every year, because in lots of countries, sometimes social benefits are not very well calculated. It's not optimized because the social ministry is not talking with the other ministries, and we don't really know how much revenue you have. So we give you some money, but at the end you were not supposed to get the money. So that's another way. And also there is plenty of use cases. So at Oracle, what we try to do, we try to make AI easy to adopt. And that's and how we make that happening is that we try to embed directly AI technology into our own applications to make sure it's easy to use and easy to implement when you're a government. But it also applies for the private sector, by the way. Another important point about AI is like when you use AI, you need to use the good data. If you don't use the good data when you train your models, probably the answers are not going to be very good. I'm going back to my first example about ChatGPT, but ChatGPT is very good if you ask ChatGPT to draft some content, or to draft a keynote or a briefing document, because it's based on lots of public data which are available on the internet. However, if I ask ChatGPT to give me a specific answer about a healthcare situation or about a tax regulation, probably it will not be able to give me a very relevant answer. So contextualization of data is very important. And for government, it means that you need to bring specific data sets which are coming from your own industry to train your model and make sure it brings relevant answer to your citizens. You mentioned passport renewal just before, and I think it's a very good example because how we can use AI for passport renewal. Well, it's very easy. You can have a solutions that is going to be put on the website of the government. This AI-generated chatbot is going to be connected with various databases from the government. And so it's going to help you prepare your passport applications. Because usually when you need to do passport application, you need to gather lots of various documents which are coming. I mean, you need a birth certificate, you need justification of your address, you need your former documents, you need lots of various stuff. So this AI technology is going to be able to gather all these documents for you, connecting with the various ministries' data sets. It's going also to generate automatically the form you need to prepare. It will give you. It's going to give you the next meeting available in the agenda, and also when you're going to arrive for the meeting, the civil officer who is going to review your application. For him, it will be much easier because he will know that probably the AI won't have done some human error. So the application will be correctly filled in, the documents will be correct, you won't miss any document because the AI will give you all the documents automatically. And at the end, it's also going to improve how the civil officer is going to work because he will not waste some time to tell you need to come back, etc. So that's a very small example about how we can use AI and why it generates very good benefits in terms of productivity, efficiency, and cost saving for the government. But just to finish on that, I think AI for the public sector is growing, but it's still very new, and I think governments are still a bit cautious about using AI, but it's clearly accelerating. And now we see lots of use cases which are already live and generates very good benefits for citizens and the government.
Thank you so much. My apologies for the coughing attack I seem to be going through right at the moment. I should have brought a little water on the stage. I think one of the things I wanted to talk about, and you were just mentioning this, was the interoperability aspect of much of AI. And there's been a proliferation in this past year on new regulations, policies, laws, attempting to regulate AI, to position various countries, even regions, for the future, to position themselves for this new sector. Now, it's been a full year since the EU announced the world's first major AI regulation, the EU AI Act. Been following this, and I'm quite intrigued to hear some of all of your thoughts, and specifically, as governments around the world draw on the EU's regulatory approach as AI, as they shape their own AI policies, what maybe lessons might they want to start taking into consideration, or any thoughts or observations on any of these new laws or regulations?
Maybe I'll go first. Yes, you're totally right. We are seeing many policies and regulations emerging, and of course the UI Act is one may say the pioneering regulatory approach in that it establishes this comprehensive overarching legislation across sectors that aims at regulating AI systems that enter the EU market. But we are seeing, likewise, the EU, we are seeing some regulatory frameworks emerging, for instance, in Canada and Brazil, that also follow a similar risk-based or impact-based approach, though these proposals are still being discussed before parliaments. And then, on the other hand, we also see different approaches, such as those taken by the US, you mentioned, but also the United Kingdom or Israel, where instead of going with a cross-sectoral approach, you'd rather see principles defined and then regulations to be defined more at the sector level. And this is clearly an approach that so far the UK has taken, Israel, and in the US we have seen the executive order that has some components of risk management and safety in critical infrastructures, but still relies mostly on standards and then voluntary commitments. So I think this space is really evolving quite fast, and what concerns mostly the OECD, being an international organization working on consensus building and facilitating interactions across jurisdictions, is that of course this can lead to regulatory fragmentation, which in turn leads to higher compliance costs for enterprises operating across borders. So our mandate is really to establish interoperability across these various regulatory frameworks, and we do that at the very basic, for instance, trying with the definition of AI system, which in fact has been adopted by the UI Act, by the Convention of the Council of Europe, but also by the NIS framework. So having the same definition allows these frameworks to talk to each other because they talk about the same thing, but also we are mapping risk management frameworks to establish what are the commonalities, and so through responsible business conduct, allowing companies to see what compliance mechanism they need to ensure to trade across borders. I'll just perhaps mention three things that you said, what countries should look at when they look at the UI Act. I think, of course, it's prerogative of countries to establish frameworks according to their technological ecosystems, their priorities, their societal values. I think the key elements from the UI Act would be really the importance of creating regulatory frameworks that are risk-based according to the level of risk of the systems, and so proportionate in terms of the requirements. Accountability for deployers and developers, and then also establishing the robust testing and certification systems across the life cycle. And perhaps just to conclude on the risk-based approach, I think that should also be based on evidence, and that's why at the OECD we also built an incident reporting framework, the AIM is called, and the purpose is really to see where risks actually materialize, because we talk a lot about risk in abstract, but then where is that they caused the most harm, and on that basis this should be able to adapt alongside technological innovation.
Thank you. Yeah, I think just to add on to what Lucia said, from an Asia Pacific perspective, I think it was exactly a year ago at the last IGF in Japan where the G7 Hiroshima process was announced, which is actually consistent with a lot of the sort of OECD AI principles. So I think from what we've seen is most countries in Asia Pacific are not following the EU model. I think they have followed more of the G7 OECD kind of more principle-based approach on making sure, because I think they all understand this is new technology, right? It's evolving so quickly, and by the time you regulate it, it would have already evolved perhaps. And so I think there are great examples, including the UK example, where we worked. There is a need for having harmonized and having AI safety institutes around the world. I mean, there's a network that's been a great initiative, and I think if we can harmonize on that, and I think we've seen great output of those kinds of collaboration of civil society, industry, academia, industry coming together to assess risks. And with the UK ASI, because of that collaboration, they were able to launch something called Inspect, which basically is an open source software library to almost a year ago. It assesses for risks like cyber, chem, bio, and other kinds of safety risks. So I do think there's lots of great work going on. It's still early, but I do see that collaboration is the key here, not necessarily regulation to something that's still evolving.
I can hear you.
But not working very well. Oh, okay, it's back. It's not back. Okay, can I have another mic maybe? No? Okay. Maybe just to comment quickly. One is about harmonization. I think that's for private sector very, very important. Without going into details of. Thank you. Okay, that's funny. Without going into details about the AI Act, I think for the private sector, it's very important to have an harmonization, and we don't want to, at least we should not see various different framework defined everywhere, one in Europe, one in Asia, one in South America. I know in South America right now there is a lot of work in Brazil and a few other countries about AI, and they are all wondering what we should do in AI. Well, I think for us it would be very complicated if we have a fragmented regulation around the world about how we use AI. So that's the first one, and I really think governments and officials working on that should really consider trying to harmonize the rules. The second point is innovation and adoption. We talk about adoption at the beginning of the panel. We should not make sure we should be careful about not reducing the trust about these technologies, because these regulations are great, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but in the global opinion, sometimes there is some misunderstanding about this technology, and it's not helping adoption because people think it might be dangerous or think their data are not safe. And sometimes these regulatory and policy discussion generate some mistrust about technology. And in the EU, it's not only about AI, but if you look about cloud and all the debates around data sovereignty, unfortunately, it has slowed down drastically cloud adoption, because companies, governments are worried about cloud because maybe there is a risk about their data. While we know from a technical perspective, usually it's very safe to go to the cloud, because cloud companies are cyber experts, and they are putting billions of dollars every year to secure their infrastructure. So usually when you're in the cloud, your data is safer. But there is a misunderstanding about it, and there is some, in the global opinion, in the population, a sort of worry about data sovereignty. And adoption is very slow because of that. I was in Singapore a few days ago, and I went through the customs, and I was super impressed about their ability to use AI in the airport. Now you don't need to, in the custom, you don't need to go to take your passports. They recognize you automatically with face recognitions. When you arrive at the boarding gate, you don't need to have a boarding pass, because they have embedded AI facial recognition into their process. And now people are just going through the boarding gate, and they recognize you. They know you're on seat 03B, and that's fine. You can go in the plane. You will never see that in Europe, because of GDPR, because of all the rules. It's not possible. So we need to find a compromise between data privacy, but also innovation, because innovation is important, and it's also through these new technologies and through these innovations that we can make government more efficient and easier for people.
That's a great point. And ironically, very likely a European company that is handling a lot of what you were just talking about, Ademia. But you're absolutely spot on right there with GDPR. I think one of the other things I wanted to talk about, and we started talking about this already, was in terms of partnerships. And you mentioned this a little bit about some of the large companies and the influence that this has. But I think one of the things I'd love to chat a little bit about and get some of all of your thoughts are on what you think the role of partnerships with the private sector is going to play, including startups. How is this going to evolve outside of just some of the big companies? And I'll kick it over to you, Aziz, as I know you started talking about this already.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, I want to make sure others can chime in, but I think just to, using Singapore as a good example, even a government like Singapore that has, is quite innovative, I think still part of the reason is because they realize the value of the startup, the private sector and the startup community. And so I think that's where governments can really tap into their local talent and entrepreneurs and startups who are already, they've picked up this technology, they're already doing great things with it. And I think one of the proofs of this is that we ran an APAC AI accelerator across Asia Pacific, across 13 countries, everything from Bangladesh, Nepal, all the way to Australia, New Zealand. And we were blown away by, and this is just the power of open source, how these startups and nonprofits were using our technology. And this is one of the both blessings and challenges with open source is like you don't know how it's being used, because like it could be used in incredible ways. And we like it's only because when we did this competition that we found that, oh my gosh, that the New Zealand NetSafe organization, which is a organization that's takes care of online harms and safety, is using our model to basically streamline complaints that they're getting from the community around just content, and they're empowered by the government to basically send information to digital platforms, not just Meta but others. So it was amazing to see that in every sector, healthcare, in manufacturing in Japan, there was uses of AI. And what we did was we did this regional accelerator, and locally we ran local competitions in these countries, and we brought the local government to say, come and see what your own local startups are doing with this technology. And they're doing it in the sectors that you care about. They're doing it in healthcare, they're doing it in manufacturing, they're doing it in Taiwan. There was a company that was able to use AI to identify use blueprints to identify building code violations, and whether the IDs are using, it adopts to the local laws and regulations. So it's incredible stuff, things we couldn't think of were being done. And so we engaged over 23 different government agencies across the Asia Pacific region to show them, here's what happens when you work with your, the private sector. And it can be foreign big tech companies, but it can be your local talent who are already using all the tools available to them. That's the power of the cloud. Your local talent can use whatever tools there, if it's Oracle Cloud or whatever makes sense for them, Amazon, Microsoft. And again, the power is open source because you're not locked in. With open source, you can take your data and take it wherever you want to put it. You want to put it in Oracle? Great. If you want tomorrow, if you get a better deal with Microsoft, go there. It should be what makes sense for you and gives you that control and flexibility.
Maybe I'll just bring in some perspective from Egypt. We've been working with Egypt for analyzing their AI strategy, and they have a very nice example of public-private partnership in that they built this applied innovation center, which model works as a tripartite model where you have the Ministry of Innovation and then the ministry that could be health or agriculture or the judicial system, and then you have the private sector. And the idea is that this domain ministry comes in with the need, and the Ministry of Innovation helps in gathering the technological solution together with private companies that help develop and scale the solution. And so this is proved very effective, for instance, in developing solutions for the health, like diagnosing retinopathy linked to diabetes, or even speech-to-text recognition for the judicial system. So I think there is, this benefit of having the private sector as providers, and also knowledge transfer, also in settings where, of course, technological innovation may be lagging because of the ecosystem itself.
Yeah, I think government can really learn from the private sector because there is lots of technologies and solutions which have already been implemented in the private sector that can easily be replicated in the government. If you look at what, if I take the Oracle example, what we are doing for private companies to run their HR, their payroll, their procurement, lots of these applications can easily be implemented in the Ministry of Finance to run your public procurement system, your public contract, the payment of your civil servants, etc., etc. So there is a lot of applications that the government can use to really leverage the power of cloud and AI. If I give you an example about healthcare, healthcare is a very important topic for Oracle. We bought Cerner a few years ago, which is a big electronic medical records company. And since then, we have made huge investment to modernize the healthcare sector, because we are very convinced that there is a lot of things to do. one of the main challenges of healthcare right now is that the data is fragmented. You have lots of various actors, stakeholders on the healthcare space, from health agencies to hospitals, to private insurance, etc. So there is lots of them, and usually the data is not really connected to each other. So what we are doing right now is trying to build an ecosystem solutions that gives the ability to governments to connect all these stakeholders together and have a global visibility at the national level, population level, to give, and using AI to give a better understanding for government officials about what is a national situation. So we call this a data intelligence platform for healthcare. It's already implemented in a few countries, but this platform using AI technology gives the tools to like identify and detect diseases, for instance, or to predict all the patient's needs in a specific region, even a specific country, a specific city, sorry. That's something we have done during COVID, and we saw it was working very well, and there is a huge demand for governments to have this type of dashboard, which is going to help them reduce healthcare costs, but also be able to improve patient outcomes. And the second level is a bit lower. Is about how we can modernize hospitals and how we can help health professionals like doctors, etc., to improve their quality of work in the hospitals, to make the hospital more efficient. And so actually we just released a few weeks ago a new electronic health record, which is actually, to make it simple, it's a hospital management system. So it's a software that manage the appointment for the doctors, drug prescriptions, number of beds you have, everything in the hospitals. And now we are embedding AI technology to try to automate all the tasks right now the health professional needs to do, like drafting a report, like putting the meeting in the agenda, or drug prescription. It takes time. And so now we are embedding voice recognition in our systems, and so doctors can just record the meeting, and at the end of the meeting, the AI is going to generate everything for you. So no reports to draft. AI, it will be generated by AI. The next meeting will be put in the agenda automatically through AI. Same for the prescription, etc. And we are able to reduce the time practitioners and health professionals are in front of their computer and not talking to the patient. So that's very important, and that's something which is already live. Actually, in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, in Qatar, we are already implementing these solutions in a lot of hospitals, and we see drastic important improvement in how patients are using healthcare in these countries. But it could be applied in much more situations. Justice is also one of them. Lots of AI application in the justice sector to analyze evidence, to schedule cases, to predict a potential outcome of a legal cases, sorry. So there is lots of way to use that. Agriculture is very important, and we have some good cases in Africa, or even in Philippines, where we use an agriculture solutions to help governments to monitor crops, to monitor the climate, to be able to anticipate climate change or some issues in the crop or stuff like that. Or even public safety. Public safety is the one maybe people know the better, because when you are a police authority or you are an emergency authority, you can use AI for emergency response, or for video screening, etc. So there is lots of use cases.
Fascinating subject. We could go on for quite some more time, and I have more questions in regards to emerging and frontier markets and how AI could be applied there, and I would love for us to continue on the conversation. But we are at the bottom of the hour, and I would love to end on that optimistic note around partnerships as well. So much can get done in that space. If one could have a favorite sustainable development goal, number 17, partnerships would be mine. So much gets done there. So just amazing to be able to talk about this with all of you today. Thank you again, Matisse, for joining us. Lucia, for joining us from OECD. Aziz, thank you again, Mr. Aziz Surim, for joining us as well from Meta. It's really been a pleasure to have this conversation today, to understand the role that the private sector plays in this space, its leadership in terms of building trust with the public sector as well. Truly a fascinating subject. And it was a pleasure to join you all today. I'll be around. I know Aziz, Lucia, and Matisse will also be around. We'd be love to take some questions at the end, as I think we might be out of time.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here. My name is Anil Pura. I'm from Nepal. And in terms of implementation of AI, there are a lot of challenges. The one of the most prevailing challenge is a trust issue in terms of sharing the data by the government and public partnership. So how to overcome that, and are there any good examples you would like to share with us? Thank you.
Well, quickly about trust in data management for governments. I think we mentioned this a little bit about building sovereign infrastructure. A few examples, about close to here, we work with the government of Oman, for instance. We have built sovereign infrastructure based in Oman because Oracle was not operating any cloud infrastructure in Oman. But the government wanted to use our technology. They wanted to use our technology to modernize their governments, to modernize their public services, and use AI. And so what we have done is that we have built a cloud for them, which is a dedicated infrastructure. It's built under the control of the Omani government with their own security, their own standards, certification, etc. So there is some solutions, as you say. And for me, the infrastructure, cloud infrastructure layer is probably one of the most important one to check when you want to really protect your data. And after we can also go into the protection of the data sets, anonymization, etc. But that's another aspect which is, I would say, much easier. But yeah.
At the risk of contradicting Matisse, but just to say yes, I mean that's one option. But I think with the answer is open source, where you're not locked in. You control your data. If you want, I mean, actually, Llama, which is Meta's model, is available to Oracle's cloud infrastructure. So yes, if you want to host it there, you can. But if things are too sensitive for the government of Nepal and you'd like to host it on your own infrastructure, you're happy to do that. You can also do both. Like, it can be hybrid. You're not locked into one proprietary system. And I think open source is the answer to give you maximum control, maximum sovereignty, whether it's cloud or on-prem, and basically you control your data. No one else does. And so open source is a solution for governments to look at. In fact, many governments are using it. They don't have to tell us that they're using it. And to some point, there are use cases where, especially now, where I think the next generation is going to be these things aren't going to run on just cloud and servers and computers. We're seeing edge devices. There are more mobile devices in the world and sensors in places that may not even have good connections. And so you need AI to run on those edge devices. And open source models now are getting so small that you can actually deploy it on your phone or on an edge, on a small devices, on edge devices as well. So lots of interesting use cases that could come out of that.
Right. Well, I know we're at the bottom of the hour and our time has come to a conclusion. But thank you again for the great question, and I'm sure our panelists would love to stick around and field a few more questions if anyone else in the audience would like to speak with us. Again, thank you again for joining today. To everyone online and everyone in the room, truly a pleasure. Such a fascinating topic. Matisse, Lucia, Aziz, thank you again.
Yeah, that's good. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't realize we have a written translation. Well,
Great job.
Thank you for the invite. It was great.
Yeah, it was truly a pleasure. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Very interesting topic. And,
I wish we could go on.
Yeah, me too.
I think we were worried about the hour. There's like easily another 2 hours of conversation that could be had.
Very interesting topic. I'm very happy to continue working with you guys. If you have other stuff, feel free to reach out.
Absolutely. Yeah, Allison is on our. I just saw her on Thursday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's on our executive committee, which is kind of like our board.
Okay.
So she is a really
strong
advocate.
I know that she's great. She's very supportive of my team as well. She's helping us a lot, especially with the community in the US. We have lots of, you and my team cover international, we have lots of foreign governments. We're working a lot with that as well.
Sure.
Very nice to meet you.
Same here, thank you. Do you have a government background?
A little bit. So before joining Oracle, I was a consultant. I worked for like a bit less than 10 years as an advisor. But first, I started working with the French government. I've been based in DC, in the US, the French embassy, and also in Paris, but not for a long time.
The French embassy is very strong French community.
Yeah, I love the French embassy. It's a very nice place. And also,
our CEO is the recipient of the French civilian.
Oh, les Légion d'honneur. Ah, great. Wow, that's a very, even me, I don't have the Légion d'honneur. But I have a more political background rather than public administration. I mean, I did the Macron's campaign in 2016. And so that's also why I
Hey, tick. Hey, tick 1, 2, tick. Hey, tick 1, 2.
Testing microphone. Hello, everyone. We will soon be starting this session, maybe in another 1 minute. Apologies for the late start of this workshop. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Greetings and welcome to AFICTA workshop on addressing the challenges of digital sovereignty in developing and least developed countries. Under the sub-theme, improving digital governance for the internet we want, under the overarching theme, building a multi-stakeholder digital future. My name is Jimson Olufuye. I will be the online moderator for this session, and I happen to be the chair of the Advisory Council of Africa ICT Alliance, AFICTA. Briefly about AFICTA, AFICTA is a concerned private sector-led alliance of ICT associations, companies, and professional individuals in Africa. It was founded in 2012 with 6 country membership, but now in more than 40 countries in Africa. Our vision is to fulfill the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa, and to do that, we collaborate with the African Union, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the African governments, especially the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and the federal government of Nigeria through the Federal Ministry of Communication and Information and Digital Economy, innovation and digital economy, and with its agency, the Nigerian Communication Commission, and the National Information Technology Development Agency. And we have the privilege to have with us the DG of the National Information Technology Development Agency. You're most welcome, Senua. And this is done in the spirit of multi-stakeholder engagement, which is the bedrock of internet governance, as outlined in the Tunis Agenda of the World Summit on Information Society 2005. AFICTA, I can say, is an outcome of WSIS. Per my day job, I'm the principal consultant at Contemporary Consulting Limited, based in Abuja. We help organizations achieve their digitalization and cybersecurity goals. I would like to thank the host, our host, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for hosting the Global IGF 2024. As someone who witnessed firsthand Saudi Arabia delegation's opposition to multi-stakeholder engagement during the concluding stage of the CSTD working group in 2018, I am really personally thrilled that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is indeed hosting all of us and welcoming all stakeholders. That is the government, private sector, civil society, the academic and technical communities to Riyadh. So I say salam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So thank you for hosting us, shukran. My co-on-site moderator speaker is Dr. Martins Koyabe, the regional manager for Africa for the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise. And online moderator is Ms. Rachel Chitanda, the deputy chair of AFICTA. Our rapporteurs are Ms. Tanye Kemabunta, Kayode Oyemi, and Shegun Omolosho. In this important session, which is entitled Addressing the Challenges of Digital Sovereignty in Developing and Least Developed Countries, we're going to have 3 rounds, a round of 25 minutes each for each section. And in the first round, I'll be asking our speakers the first policy question. And just before your answers, please, you quickly introduce yourself and your designation and affiliation. And then you go to the subject matter. When it's 3 minutes, I will give a thumbs up, and you begin to enable to conclude. Well, the issue of digital sovereignty is a very, very crucial one, very, very important. And it's even much more important because while Africa constitutes about 17% of global population, our presence with regard to data center and digital space about 1%. And so we need to address the issue of meeting up, even with our own industries, localizing our data, and ensuring that we participate in over 4.3 trillion digital economy of the world. So without much ado, I would like to throw in the first policy question. First and foremost, let me just mention that, yes, we also have this other speaker with us, Ms. Ulandi Esna, that's the chair of AFICTA. She's online. Chair, are you online? Please say hello if you're online.
Good morning or good afternoon, Dr. Jimson. Can you hear me?
Excellent.
I've also just switched my video on.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Please, if you are speaking,
Wonderful.
Please turn on your video. Please turn on your video. And we also have Mr. Kosi Amesino, the director economic activities in the Republic of Benin. Dr. Kosi, you're most welcome.
Hello.
Yes. So Dr. Kosi is here. We also have with us Dr. Melissa Sassi. Dr. Melissa Sassi, are you online?
Yeah, I'm here. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Thank you very much, Dr. Sassi. And we also have Jane Covin. Is Jane around? Jane? Okay, maybe she will join us soon. And we also have with us my friend, Dr. Toshikazu Sakano, Director of ATR in Japan.
Good afternoon. My name is Sakano. Thank you for inviting me this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we also have with us Dr. Martins Koyabe, who I mentioned earlier, Dr. Koyabe. And Mrs. Mary Uduma, where is she? Yes, please. Mrs. Mary Uduma, Coordinator of West African IGF. Please. And again, we have our DG there, is our special guest of honor. All right, so I've recognized Mr. Kemabonta on the line. Mr. Kemabonta, can you say hello if you're there? Or any of the secretarial people for the rapporteuring? Secretariat, can you say hello? If you can hear me. Okay, I can see them online, but I believe they can hear me. All right, so straight to the point, the first policy question. And our chair will be taking the first response to this. In the light of most developing and least developed countries lacking the capacity of hosting their huge data generated locally, and considering the importance of digital sovereignty to the development and security of an economy, please highlight the key challenges encountered by stakeholders in developing and least developed countries in the implementation of local servers and the adoption of data localization policy using South African experience or case study. And also answer the second one, what practical solution can you propose to address the challenges faced, say, in your country? Ms. Olanda, the chair of AVICTA, you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jimson. And also just by way of introduction, as you'd already mentioned, I'm the chairperson of AVICTA. I'm not going to provide the background on AVICTA because, Dr. Jimson, you've done so already. Also, just in terms of my day job, the one that pays the bills, because you know, we do a lot for out of passion. I'm an IT consultant. I serve on various governance structures and boards within the public sector. So I also hope to be bringing some of my experiences and the challenges that I experience in terms of the questions that I've posed in the context of, in the South African context. So just in terms of some of the key challenges that I have, Doc, I've also got my time going here so that I don't go over time, and I respect the time for other members as well. Some of the key challenges that we specifically also find in South Africa, and I'm sure it is very relevant throughout Africa, is the high infrastructure and capital costs. It isn't easy to build data centers. We have some amazing and incredible data centers in South Africa, but it requires huge amounts of investment. And obviously, as a country, you need to be attractive to investors so that they can, local investment or foreign investment, provide the capital for those infrastructure costs. We're also battling terribly in South Africa with electricity challenges. We've had some reprieve in the last several months in terms of electricity. So electricity is a lot better, but with that specific challenge, that means we need backup power. Backup power is expensive because it's the cost of diesel and fuel to maintain that power. So, and we're also battling At the moment in South Africa, we're experiencing water shortages. We haven't had, in Johannesburg, for example, we haven't had our summer rainfall, and our dams are running very low on water. So there's water restrictions, and you also need water for cooling. So it's really the cost around the capital. There's also something which we battle with in our context is the limited technical expertise. We don't have the required expertise to run huge data centers, to manage the data centers, to secure the data centers. So that is some of the challenges that we're experiencing. We do have good regulatory and legal frameworks in terms of data sovereignty within our country. So as far as information is concerned, we have which is very similar to the GDPR. In the European Union, we have what is called PAPIA, which is the Protection of Personal Information Act. And basically, if our data or personal data has to reside in another country other than South Africa, it has to comply with privacy standards, which is either equal to our own or better. So that is pretty much how we've addressed some of the regulatory and legal frameworks. Some of the other challenges include the security risks and data protection. We also have limited access to global technology providers. So those are just, some of the instances or some of the challenges that we experience in terms of the digital sovereignty in South Africa. Doctor, you've also indicated, I see I've got about 20 seconds left, just how we would deal with some of those challenges at a very high level. Very quickly, we would need hybrid and multi-cloud approaches just to ensure data residency. We need a stronger data sovereignty framework. And we also need local data centers and co-location in terms of data sovereignty. Chair, I will pause now to give the floor back to you, and I'm happy to take further questions at the next round. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, our distinguished Chair. That was quite a lot packed in 3.5 minutes. Thank you very much. Dr. Kosi, Benin move up to tier 2, right? Yeah. In the global cybersecurity index. Maybe you don't have any other challenges anymore. Do you still have challenges like South Africa?
Thank you, Chair. We have more challenge. The data center is also a challenge for us. We know our country have many cultural experience to share. We have many video. We have today in Benin 2 days for Vodou Days, for example. Every year we have 2 days for Vodou Days. We need to bring all the video, put it available for everyone, and let people know our culture very well. For that, we need data center. For this time, we have just one data center. We need to have another one, another big data center. But we need data center. We take a solar technology, for example, to let us use energy very well. Because energy also is a challenge for us. We need energy before use internet. If we don't have energy, we can't have internet. But energy before, water after, and we can talk about internet in the third time. Now, what is our challenge? Data, produce it, get it available for everyone, but secure also the accessible to that data. We have public information also for everyone. All our public service today is online. More of them is online. It's only the data center. People need to access on them. We have one ID for each people in Benin now to access to all your public information you need. You have your ID, we call FID. We do it with a project called WURI. We have Wuri project here in the booth here in Riyadh. We can go to our booth and see their action, what they do for our population. Every person in Benin have today one ID using their all information online. They can ask anything to government. If they can ask private people, if you can ask civil society, we can ask everything you need to be. Maybe with tax, you need to pay your tax. You need to provide also your ID. That is information I want to share this time.
Wow, that's quite impressive. You mean everyone in Benin has ID?
Yes.
National ID?
National ID.
That's quite impressive. Okay, good. Let's move to Dr. Melissa Sassi. Thank you, Dr. Melissa, because I know you have to wake up very early in the US to join us. You've always provided excellent advisory, best practice using the US experience to enlighten us more on the approach, the regulation in terms of what citizens need to do. Please, what is your view about this, data sovereignty, in view of how the US taking data sovereignty very seriously? Thank you, Dr. Sassi.
Exactly. So I spent a lot of my time working with highly regulated industries. So, financial services is really my focus right now. And, if you think about the kind of data that is collected, no one wants their, sensitive data, in the hands of nefarious characters, right? So I think, from my perspective, and I put some slides together, but I won't share my screen just in light of time. I kind of look at things from a few different perspectives. I look at it in terms of security, privacy, residency, and kind of the ownership structure, if you will, of the data center. And I kind of also think about it from the perspective of, what's the impact of, having a, local data center. And in my mind, it's kind of bigger than just looking at it from a sovereignty perspective. It's also kind of thinking about what impact on economic growth those data centers, would have in local communities. What it might bring in terms of infrastructure, development, social benefits, support, of local authorities, if you will, in the form of, let's say, tax revenues, whether that's sales, use, income, blah, blah, blah. But, those are, I think, some of the pros. I think it gives, local communities or local government, local, people, companies, what have you, increased autonomy, control over their digital ecosystem. And that, kind of ensures, a reduced reliance on, external entities. Naturally, assuming you've got the right technical infrastructure set up, you've got the right skills, of folks who are managing that data center, you have an enhanced, security. And as I mentioned, skills, leads to jobs, blah, blah, blah. But lots of challenges. And I've heard some folks, already share some of those. In many cases, many of our communities across the continent or, any other developing countries, there's inadequate access to reliable internet, communication technologies, even electricity. And it, kind of requires a dependence on, foreign tech and, in many cases reliance on, international tech companies. And again, that kind of connects into skills. It could connect into, budget access to funding. As one of our, colleagues mentioned, running a data center is not, is expensive, and it takes a lot to stand up a data center, to run that data center. Lots of innovation, I think, is happening, and people, I think, are looking at the role of, green hydrogen or all of the many innovations that, are possible to bring down the cost of running a data center. But it also kind of, I think, could bring, kind of an overemphasis on, localization. And, I'm big on partnership, so what role does, having such stringent, policies, in place, how does that impact collaboration? Does it bring more innovation or does it stifle innovation? I think the vote is probably still out on, many of those things. But I think, truth be told, we have, big skills gaps across, many of our countries, including, the developed world. I'm not sure where I personally stand, to be honest. I think when I think about my data, I'd like it to, I'd like to understand where it's going, whether it's, everything is, being handled appropriately, whether it's in use, in flight, whether it's being
Yes.
stored. And I think that same, safety and security needs to be applied, elsewhere.
That's true.
I look forward to seeing, kind of how the world is going to continue to evolve. And I also look forward to seeing more, locally grown countries, especially or companies, especially, tech ventures. We often think about, innovation coming from the valley. I think tomorrow is where we see, and even today and yesterday, innovation coming from the village.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
thank you, and let's go build those villages.
That's great. Thank you for that encouragement. That focusing on digital sovereignty empowers local businesses and local interests. You also mentioned the issue of collaboration and partnership. And I know Dr. Martin is very vast in the area of collaboration, especially capacity development, and has been mentioned. Has GFC been progressing concerning, handling these challenges, Dr. Martin?
First of all, thank you so much. As introduced earlier, my name is Dr. Martin, and I am involved with GFC within Africa. Let me shed some light, as my previous colleagues have already shed light on the challenges, but more importantly, be guided by the current statistics that we have. When you look at Africa today, we have roughly about just below 100 data centers that are probably of tier 3, tier 4 and above. When you look again within Africa, we are not using or optimizing what we call renewable energy in terms of really making sure that we conserve on energy, as alluded by our chair in South Africa, and also with Benin, as an example of where energy, we don't use renewables. I know we have a lot of solar, but I'm on record, I know that there are few countries that do have renewable energy, that are using renewable energy for data center running and so forth. So again, when you look at Africa in terms of its capacity building, which is where we see it, we've seen there is a comment that has come out on the skill sets of individuals who can run data centers. So we find the capacity to be able to have skilled engineers to be able to work within data centers is a little bit limited within the continent. Not because we don't have people, it's just because we don't have the favorable conditions, maybe whether it is incentives that we give to these individuals for them to remain in that particular market. But where I see specific challenges that we've seen within the continent is things like, for example, the barriers to international trade. We are seeing that when you have data localization, the rules might be tighter, and therefore what happens is that multinational companies might find it a little bit of a problem to trade within those particular countries. And this is a challenge, which requires also integration so that we can be able to work across borders. In fact, we were in a session this morning talking about borderless Africa, especially when it comes to data. And of course, we can't be able to have cross-border data transfers because of the trust levels that we have. Infrastructure is not built with our neighbors to the level that we want to trust them in that sense. There's also the restriction around fragmentation of the market. And here we are looking at two areas. So there's one where we look at the isolation in terms of the global market, that is restriction of policies within the least developed countries and developing countries participating in the global digital economy. We are also seeing there is an increased operational cost, meaning that localization requires, or rather leads to, sometimes inefficiencies, which we don't use in our own countries, and that sometimes can lead to operational cost. And then the last thing that I really wanted to point out as a barrier that we are seeing is the issue around the impact on the small businesses and startups. I think it has been mentioned here. Let's look at the statistics. In Africa today, nearly most of the economies of Africa, 75% of their GDP depends on small to medium enterprises. So if that sector is impacted by any of what we are saying here, whether it's data localization, fragmentation of markets, then we are already impacting economically in those particular economies. And I can see two areas. One is the issue around startups will struggle to meet the localization requirements, for example, because it's very restrictive or very high to afford. Then we also have the issue around limited access to global platform, because by that time when you localize and you don't provide a platform, then you're limiting the marketing of these particular startups. So that's an inhibiting factor. But there could be a light at the end of the tunnel. So what are we trying to do based on what we said? So the first thing we see here is there's a need for harmonizing policy. We've just had a discussion around Africa having a continental data policy that can be adopted by many regions and countries, so there's a need to harmonize. But even in harmonization, we are calling for what we call layered harmonization. For example, let's make sure that the infrastructure in ECOWAS countries is up to standard so that we can be able to build the data centers. Let's make sure we have a strategy for data centers in terms of the green data centers, which we don't have a framework in the continent. Let's have also something that says we have the top-level domain names being used within the countries that we're talking about. So therefore, the layered approach is so significant. And then the other one is the area around capacity building. And the GFCE, we've taken a deliberate and very purposeful approach to actually look at the bottom-up approach. So we are looking at the middle-tier management to train them so that they can have a south-to-south interaction, to bring the experts within the south-to-south collaboration to help converge the development and making sure that we have solutions. I'll give you an example. If there is an engineer in Benin who is well known in doing something, I'm not saying my colleague here, but somebody in Benin, and this person, he or she, has the expertise that we require, then this person can be very useful, one, within the ECOWAS region, or we can take that person to the southern area to be able to help other countries. So the south-to-south interaction in terms of experience with something that we want to do. The two other points that I want to say just before I put down the mic is the PPP. We have to exploit the public-private partnership, because the PPPs bring what we call the expertise, the investment, and more importantly, they will be able to solve the problem of this inhibiting of data moving from one country to another, and also making sure that countries are able to have proper ecosystem for startups. And then lastly, encourage innovation so that we don't stifle it. Thank you.
Fantastic public-private partnership, layered regulatory framework. We'll be interested in hearing how is it in Japan in terms of data center management, data sovereignty, localization. How is the regime like in terms of even business data, citizen data? Are they primarily in Japan or they are outside Japan? Dr. Sakano, please kindly intervene.
Thank you very much, Ofe-san, my friend. And, my name is Toshikazu Sakano from ATR. ATR is Advanced Telecommunication Research Institute based in Kyoto, Japan. And I'm now working for research and development of the ICT for disaster countermeasure. But in the past, I used to work for NTT, the biggest telecom company in Japan. And let me introduce about the data handling I experienced in NTT. About 2000 to 2005, NTT Communication is one of group companies of NTT, and I used to work for that company. In that company, the company has many data centers worldwide, and our company's data was stored in a data center in Japan, but also in the west coast of the United States. And these data centers were interconnected using a submarine optical fiber cable with over 10 gigabit per second or something like that. So once company created the data is stored in the data center in Japan, but at the same time, the data is transferred to 1,000 kilometers away in West Coast data center for security and many other ways. Why we could do that is the West Coast data center in the United States was owned and operated by NTT. So the distance and the country, we don't care. Who is operating or who owns the data center is a very important issue. And actually, another story, actually 2011, Japan got a big earthquake, and maybe over 20,000 people were dead because of that big earthquake. And at that time, over 1.5 million telephone lines disrupted all the way because of tsunami, big wave. And people in that disaster-affected areas, they could not use telephone, but also they could not access to the internet anymore. Under that situation, people were struggling to make their living and looking for missing people and the kind of thing they are doing. So after that big earthquake, I created the new idea of quickly restore the local communication. That we call MDRU, or MDRU, Movable and Deployable Resource Unit, for quick restoration of telephone services. And after that, we moved to the not only telephone but also internet-like services, quick restoration, called LACS, Locally Accessible Cloud System. That kind of system we propose and proposed to ITUT and many things I have done. So in the course of proposing and research and development of ICT for disaster recovery, the standalone, very small local cloud system is very useful in very isolated areas. So
the data there are localized?
Yeah,
so
data is localized.
Okay.
That is one solution.
Okay.
So here's big data center and localized standalone system. So you need to collaborate between big data center and local systems to solve the problem related to digital severity.
Thank you very much.
So this is one thing.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
So there's need to collaborate. There's need to collaborate. And as a Nigerian, I can see that even in a regulatory framework in Nigeria, perhaps Madam Mary, I'm sure the DG, who is the authority in this area, they are the one that get back to data governance regime in Nigeria and ensuring that data is protected with a lot of regulation and so on and so forth. So he will intervene later in terms of rounding off, so to speak. But man, what is your view? How has Nigeria fared concerning digital sovereignty?
Thank you. I want to start by telling a story, what happened to us in September. September this year, October. In Nigeria, we experienced collapse of, was a bombing of the financial sector data. At a point, you couldn't access your account because there was issue of security. So for security reasons, we were not able to access, and I think one was even, what was it called, hacked. One of the banks. I won't mention the name. I think one of them was hacked. Even the DG seated here was startled and was really concerned about what was happening at that time. And even up till now, there are still banks that are still experiencing some difficulties, right, in localization of data, their system, their data services. We don't know, I don't know whether they are hosting all their data locally, or there are some that are not hosted locally. Then NIRA, Nigeria Internet Registration Association, the managers of .ng, in September, October, their machine just stopped working. And some of our websites went down, that the website of Nigeria Internet Registration and the Registration Association, the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum, Ndukwe Kalo Foundation, we are all being hosted by the NIRA, what was it called? NIRA data center. So we couldn't access our network. We couldn't access our website. So that's a question for me. Does it work to have it totally nationally located, or do we do plan B as they did for redundancy? That's one. We have tried in Nigeria, but we are supposed to solve that problem. I also want to look at the demand side. When we don't have enough data generated within the community or within the nation, we cannot attract the big investors to bring in the big data center. Benin. So I don't know what the volume, the big data you have that will attract the big data providers, service providers, so that we have data center that will accommodate all of us. So as a FICTA, I think we should look at the demand side of data in our countries in Africa. What happens to that demand side? And again, statistics, let's do research. Let's do a lot of research in this. And then we can sell it. We can sell this research, saying to the entity, is it? Yes, asking them that we have enough data generated in our countries. Please come and invest. You will see it. And they will come investing in our countries. Again, there should be intentional policy by the government to say that our data should remain our data, should remain localized. But there must be a lot of redundancy within, or collaboration, as we have listened to, and capacity building, as Martin has said, both for the engineers and the policy makers. We need to build the capacity of the policy makers, and we need to build the capacity of the legislators as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much. We need to have real redundancy. Very, very important. And we're happy that Dr. Sakano is here. Japan may invest in the regional data center. They may be located in Nigeria. We are welcome. Okay. So we have the DG here, so investors are welcome. Well, so this brings us to the end of round one. It's not working? Okay. Okay, this is working. All right. All right, so this brings us to the end of round one. And I'm going to hand over to my online moderator, the deputy chair of AFICTA, Rachel Shitanda, to take the second policy question. Ms. Rachel?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Jameson, for the warm welcome and also for a very good moderated fast session. My name is Rachel Shitanda. I'm the deputy chair for AFICTA, currently based in Nairobi, Kenya. I am in a daytime job. I'm a CEO for a company called Pambatech. So I'm excited to be here today and also to moderate this session. And so we'll dive in right to our next question. To our panelists, how can the DLDCs balance objectives of digital sovereignty with the benefits of cross-border data flows for the economic growth and innovation as we are addressing the challenges of digital sovereignty and data localization? I think we have already mentioned a bit of this in the session about localization of data and how cross-border data can affect economic growth. But I want to for us to dive a bit deeper into the conversation and discuss that. I'll start with our first speaker, our chair, Madam Yulendi Exter.
Thank you so much, moderator, as well as my deputy chair of FICTA. You know, while I was listening to some of our members, I have some comments and recommendations in terms of how we can address, how we can balance the objectives of digital sovereignty with the benefits of cross-border data flow. But while I was listening to some of the comments mentioned and some of the discussion points, something that really does concern me, and it's something that we really have to perhaps get a handle on is, do we actually know where our data is located? So yes, we're talking about infrastructure. We've got data centers internationally or locally, but can we hand on heart say that we know where our data is stored? As soon as we submit our data, whether it's being for government submissions or even personal, do we as individuals know that our data is being stored locally or it's being stored internationally? So that's just one of the concerns that I have in terms of whether we really know where our data resides and who has access to our data, who's responsible for that data, who has ownership of that data, who's the custodian of the data. So that's just something that's been rattling my mind. I mean, it has been rattling my mind for quite some time, but it's just brought it to the fore again now. So, and that is why it is very important that we do have an understanding of where our data resides. And I think legislation is very, very important. We do need to understand the legislation needs to support us in the sense that if we're saying that the data can only reside locally, we also have to have a regulator that has some teeth, that is able to enforce regulation. So, we might have, in instances, a regulator that doesn't really have much force and perhaps just slaps the organization with a small fine. So it is really important that we do have an understanding of where our data resides. So be that as it may, perhaps it is important that, or it may be a need that we have data residing in different continents or in different countries. So what is then very important is that we have to perhaps look at select localization. So we're very specific in terms of what data is stored locally. So if sensitive data and personal data is stored locally, less sensitive and less personal data is stored perhaps across our borders. So perhaps also to encourage some of the challenges or to address some of the challenges around digital sovereignty and data localization effectively, we need to incentivize innovation. We need to offer incentives for tech startups and businesses to innovate locally while we're still engaging in global markets. We also need to, coming back to ensuring that we have an understanding of where our data resides. We need to have cross-border data flow agreements, because again, we might find ourselves in a situation where there's been some cyber breach, and we need to be able to bring those, as Dr. Sassi says, nefarious people to book, and we need to be able to have cross-border agreements to ensure that if there are any cyber activities or cyber criminal activities that are taking place, we can address them accordingly. Other than that, Chair, I think, Moderator, I think I'll leave it at that stage. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for that insightful feedback and contribution to the conversation. I'll go back to Dr. Martin. You mentioned a bit about need for collaboration in terms of policy making, and also how can we put this in terms of helping For example, we can see the GDRCs and how they've been able to manage to improve localization of information and also collaboration around policies on data in Europe. And Asia as well have similar policies framework among some member countries. How as Africa can we do in order to enable this collaboration, and also how can this one also help us in terms of economic development and also sovereignty as well? To you, Dr. Martin.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me try and put this into perspective because I know we've got other speakers who will talk after me. First of all, within the continent, we do have what we call the data policy framework that has been established at the AU level. This is a document that actually helps to guide around how we govern data. There are two dichotomies here. One is when we talk about data governance, we are not really referring as controlling data, but ideally we are saying how do we govern data within a jurisdiction? And there has to be a concerted effort in terms of harmonizing whether it's policy or regulation, especially at regional level. We know various countries have their own national policies, they have their own national legislations, but the idea here would be at the regional level. And the regional economic communities have a very, very strong opportunity, and we know ECOWAS are doing a good job, SADC are doing a good job, and others, to make sure that they can have that regional harmony. We are also seeing continental agreements being able to be fostered. For example, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. These agreements do bring together African countries to be able to trade among themselves. So we expect data to move from boundary to boundary. Therefore, when you look at the requirements of these agreements, they would only say that data will move from one boundary to another, but they don't do the prescriptive composition of how that can be achieved. So it is the how that needs to be understood so that it's more flexible, more agile, and it does not stifle innovation. So that's one thing that we really need to see. The other point is to make sure that we do not necessarily, we need to understand the data sets. There's a possibility that within each country we can understand what's the actual data that needs to be shared and what's the data that should not be shared. So therefore, Chair, I would urge that under this understanding, we should not just talk about data per se, but we should be more descriptive and say, is this the data that needs to be shared? Because to be honest, there's some specific data that just needs to be shared. But there's some data that we agree that should not be shared. And therefore, this frugal, the conservative way of how we look at data could be an enabler to move us to the next stage rather than blanketing data as it is. Then the last point that I really want to put across is that we really need to emphasize on skills. And when I'm talking about skills here, we are talking about sustainable skills. Because what we have today is people get trained, they go back to their institutions. Because the institutions don't pay them well, they leave. So we don't have anything to do with loyalty that is built in. We don't have anything that does with incentivizing these individuals to be able to be there. One of the areas that we could intervene is that we should concentrate in investing in the middle tier management within the government, because these are the individuals who actually do the work. I'm not saying that our top level managers are not doing the work, but we've got more talking than doing the work. So let's concentrate on investing in that. And then let's also give them the incentive to do that. The other point, Chair, that I would like us to put up is the institutional memory. When we talk about policymakers, when we talk about leaders, parliamentarians, and others, they come and go. What happens to those institutions? How do those institutions ensure that the next government and the next government will come in and they will be able to propagate the same institutional memory that we have? Many countries in the world that are doing well in this space always insist on specific institutional memory to be carried forward into the next generation. So we have this cycle of politicians or cycle of political cycle that really brings us back to square A. What we want to do is, when there's a political change, keep the policies that are good, as alluded by our moderator about policy, and then continue those policies so that we don't have policies dying because the government has left. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that intervention, Dr. Martin. I would also want Dr. Chishikazu to also contribute a bit and add on what Martin has said in terms of data, cross-border data and security in regards to what he also contributed first, that is maybe how secure can the data be and how, as a recovery mechanism, can country use the opportunity for cross-border data sharing in disaster management and also continuity of also economic growth. Yeah, as we focus on the second policy question. Dr. Toshikazu?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And let me talk a bit about this cross-border data flowing from the point of view of digital surveillance. The keyword is layer, and layer structure, and layer management, and layer operation. What I mean is, the usually internet has a structure of layer, physical layer and IP layer and application layer, something like that. And business structure is almost the same as this layer structure. So physical layer, most telecom companies are responsible for mainly for physical layer. IP layer, ISP is responsible for that. And application layer, many big service companies, SNS and Google and many companies are responsible for providing the application layer services. So this layer structure is very important, and we should be strictly keep this structure. And looking at the physical layer, data center, you can see the physical layer, IP layer, application layer, you can see the same thing. So once data center is structured and operated, in the physical layer, for the data center, engineers need to operate the computers and the storage, and once the computer is broken, they need to replace something like that. So that is the chance to grow the engineer if you have the data center in your country. So look at the semiconductor industry. So what is the semiconductor industry? The biggest company for production is TSMC, based in Taiwan. They are focusing on the, you can say, physical layer of semiconductor for the country. They don't design the semiconductors, but they focus on the production. The same thing happens in the IT sector. So if you have data center in your country and start operating it, then the engineers start growing. And cross-border data will be increasing. And that will contribute to the country's economy. This is the kind of viewpoint. Okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Toshikazu. I'll go to Melissa on this question of cross-border data sharing and in terms of your experience in policy making. What do you think is your contribution in terms of how cross-border data can foster economic and also innovation, as we also address the digital sovereignty and localization? Dr. Melissa?
Yeah, so I've spent, gosh, the last 10 years working on tech innovation. Before that, financial services, I did a couple stints on Wall Street. And, about a year ago, I kind of looked at the number of companies that I'd worked with around the world. And I realized that I, had an opportunity to work with, 250 companies, 250, founders, probably more, because some of the companies had, multiple co-founders across 80 countries. They had kind of went on to raise $500 million in investment capital, and those companies now are worth a collective total of $2.7 billion. And as I looked at that, I said, wow, and these innovation can come from anywhere. But, I think that there is a, strong connection between having, a strong, having strong technical, infrastructure locally. And, it, as I mentioned before, I think, brings jobs and also brings, this concept in my mind that, technology is kind of an equalizer, if you will. And, I think it enables, local people, again, from any village, anywhere, to think about what is it that I can solve? What is it that I can do in my, local community, bringing innovation, whether that's, for that data center or, any other, kind of product, service, whatever, that, might be relevant. And I was looking at something, I'm just gonna, you can't see my screen, but I'm gonna flip it over. And I was looking at something around, the size of data centers, in terms of, power consumption. And, 10 years ago, a 30 megawatt data center was, considered large. Today, data centers, are, let's say a normal data center, nobody's, kind of blinking an eye at, 200 megawatts and much bigger. As we think about, the compute power that is, required for, AI workloads, that impacts, energy consumption. It impacts, local communities. So I think, again, that also brings innovation. If you wake up, today and your village is not electrified, you don't have access to the internet, what role could, building data centers in, whatever country it is, whether, again, across the continent or anywhere else, what role could that play to enable, local people anywhere to think about, a role bigger than them from a workforce development perspective than, in the local community. That said, I think, whether these predictions are right or wrong, that's, to be determined. But, I was reading a study also recently saying that, in the future, it's expected that, the hyperscalers, so that would be your, Microsoft's, AWS's, Google, others, should take about 60 to 65% of, let's say cloud, having it hosted in the cloud, whereas, hosted, let's say privately, or maybe not necessarily, with one of the hyperscalers at like 35 to 40%. Who knows what's going to happen with that? But I also was kind of thinking about another thing, and I was looking at a, kind of new list, and I think it came out probably the end of last year. And there's always, a lot of innovation that's happening again everywhere. And it listed kind of a really interesting innovations that's happening around the world, some in local communities and some from, innovators wherever they may come from, and what they're working on, what they're doing. So, what I was able to kind of look at in terms of trends was, let's say cooling technology. How can you, provide, solutions that, enable, different tech solutions that bring more, sustainable, data center, running a more sustainable data center. I also saw some, really interesting things around, efficiency. Again, kind of cooling, eliminating water, thinking about chemical usage, and, the impact that has on, on the climate, which in many cases, impacts, developing nations at a, more, at a larger rate. And I also looked at, some of the innovation that's happening in terms of, compute capabilities, and how can, these data centers really think about performance, density, and availability. how can, innovation impact, bring about, let's say, zero impact, on the environment. I mentioned earlier, green hydrogen. How can local communities think about planning and building, energy efficient, solutions that are, trusted, secure, and, having the right level of, data center, or security, privacy, blah, blah, blah. We'll see how things, continue to, transpire. But as I mentioned, I am always very excited about the innovation that can come from a village versus always hearing about what's happening, in the valley. So thank you.
Thank you so much for the contribution. It's always nice to hear from you, Melissa. Very knowledgeable and resourceful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll give a chance to Mrs. Mary Uduma to just tell us a bit about how, as a civil society champion of the people and the society, what is your take on data localization and how that can impact the society? How can it impact human beings in terms of their rights, the socio-economic aspects? On to you, Mary.
Okay, thank you.
Just to know that we are short of time, so
Okay,
we
I'll
just
be
make it.
Kim. Okay, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Data is universal. Data is everywhere. I don't know whether we can hold back data. And so there's data without borders. But when we talk about cross-border data flow, there are legal issues that will be involved. There's the economic issues which Melissa had enumerated. I don't want to go into. There are the regulatory issues, data governance, data protection, and some countries you may have developed your own data protection, and it becomes now very difficult to relate with the other people the other countries that your data will flow. So they don't have data protection law, and it becomes a difficult thing for us in the civil society. We want to flow from Nigeria to South Africa without restriction. When we get there, our data will be able to get our data and work on that or use it. But where there is where we don't have the same level of development in terms of regulatory issues, we have problem. There's security issues also. For us, we want to be secured when we move from one country to the other, and when we are looking at our data should be protected. It should be secured, whether it's flowing into another country or is within our country. So the cross-border data flow is very, very critical for us, and we also want to look at policies or cooperation where we could have the multi-stakeholder cooperation or multi-stakeholder groups coming together to say, this is my issue when it comes to data flow. The academia will say this is our issue and all that, and we sit on a round table and find solution to, just as we are doing now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Mary Oduma. I'll go to Dr. Kosi. What is your take on this policy question on how this can affect the socioeconomic, the innovation, and also governance of the same? Maybe you can give us your piece of wisdom on that.
Thank you, moderator. That is very important for government, because when we don't have data, we don't have also money. We need data to know who is there to pay tax, for example. That is very important for government. We have to know security of data is very important. We can't share any kind of data. It's not possible. For some sharing, we need convention between two countries or our country and some big companies That is very important also to know. But whatever, we have some specific big countries who have their own data center, putting there their information like bank, finance, and all of specific big countries have their own data. But they're supposed to have backup on national data centers also, and let government and their system protect the data, because if we have any problem on data in any country, government is firstly affected. People are not possible to attend their money. That is a problem for government first, before we are talking about civil society and so on. That's very important. We need to have for that key. We need to be identified online to let security people do their job very clearly and simply. That is very important for us too. Thank you.
So much, Dr. Kosi. I think, Dr. Jameson, I think I've exhausted all the speakers that
Yes,
are
thank you.
contributing to the conversation.
Thank
And
you.
I think we can go to our next session with you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair, Ms. Rachel Chitanda, for doing justice to that round. For our time is already well spent. We just have barely 15 minutes. Time runs so fast. I want to give opportunity to our special guests of honor this occasion. That's the Director General of National Information Technology Development Agency. They've done a lot. I know it. I don't want to say anything, but because he is the authority to speak, that is my brother,
Thank you, Dr. Jinson, and I'm super excited to be here with you this afternoon, and I'm really honored to contribute to this conversation. In Nigeria, for the past 6 months, we've been working with the ecosystem on this issue of digital sovereignty. For us, when you talk about digital sovereignty, it's beyond data sovereignty. You need to look at the operation sovereignty, the infrastructure sovereignty, even the talent sovereignty. Like Madam Mary shared the challenges we are experiencing with our banking sector, which as a result of just a regulation for them to upgrade their core banking application. The core banking application is developed in another country, which they upgraded using it, and still they are grappling to even go back to the previous standard where they are. Even yesterday, I tried to use my bank. A lot of features were no more there. So for me, this is part of sovereignty also. As a nation, we should be able to control our digital future. So we've been working with all the data center providers, the ecosystem, the hyperscalers, and so on how to achieve that sovereignty. And also, I hear a lot of data sovereignty, localization, residency, and so on. So we need to create clarity about it. What is sovereignty? Sovereignty is not the same thing with residency. It's not the same thing with localization. So when you talk about sovereignty, it's about applying laws of country where the data is stored. So you can have your data anywhere. It will respect the laws of that country as well as it can respect your laws. So that cannot in any way affect cross-border data flow. So you can agree even with the hyperscalers to have your data staying anywhere, but that data must comply with your country's laws and regulation. While residency has nothing to do with even laws and regulations, but mostly they look at it where you can store your data for tax incentives and other things. But the big question is localization, which talks about storing and processing data in a country where it is created. So for me, the question or the answer to this challenge is we need to come up with data classification because there are sensitive data that cannot go beyond borders. And even today we are talking about even creating cloud infrastructure for military services and other things. Because today we are using the same cloud infrastructure for military, for intelligence, for civilian, which is not good for any country. In case of any war or something, if your military infrastructure is attacked, it will affect the civilian. So countries need to create that cloud sovereignty. So we are working hard within Nigeria. We had an issue of working with one of hyperscalers to help us develop cloud first strategy. But most of the time, business people, they will help you, but they are there for profit. Whatever they do, they will try to benefit from it. And we have a local content regulation that talks about data localization in Nigeria, which is in clash with the cloud first policy. So now we are working with all the local data center providers, the hyperscalers. How can we get them to come and have a zone or data centers in Nigeria? On 10th of December, Huawei launched its local zone in Nigeria. So we are working with others. We are engaging them to see how they can come to build data center or even to use a local data centers to have zones in Nigeria. So most of them, they are asking of, there are challenges in Africa or we are not ready, but they don't have a clear answers to what they want us to do for them to come to African countries. So, but we are engaging them. We know most of them, they look at the energy source, they look at the land availability, they look at the talents, which we all have this. So, and the only way to achieve that is through that negotiation and dialogue, which we believe very soon we'll have them coming to Africa, coming to Nigeria, so that we can build our own data. Because if you look at today, our internet traffic, more than 85% of transatlantic traffic is on content. And most of this content we access are on hyperscalers, and they are created locally. You hardly see a Nigerian watching movies or music from other parts of the world, but we all watch them on YouTube and so on. So why can't we localize them? And you spoke about it is beyond just national security, but the economic impact of it. That's the most important. And when you talk about AI today, you cannot train your foundational model over public cloud. We need to have that compute power in our countries. We even need to have edge compute power across the country so that we can upload our data and train the algorithm. So thank you very much. It's quite interesting. I will take some of the feedback to shape the work we are doing on attracting the hyperscalers to Nigeria and Africa. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, DG. Well, I'm going to throw this open to the audience. Just one question or one comment. Can you do it in 1 minute? Yep. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Berhard Faras. I'm from Indonesia, and currently I'm studying in Tsinghua University for my master degree, and my research is all about digital sovereignty. So I've been researching this for several years, so I'm really interested with the topic. So basically, I already add LinkedIn to all of you guys. Please accept me on LinkedIn, and we can talk more about it later. But the thing is, regarding to my thesis as well, for my basically we have to have a clear understanding about what digital sovereignty is, because like I see every single people, every single country have its own perspective of what digital sovereignty is, and it's quite hard to be in the same frequency because like there is so many things to measure, right? So I hope that we can conclude with this event, through this event, and through my research as well, later on, I can get feedback from you and I can get your source so I can build the measurement tools and the global definition of digital sovereignty. That's it. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Be rest assured that we are more than ready to support your research because we believe in research a lot. Well, we're coming gradually to the conclusion of this session, and it has been quite illuminating. And there's been a number of points shared. So we're looking at takeaways and a call to action. Well, digital sovereignty, I think DG got it right, because when you talk about digital, you're talking about ICTs, you're talking about different segments of the information communication technology, and we need to classify. Even Dr. Martins mentioned that, classify data. I had a bid, I'm a businessman, and I was to tender for a project, and a cloud project, and if I were to use a local data center, I would never have won that project. But because it was a kind of a commercial or academic data, so it's not top secret data. So I could use cloud in the US, which our company have a data center. And with that, I got very competitive pricing. And with that, we won the bid. So there is a provision, the law in Nigeria that says, okay, for government data, you must, if you are to host it overseas, you must get approval. But basically, at default, it must be hosted in Nigeria, which is a good one that segmented the classified public data from commercial data. So that is smart regulation, which I really want to encourage other countries to emulate. With that, we can still do our business. We can transition gradually, to building a more robust local data center. So with regard to takeaways, we have discussed extensively, and we identified that, yes, we need to build capacity locally. We need to build the economy. We need to have an economic rollout with digital sovereignty, and that we should not forget about cross-border data flow with regard to cross-border trade, which is indispensable to prosperity, even though digital sovereignty is imperative. We mentioned the AU digital data policy framework, so we need to work with that. Okay, and then also we look at the cost. The cost of having this locally is high. So I just illustrated with a business. So we have to look for classify the data, and then also electricity is a major challenge that has been identified. But I'm happy to say here that we deployed for a client 10 years ago. We deployed a data center for a client 10 years ago, and it's been running using just solar. We deploy solar and everything running 24/7 for 10 years, even with some cooling system. Even though it might not be like tier 4 or tier 3, but at least it serves their need. So we have the capability locally to really, deploy the experiences there to really make this happen. Then with regard to call to action, I think we talk about security. Therefore, countries that are yet to sign the Malabo Convention should do so. And then the WTO ITA2 agreement, we need to look at that and be signatory to that. Many are signatory to Budapest Convention. Those that are yet to be, they should be connected to that. And then we have the issue of data abuse, breaches all over the place, and that's give back to lack of confidence in a way. But we have new metrics. There's a new metrics that will help us to even do assessment. It's available on tcmm.africa, tcmm.africa. You can check it out. It could help your organization or businesses or even government to check the assessment level, to assess themselves, identify the gaps. And all this we are discussing measured to the Sustainable Development Goal. We must not forget we want to have no hunger, we want to achieve prosperity, and we want to ensure that the Global Digital Compact that was signed in September 2024 in US at the UNGA is realized by 2030. So on this note, I want to thank all our speakers and the moderator, our chair, Ms. Sulandi Esna. Thank you so much for taking the time for your insightful speech. Dr. Kosi, thank you. Appreciate you. Dr. Melissa Sessi, thank you again. When we call, you always respond. And Dr. Toshi Sakano, thank you very much for those perspectives. Dr. Martins, as always, thank you. And Amazon, Ms. Mary Uduma, we thank you, always on the point. And of course, very importantly, I want to thank our DG, Kashifu Noah Abdullahi, for that pungent contribution. And to the students, thank you. And everybody, thank you. Oh, I can see the Grandmaster of Internet Governance there. Thank you very much for supporting the upcoming masters. So on this note, also thank you to all the participants online. Thank you again, Deputy Chair Richard Chitanda. This brings to the conclusion of this session. Thank you.
Chair, I was requesting we go there.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Yes,
you can come, okay? Nice intervention.
Okay.
Thank you. Always. Thank you. Mary, as always, thank you.
As always.
It was very good. Yeah. That was very good.
Thank you. Yes, no. I'm doing well.
So, Chair, what we need to do, Chair? Chair. So, Chair,
Very
what
difficult.
Yeah, you're still relevant.
Yeah.
That's good. Part 2.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. We need part 2.
Yes.
So that we say, what have we done, you know?
Yes, that's correct. Absolutely.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening, everyone. We are on channel 1 from the tech team, and we will get started in just a moment. All right, we will get started, and people can join us as they can. Once again, good morning or afternoon in your time zone. I'm Amara Shaker-Brown. I'm a program officer with the National Democratic Institute, working on our democracy and technology team. And today we will be discussing the key themes coming out of regional and international fora from this year and identifying how digital rights advocacy and advocates in the global majority can better engage with policymakers at the global, regional, and local levels on the vast number of issues impacting the digital space. As I'm sure is a key theme at the IGF so far, but 2024 has served as a pivotal moment for the international community to come together and articulate the future of internet governance through all of the things that have happened this year, from Net Mundial to Drift to WSIS, and with the adoption of the Global Digital Compact. Throughout all of these processes, we unfortunately have seen the continuation of the themes of the global majority and global majority voices being undervalued, underrepresented, or not represented at all. This ties into some of the National Democratic Institute's work along with our partners. So since 2016, the National Democratic Institute, the Center for International Media Assistance, and the Center for International Private Enterprise have been running the Open Internet for Democracy Initiative, a program to build a network of open internet advocates who champion the democratic values and principles to guide the future development of the internet and how it works. Our Open Internet Leaders program, 2 of which are with us, along with their mentor today, have been a key part of our work. Our leaders are emerging experts in digital rights and open internet issues from the global majority, representing civil society, the media, and the local private sector. So I will quickly introduce our panelists, and then we can jump right in. So we'll start with Ananda. Ananda Gautam is a passionate youth leader focused on democratizing human rights in the digital age, advocating for inclusive technology policies since 2018. His commitments include leading global initiatives like the Internet Society Youth Standing Group and co-founding Open Internet Nepal, while also promoting digital freedom and cybersecurity. Through research, advocacy, and capacity building initiatives, he strives to empower young people in shaping the future of internet governance. And he was one of our leaders. Paula Galvez Calirgos is a tech policy consultant dedicated to advancing ethical AI and human-centric digital regulation globally. She holds a Master's of Public Policy from the University of Oxford, congratulations, recently, and serves as the founding director of IDON AI Lab, UNESCO's lead AI national expert in Peru, and as a team leader for the Center of AI and Digital Policy. And Peace Amuge is the Africa Regional Strategy Lead with the Association for Progressive Communications, where she works on the intersection of technology, human rights, and gender. She's a member of the UN Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group with the Internet Governance Forum, so she has been very busy. And she is also a member of the advisor group for our Open Internet for Democracy initiative. So thank you, all 3 of you, for taking the time and for coming for this. And we will hop right in with, just an easy, simple question on internet governance. So Peace, I guess we'll start with you and move across. How can global majority advocates maximize the impact of key themes emerging from these 2024 fora, such as Net Mundial, G20, WSIS, to advance a free, open, and interoperable internet in their regions. So taking some of these global themes and applying or advocating for them at a regional level.
Thank you very much, Amara, and everyone else who has joined us in this room. I'm privileged to be part of this panel and have these very key discussions. I think to me, what would be important is to, first of all, unpack what we mean by free, open, internet. What does that mean to us? What does that mean to the different stakeholder groups that we have, to the different communities that we're talking about, the different contexts? I think when we when we unpack that, then we will know what we exactly want, because we need to have some clarity when we talk about the open, free internet that we want to advance. And so then when we have this clarity, then we will know, set our priorities, and know if we're talking about affordable access, if we're talking about local content. I think it would be important when we have that clarity or unpack, know what we mean. And then we start to have more details and create these priorities that I've just mentioned, and then have our agenda set. And then we go into, having our very harmonized strategy, for us to benefit or leverage from all these processes that are happening. And I think then more and more we need to establish, and we need to engage and embrace collaborations and synergies across the different stakeholders, and embrace the multi-stakeholder approach. And also, when we still talk about internet, for me as someone that comes from the African region, I think a very important, crucial aspect of the internet to talk about is the access. We cannot talk about any other things, any other issues if we are not connected, meaningful connectivity, having communities, local communities connected, because we still have very many people who are not connected. So I think for me, that is something that I would want to say as we start this conversation, setting our priorities. And for me, as someone that comes from the African, I think access is so important. Thank you.
Hey, Paula.
Kamara. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Let me give you a perspective from someone that is from Latin America. I'm from Peru. It's a developing country that had participated actively in these discussions, but it's not well. Okay. Can you hear me well now? Yes, thank you. So let me provide my perspective as someone that comes from Peru, a developing country that has participated in these processes, that are very well aware of what's happening, but at the same time that has critical challenges happening on the ground. I can say political crisis that sometimes make that these very critical digital topics get overlooked. I do believe that we need to maximize the impact of all these fora to look ahead, what's happening after 2025. And for that, I have 3 ideas I would like to share. On one hand, a strategic alignment. I believe we are several actors, and we need to work as a community with coalition building to bring the voices to the ones that are making the decision. That are on the table. Second, try to bring localized narratives. It can feel abstract sometimes when we think about these global discussions, right? But they are absolutely important for our national and local realities. So how can we localize these topics? By thinking local examples, right? How to provide them to our national context. This is very important. And third but not least, I believe monitoring implementation is very, very important. Advocating for clear mechanisms that track commitments made during this fora. this is usually the government implementing them, but there are mechanisms in place. So civil society, media, and also the private sector can play a vital role in this. I'm going to be brief so we can discuss among others, and so I'll keep it there.
Go ahead, Ananda.
Thank you. So I think as peace started the context of Africa, I come from a global south as well, and we have certain issues that are still like if we do the global context, we have more than, I think, about 35% people still not connected to the internet. And then there is another issue: the people who are recently connected to the internet doesn't have the enough capacity to have the full leverage of this platform or the opportunities that are unwinded with the access to the internet. So in my context, the two major issues will be the access and empowerment, I call it. So first thing is people should be access regardless of any barrier. The barrier could be either access to infrastructure, or like there might be other barriers like language, and then like affordability and other accessibility issues, like how person with disabilities can have access to internet, and we can call it on a broad topic how we can ensure the meaningful access to the internet. Another thing is, after having the access, we will be discussing about the human rights in digital perspective. Are our human rights protected when we are being online, or we are leveraging different technologies? Now we are talking about AI governance, and we are also now talking about AI gap along with the digital divide. AI divide is also a very concerning topic today. So how do we ensure that these policies or this kind of forums, we have like national forums, regional forums, and we are just ahead of the WSIS Plus 20 review process. We just passed the Global Digital Compact, and which has very positive message, but we are yet to see the WSIS Plus 20 process. So one of the major challenges is this kind of forums are not binding. It doesn't have a kind of ripple effect. People are not bound. People are like any stakeholder is not bound to implement the takeaways. But if we have any mechanism that we could that governments could uphold the values that are taken away from this forum, is very important. And me actually focusing on the perspective of young people, I believe young people have a very big stake, because I believe they are the biggest stakeholder of the internet, and they are the future internet governance leaders who need to be equipped with enough capacity, enough knowledge, so that they can decide what is the future of the internet they want. So the three things I want to take away from this first round of our sharing is that we need to complement access with empowerment, and we should not forget meaningful access. We need capacity building of young people and marginalized communities, so that they can leverage, and then they can actually make their voices heard in the global forums. And then like the deliberations of these forums should be somehow taken back to the communities, so that we uphold the human rights. I would break here and go into another round of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you all. Yeah, I think we have all heard sort of the issues around accessibility being the first barrier before you can even get into how the internet works. Can you even get to it? So IGF is a key multi-stakeholder forum, and there have been a couple other ones this year, and multi-stakeholder is the key word of the year. But what, in your view, are the key challenges and opportunities for effectively implementing a multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance, especially ensuring, and I think this is the keyword, meaningful representation, not just having people in the room as a standard bearer for the global majority or for their country, but having meaningful representation in fora like the IGF, WSIS, or like the past Summit of the Future. And I guess we can go the other direction. So Ananda, we'll start with you, and then Paula, then Peace, unless someone has a burning desire to start.
Okay, then I think this is a very kind of challenging question, but my point of view being engaged with national regional initiatives for a while, and then the biggest asset that internet governance has is its I think 270 plus national regional initiatives. Being said, we are the United Nations backed initiatives. I see that the United Nations should also have some form of cooperations with national governments and other international agencies, that they adhere with these initiatives, that so that we can implement the multi-stakeholder discussions not only at the global level but also at the regional and local level. We have many challenges. I also chair the Youth IGF Nepal, and then like many UN agencies themselves doesn't know about Internet Governance Forum still. So there is a huge gap. They are leading many digital initiatives, but like they are not aware that these deliberations are happening, and these are led by the Internet Governance Forum. So I see it kind of like structural coordination, what do you call, gap. And if these coordinations could be made, United Nations is one of the major institutions that is global actor that can foster partnership and that can develop coordination mechanism with all stakeholders, including governments. And if these deliberations are done like we do have many, I think this year IGF has spent many funds in bringing in the parliamentarians. And if we can make those parliamentarians take these initiatives back to their countries and support the national and regional initiatives, I see by some time, not by tomorrow, but like by in a couple of years, if we can make them realize, and we need to make those kind of mechanisms. I see those mechanisms lacking in global level. We come here, it is so good. We go to regional IGF, it is a bit less. Not private sector are not very interested. Government participation is always minimal. It is overcrowded by civil society. So it should be, when we call equal footing on multi-stakeholder bodies, there should be equal participation as well. So we need to ensure, or like IGF needs to have initiatives and coordination mechanism with all UN specialized agencies and all the projects or the initiatives that are being done, either it be on eliminating digital divide, or it could be on digital safety, or it could be on AI, whichever UN agency is working on. If they align their efforts aligned with the Global Digital Compact and the deliberation of Internet Governance Forum, I think this is the best way we can get these things done from bottom-up approach. Thank you.
So I'll continue, as you said, Amara. I'm just taking this off to do not overhear me, but you let me know if you guys cannot hear me well. Thank you. I see different challenges. First of all, sometimes these fora, vital discussions are happening in places that are far, and it requires lots of resources. First of all, monetary. So funding is one good barrier that we have, and then let me go for the opportunity. That's why sometimes we need to look out for funding support, or organizations that are able to support civil society, media, to come and join, academics as well. I mean, all the stakeholders, because small organizations cannot join on their own. I remember, if I was able to come into an IGF for the first time in 2019, it was thanks to Internet Society and a fellowship called the ISO Youth Ambassadors. So these are great opportunities that we can look out for to come and have meaningful representation. This is one thing. Second, and that goes tied to another challenge, I'd say for this, for developing countries as from we come from, is the lack of knowledge and experience. And sometimes it sound the UN Internet Governance Forum, like Net Mundial, these big events where only experts come, right? And that's far from the truth. If we can really understand about this process, actually what we want is people that is really passionate and want to have a stake on the future of the internet, right? But it takes, and this is the opportunity, to bring more information, make it accessible for everyone. And I think the three of us that are in the table, we try to make this in our localities, like to informing what is an internet governance forum, right? At a local level, at a regional level, to try to motivate other organizations to come and join. That's why the newcomer sessions are very important, because it can be a monster. If you see the app shed, there are so many sessions happening at the same time. So having also mentors and somebody that can pair and follow you during the IGF, that could be great. And I think that's a great use case of best practice. I remember my first time, it was somebody from ISOC that joined me and guided me a bit on how to make the most out of this fora. One third challenge, I'd say power asymmetries, because even when we are here in the same table, let's say we are all here, then we will have, I think, an open Q&A so everyone can comment and make a question. There are still power asymmetries that, in this global fora, we can reflect agendas shaped by wealthier nations, more developed countries, richer or bigger corporations that can hold bilateral meetings that sometimes a small CSO don't know it's happening or don't know could happen. Right? And for the opportunity, I could say creating more inclusive mechanisms to push for everybody to be really at the exact same power in the conversation, so that we can all have a meaningful participation and that our opinions can get heard as it should be. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul and Amanda, and I totally agree with what you said. And so I will just add on to a few things. And one challenge that I see, and I want to repeat it, is the capacity building. And I think the lack of capacity that exists among the different stakeholders. But I think something that we must agree is that we have had over time, at least there are some steps that have been made in regards to civil society. Lots of initiatives have been going on to build the capacity of civil society organizations or participants. And not to say that they are already there, no, but at least I want to acknowledge that there are some steps, there are some strides that have been made. But where we need to also put our focus is the judiciary, the parliament, the law enforcers, the government, the private sector. We need to look at these other stakeholder groups to build their capacity, because if I look at Africa, the region, we've had organizations like Equality Now, APC, ICT for Change, KICTANET, NDI, a couple of organizations that have been really trying to have capacity built. So I think we need to, again, kind of map out, and look at where are the gaps, who are the people that we need to focus on in terms of capacity building. And I want to also still say that, yes, I really agree on the funding opportunity, because this will also facilitate the capacity building, bridging the skills gap, that I am mentioning, and also ensuring that, we have meaningful participation from these stakeholder groups when we talk about, when we are at the IGF, when we talk about the different conversations that are happening at the WSIS Plus, the GDC that just ended. And then one challenge that is there that we see is limited, harmonized agenda. As civil society, do we have an agenda, from at a national level, going to the sub-regional, pushing forward to the regional, coming at a global level? When we all sit, like Paula was saying that we will all have different agendas. So I think we need to have a kind of harmonized agenda or strategy. And also, there is still a problem of fragmented efforts. We are doing so much, even when we talk about the capacity that I just stepped away from, it is very fragmented. We need to harmonize our efforts as we talk about these challenges that we see. I think also we need to be very inclusive when we make programs. We need to be very flexible and acknowledge and be aware of the different contexts and look at our participants as people that have different challenges and abilities, looking at the women, looking at the persons with disability, and looking at the timing when these conversations are happening. I think you all remember when the GDC consultations were happening online. It was not very inclusive, for other people. I think, Amanda, like you, it was happening when it was very late for you. It was happening in my afternoons. And also, let's look at the IGF now. It's happening around Christmas time when some people already off work. Some people are working until 15th and taking their break. So I think this kind of timing should be very inclusive, and we need to look at them as well. And the challenge of also venues. If these conversations are happening in Geneva, happening in New York, it's not inclusive. You talk about, even when you have maybe funding to travel there, you might be limited in terms of visa. You will not get visas. So I think these are some of the little things that might be ignored, but they are a big challenge to our participations and engagement, and for us to have the impact that we desire. So, and again, to say what Amanda mentioned, that having these other stakeholders in the room, having a multi-stakeholder conversation, and not having more of maybe civil society, but having everybody in the room is one of the challenges that we still continue to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Building off that a little bit, have you seen in your work in the past year, or do you have ideas in sort of the future of more effective ways that civil society, media, and the private sector can collaborate to engage with these multilateral processes, or even civil society can sort of help bridge that gap and pull other stakeholders in? I know some of those divides are hard to bridge, but if there's any work that you have seen either at the local level or at the global level of ways to really bring those non-governmental stakeholders together, especially trying to sort of engage the private sector.
Amara, so Paula was pointing at me that you... Yes. Okay, yes. So yeah, I think one thing that I would suggest is definitely the bottom-up approach. When we come here, we meet with, usually it's a very habit that probably many people experience. We meet here, our governments, we meet here, our members of parliament. But when we go back to our different countries or regions, we then don't have any conversations happening. And I think we should leverage on structures like the IGF that is very, starts from the grassroots. I think we need to embrace and leverage on it for us to have meaningful conversations and have everybody participating and harmonize our efforts and avoid fragmented efforts, put together our agendas. But one thing that I also want to mention is research. We need to have research done. We need to map the stakeholders that are putting different efforts in place. We need to map the existing knowledge. We need to map the resources that we have, and at all levels, really, starting from national, from grassroots, and building all through, coming to at the global level, and putting a funding mechanism in place is a very key thing that we need to focus on as well, and have then, after doing that, the research, all this mapping that we have, and then we need to also leverage on the power of the collective, the collaborations, the synergies that we are building. We need to leverage on this the synergies that we build, and then come up with this strategy all together. Because I think we really need to emphasize collaborations and synergy and a multi-stakeholder approach. I think that's what I want to say now. Thank you.
Ananda or Paula, whoever wants to go.
Okay. Let me just build on what Peace just said. The power of networks and alliances is huge, literally. I can name two examples. And for the presence of Latin America, for instance, in the Global Digital Compact Summit for the Future, I see Al Sur, the coalition of several digital rights NGOs in Latin America, happen. And they all went to New York, participated. I see this as a fantastic example of how Latin American organizations can come as a unified voice, right? Another example. For instance, IGF. This is my 5th IGF, and most of the time, this is the space where I see Ananda every year. For instance, before, if there is another meeting, we will not meet. But the immense potential of bringing new people to the conversation, new organizations probably, or somebody that is working on a specific topic. It doesn't have to be an expert on internet, but if you're talking about children or financial services, it's good to have their opinion too, right? And they don't know about IGF. But for instance, I built on the Center for AI and Digital Policy community to work on a proposal, this is an example, but algorithmic transparency, and getting to know to the community what is going to happen in December, the IGF, and many people reach out asking, what is the IGF, right? So this is a good example of, and there are newcomers participating in this IGF, and that will provide expertise and evidence for new regulation and the future of AI. This is an example once again. But I do think good practices are happening. Also, we need to, if you're thinking about civil society and media, we need to be very creative, right? Because most of us know about the UN call for travel support that exists, but unfortunately resources are limited, right? They cannot fund everyone that applies. So let's be creative and try to find other governments that can have funding, or universities. Universities for academics are very good allies that they want us to continue our research and make reports on the discussions that are happening. So I think these can be use cases, and maybe people that are joining online and have some other ideas would be great to share on the chat or here in the room, because we need to act as a community to start changing it, bringing the voice of the global majority to this discussion, and that it to be very meaningful.
Thank you, Paula and Peace. Being a last speaker, I have a privilege to opt in for both of their voices, and then challenges to bring on something new. So my perspective is it is a collaborative approach. As I mentioned before, we have challenges, but I gave the invitation from IGF to my Minister of IT, but he didn't care, because he don't know the value of this kind of meetings, and that is why we don't have much support in many countries. If we could establish importance of this conference or this kind of events, multi-stakeholder forums, and the government start taking it seriously, this will create another kind of environment. They want to send their young people attending these events. Maybe they can secure funding from government as well. That is one of the options. We need more of the government support, which is very, very lacking. And then if government starts supporting this kind of initiatives, another collaborative approach is we need equal collaboration of civil society and private sector. So private sector works in their business activities, and which are very much related to the governance of their of if they are a tech company, the governance of technologies is going to affect their business as well. So they need the help of civil society to make responsible use of the technologies and to make awareness and capacity building of this kind of issues. I think private sector can help civil society with some kind of we can say CSR. It is like kind of corporate social responsibility, so that they help civil society to represent this kind of issues in this kind of forums. They can have like tech companies like Meta, TikTok, or whatever tech companies are there, or they can help civil society to send their representative to these forums. They can help them to create the capacity building initiatives, to create awareness programs, to make responsible use of technology. That is kind of collaboration that is required, and this kind of forums should foster environment for those collaborations. It should foster the environment to bring government in the board, so that they actually take these things seriously. If they take these things seriously, private sector would also definitely look these things at more responsible way, and this is what we ideally believe as the multi-stakeholder collaboration. So I call for this kind of multi-stakeholder collaboration. And another part that I have believed is I started Youth IGF Nepal back in, I think, 2022. And within 3 years of establishment, we have been able to make an impact that there is a Youth IGF in Nepal. We need to hear them. So our ministries often call us for the consultation meetings. And our minister was so happy that I delivered him the letter from the IGF, although he didn't came. This is impact, by third year he might come. We never know. But like people are conscious that there is internet governance forum, there is youth internet governance forum in Nepal. We should hear them. They are young voices. We should include them. So I've been taking part in different consultations, and our community is growing. For the first year, we trained 100 people, and coming to the third year, we have trained more than 300 people, and few people are part of now International Society Youth Ambassadors Program. Few people are going to APL IGF. Few people are going to regional IGF, and they will take this deliberation back to their community. So another thing is, while we come and join this kind of forum, we get the opportunity, we should give something back to the community, so that this community thrives and create an environment that will impact. It is not an overnight change, but we need to make our efforts. And even IGF should make a lot of effort, because this time, as Paula mentioned, only 10 people got the travel support. All of the fund was actually invested in the parliamentarians. So if government could have sent their parliamentarians with their funding, and those funds could have been utilized to bring more stakeholders, it could have been wonderful. Or even there is so much of other opportunities that UN can pull in to support in bringing more young people. And one of the best example I can give is from Brazil. There is a CGI that supports more than 15 people every year, bringing to the IGF and other regional events. That's why you might be seeing many Brazilian young people in this IGF. That's because there is a support mechanism that has been intact. So we need those kind of support mechanisms. I think that's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you all. We are now going to open it up to questions, either in the room or online. Please feel free to put your question in the chat or to raise your hand. I see we have a question in the room.
Yes, we have someone in the room, and she will take the mic.
Thank you. It's great to It's great to hear about the Youth IGF. I'm really interested to know more about it. I know I'm from Australia and I see that IGF is there in Australia. I'm an academic in the research space as well, so I'm really interested to know more about that. Thank you.
You want to take more and answer? Do you want to take more question and answer, or like?
We can go ahead and if you want to answer this question, and then we can see who else has questions and take them in a group.
Okay, so in regards to Youth IGF Australia, I don't know. I was just having this thought. I was having a conversation with Jordan from Auda, who established Australian IGF. I was about to ask him, why don't you guys start an Youth IGF? But unfortunately, I couldn't. So it is a good way when there is a national IGF, you also initiate youth initiative. It will help bringing more young people. At least they will start looking for what IGF is. And then like most of the people contact me when they get fellowships, they go to the global forum and regional forum, and they then realize there is a national forum in their own country. So like this is a good one. They are having awareness, and a few people want to go to the IGF and they contact me how we can go to the IGF. Even some people from ministry this time contacted me. We want to go to the IGF. What is there any funding available? And then like I said, we don't have any funding available. So there are very basic principles. UNIGF Secretariat has created a toolkit to establish a youth IGF. If you want support, we from Youth Coalition on Internet Governance and then like Internet Society Youth Standing Group help to establish a lot of youth initiatives. We also helps to funding few initiatives, but I'm not sure how much would it be for Australian people, but for in the developing nations, we are supporting $1,000 each for each youth initiative, and they're starting their. I think we jump started 5 youth initiatives, supporting them from the Internet Society Youth Standing Group. We have a very limited budget, but like I want. In my tenure, I want to jumpstart few more youth initiatives. So we can help you out. Maybe if you know Jordan already, we can sit with Jordan as well, because ODA is the entity that was a host for Asia Pacific Regional IGF, and then like they have started Australian IGF. And if you find someone from Australian IGF, we can sit together and then discuss and help how you guys can start your own youth initiative. I think that is it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your question. Any other questions in the room? Okay, I have one from Priyal online. Question is, what are some strategies that you have seen that are successful for civil society advocates to engage with their local or national policymakers, so parliamentarians, judiciary, anything like that, on these issues? Because we know sort of getting the multi-stakeholder voice into the multilateral system can be difficult. So any past success there?
Can you put the question in text? Maybe it was so long.
I can start while then Ananda you can jump in. Actually, I have a good example because, as you said, Amara, it's hard to bring the government into multi-stakeholder discussion. This one, but a while ago in Peru, we started with capacity building program for congressmen, talking about digital economy. And that was a multi-stakeholder effort because NGO Hiperderecho participated, COMEX, which is a chamber of reuniting private sector in Peru that has a committee on the digital economy, and groups, different big technology companies, we developed this. And I remember it was under the context of a period when the Peruvian government, Peruvian Congress, sorry, wanted to regulate the sharing economy and these platforms like Uber, Cabify, etc. So we started with these sessions so that they can understand a bit about the technology, digital economy, etc. It was couple of weeks before Peru IGF, and we said, and it would be a great opportunity so that we can all have a discussion and you can listen to what civil society, media, academics, and other stakeholders have to say on this and other topics related to the internet governance. And they were interested, a bit skeptic at the moment, but we had some participants from the parliament. This is one thing. On the other, and sometimes this happens because I was working on public consultation in Peru as part of the UNESCO AA Readiness Assessment methodology that I conducted in Peru, and we had to do this. And congressman went there, but some others did not go and only sent their advisors. This is a very personal opinion, but I would say let's not take it as a wrong way. Having their advisors is also good because they are the ones speaking to their ears and actually they are the ones writing the bill. So that's good too, as long as there is a commitment from the congressman to send their team. There is a good step. So I can tell you these good examples that I have, and I hope it can be replicated. But showing them that it will benefit their work, it's a good way to speak to them so that they are interested in joining these discussions. Please.
Thank you. So I want to just give also an example of what we have been doing to engage the legislators or members of parliament. We have APC convenes the African School on Internet Governance Forum, and from last year, 2023, we were able to have about 16 members of parliament coming from different African countries. And to have these members of parliament in the room with the other civil society, with the other stakeholders like civil society, technical community, as fellows or participants of the school was very important and very key. You know, for them to really learn, you know, understand these issues that we talk about, because when we go back, usually we want to engage them, but they do not have, they do not understand these issues that we talk about. Even the reports that we publish, they don't consume these reports because they are long reports. They do not have the time and the rest. So we need to pull them and bring them to this conversation that we always have. So I think having the members of parliament, you know, join the school was really key. And again, I want to give example still with APC, and because APC is a network of other civil society organizations, and still across Africa, APC works with other civil society organizations, for instance, Kiktanet, for instance, WUGNET, that is based in Uganda. And I remember in 2022, WUGNET was able to support members of parliament and someone from the judiciary to attend the IGF. And they did not just stop at supporting their participation at the forum. They continue to engage them back home. What next? You know, having the other other stakeholders in the room and saying, okay, we were together at the global forum. What next for us? You know, what are some of the things that we need to talk about at the national level? So I think this kind of very strategized engagement needs to happen, and it should not stop by them coming once to the conversation, them coming to the meeting once. We need to continuously engage them, you know, to have their buying, to have their understanding, and also to ensure that we have people on the floor of parliament that understand the issues that we talk about. So I thought I should just share that strategy that we use. And again, even this year we had over 6 members of parliament join, and while I'm at the forum here, I've seen some of them again join the parliamentary track. So you can be sure that continuous engagement of these members of parliament, you know, will bring some change. You know, when we go and knock the doors to talk about the policies, you know, the gaps that we see, share with them the policy briefs that we come up with from our different countries or regions, they will be able to understand the issues that we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace, for taking this about the learnings of parliamentarians. When UN IGF Secretariat started the parliamentary track, I had proposed that they uh, bring parliamentarians and young people together in a setting that they would rather after contribute afterwards, getting back to their local community with the young people, so that it could be something takeaways. But it never happened. I think there is a one parliamentarian track youth leaders dialogue today, but I'm not sure it is mentioned on that way or not. Another example is we have a digital freedom coalition in Nepal, and we have been working with parliamentarians on different bills that have been proposed in Nepal. So at least we have to start at some point. Being said that everything we advocate for might not be reflected in the development, but they will start listening to it. And I have reflected that many parliamentarians are very keen to learn about these new issues and build their understanding on the emerging issues at least. So this will help in a longer run. The immediate effect might not be there, but if we advocate it for persistently and continuously, they will start listening to it, and when they feel the importance of it, they are the one who are writing the bills. They are the one who will be making the laws. If we make them understand, this is doable. That is it from my side. Thank you.
Amanda, let me just add something that I remembered just yesterday. Was we were having a conversation with one of APC's member called Rudy International that comes from Congo, and he was very happy that from Congo, DRC Congo, they have brought, I think, 5 members of parliament. I think maybe I forgot the number, but I liked what he was talking about. That okay, they have come. He's very happy that they have come, but he was thinking about what kind of sessions, guiding them, because coming to the IGF is one thing, like I just mentioned, but afterwards, are we just going to come and move around and that's it? Playing a strategy for what engagements that they should be part of, who are the people that they should meet, and trying to organize some people to again, give them some insights. So I think these are some of the things that we need to do as civil society, as different stakeholders, if we have these opportunities to have members of parliament or policymakers in the room. Let's go an extra step and have agendas set and have strategies laid well so that we can have some impact. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. If anyone on the line has a question, otherwise I have one final one that I can pose. All right. So we are trying to get global majority to meaningfully be involved. As your global minority partners from the global north, either funders or other civil society, are there specific things other than promoting, as things you said, funding, more funding opportunities, more inclusive timing and location, other things that we can be carrying forward if we are in the room and you are not, other than advocating for you to be in the rooms? But are there any specific, actions that your global north partners can be taking or supporting to help sort of bring your messages into the conversation?
I can start. First, I think, and that reminds me to one invitation I received, but it was first day, because I'm based in Paris, but I'm Peruvian, and they were thinking I was in Paris, so they invited me to a global forum, let's say. And I mentioned I was in Lima doing this project with UNESCO, and they say, then you can join online because we don't have much funds. And, at the moment, it was a tough decision, but I was very sure of what I believe, and I said, I'm really sorry, but I don't think it's the same engagement when you join online and you deliver your speech. As much as I'm very passionate when I speak, I said it will not be the same. So let's please look for someone else who maybe is in Europe and that can come. In the end, they made the effort and they found the funds. So this is one thing to say. I appreciate when the Global North want to help us, but I don't think there's a replacement of Global North representative speaking for us. So I would like to reiterate the importance of being more creative and getting the funds to bring the voices of Global South representative, because there's nothing more important than having them. We all know that the main sessions are important, but what really, really matters are the discussions that we have during the coffee breaks, or if we can have lunch, and the space when we can really mention our needs, our pains, what are the challenges that we're living. So yeah, advocating for having more funds, and because we may have the funds and then we may not have the seat on the table. And trying to look further, because if we are in a conversation where we're discussing education in rural areas, it's nice to see experts on education, but we must have teachers that are suffering or living the challenges of digital technology impact on education, right? I myself found in challenging looking for these real actors that meaningfully engage for this public consultation that I mentioned. But I know my faults, right? So I asked for help. To an organization, do you know of people or communities of teachers that can come? And then an Awahun, which is a community from Peru, came all the way to Lima and participated. That's meaningful. It's a lot of work, but we need to do it if we want discussions to be valuable and to really have the impact on the internet we want.
Okay, thank you. I want to add on the funding mechanism. I think we need to also know acknowledge the different contexts, content, and embrace, local content. But like I mentioned at the beginning, for instance, in the African region, really the issue of access is very, very important. And so then we need to look at mechanisms or that work. When we look at, for instance, the access, just picking on access, there are mechanisms that can work like community networks, So I think sometimes we are using the same approach everywhere, but we need to tailor our approaches to fit the context of our targets. So I think as we work on our different strategy, we need to ensure that we are aware of the different contexts and what can work. And like Paula said, that someone else cannot come and speak for the local community. So I want to just emphasize that we need to always acknowledge that. And in general, we need to have gender responsive approaches and embrace multi-stakeholderism. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula and Peace. So complementing them, my major kind of reflection is it is not about finding new funding. I think it is alignment of the existing funding. Are we giving the funds to who needed the most, or are we just distributing it? The alignment of the available funds is very important. We have so many UN agencies, and are the efforts of all the specialized agencies in line with the, now we can say, will they be aligned with the Global Digital Compact, or what WISIS Plus 20 will deliver it? And another thing is collaboration. Have we sought out for the collaborative approach from all these stakeholders? I think these two things need to be addressed so that we can have the kind of multi-stakeholder engagement that we are seeking. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all. And thank you all for joining us. I think we can wrap it up. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you for sharing your expertise, your experiences, and for giving us some ideas of what we can be doing in this next year to ensure full, meaningful participation of all stakeholders. And with that, I will say have a lovely evening to those in the room, and have a lovely day for the rest of you. Thanks so much, everyone.
Find Jordan somewhere.
Do we have a presentation? yourself once you plug this in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, I'm just checking my audio and video, whether it's working.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Online participants, could you please ask them to speak?
Hello, online participants. Can you show your video and can you let me know if you can hear me?
Hi, Sonal. Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you. This is Lima.
Lima, is it possible
Hi,
for you?
Sonal. Joyce here.
Okay, great. I'm glad that we
Hi,
can.
Sonal. Ariola here.
Wonderful. So we are a full panel. Great. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. This is the session on breaking barriers, empowering women in the internet network. Unfortunately, the way the camera is placed, I'm unable to turn around and welcome each one of you. But thank you very much for coming to this session. My name is Sonal Zaveri. I'm the moderator of this session. I'm the Jesse advisor for the APNIC Foundation. And what we are planning to do is we have 3 speakers online and 3 speakers over here offline. And we will be going through a set of questions. And we hope that this will be a very interactive session. And I will pause at the end of every question and invite comments, questions, both from our audience sitting here as well as online. So before I turn and introduce my panelists, my esteemed panelists, and greet our online audience, I'd like to just remind ourselves of some facts as we talk about the barriers that we need to break. So first fact, and I think we all know this, is that women are underrepresented in the tech industry. And there is a clear pipeline problem. So in the STEM fields, women represent only 32% of graduates across the OECD courses. And girls and young women are socialized to pursue the softer disciplines, education, sociology, journalism, health, and law. And of course, you may have some country variations. So in India, women are more likely to pursue the social sciences. And if you come to Indonesia, it may be education programs. However, whichever country you represent, it will be the social norms that influence both the study and the career choices. The other problem is that there is a definite talent shortage in the workforce. And when women do make it to the tech workforce, and not all women who have studied in STEM make it to that tech workforce, there is a skewed representation with only 19%, 19% at entry-level positions and mid-level, and only 10% in executive-level positions. And these numbers become smaller if we look at some of the specializations. So the network engineering field, for example, the women in network engineering has increased from only 8% in 2014 to 14% in 2020. Fact number 2, companies with gender diverse teams outperform by 15% when compared to those without gender diversity. And we have research that backs this up. So it's not just about reducing the gender gap, but there are tangible economic benefits of being gender friendly. And it brings innovation, it brings creativity, and we are ensured that the diverse end user demographics are considered in network solutions. Fact number 3, I don't want to confuse inclusion and gender. Gender itself is a very complex issue, and it intersects with disability and other vulnerable groups. So we really need to move from tokenistic participation to more meaningful ones. And let's never, ever forget that gender rights are human rights. and the internet empowers human rights. So unless we increase the supply and demand generation to promote change and encourage a positive deviance in the industry, we need to address the male-dominated norms. Fact number 4, women in the tech industry, including those in cybersecurity, DNS, and network engineers, have shattered stereotypes in a male-dominated field. And testimony to that is this panel of extremely experienced women who are going to speak to us about some of the challenges that they have overcome and how they are transforming the industry. So I'm going to quickly introduce my esteemed panel, an all-woman panel. Amrita Chaudhary, and she's sitting here to the right of me. She's an active member and contributor at national, regional, and global internet governance platforms. I think everybody knows Amrita. She's always being hailed as we walk down the corridors. She serves as the director of CICAO, chair of Asia Pacific Regional IGF, chair of IGF Support Association, chair of APRALO at ICANN, and the president of ISOC Delhi. We have Joyce, who is online, and Joyce is APNIC's senior advisor for strategic engagement. She's responsible for managing key relationships with stakeholders such as governments, intergovernmental organizations, and the wider Asia-Pacific internet community. May I add that the APNIC Foundation has worked extensively in gender empowerment. They also have a program called the Switch program, which provides a mentorship and capacity building program for women engineers and lawyers across the 6 economies of the Asia Pacific. And as our hashtag goes, action not words, that's what APNIC Foundation does. We have Arinola, who is online as well. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it to the IGF, but we welcome you online for this session. She is the CEO of Omar Ventures and Digisphere Limited, and she's based in Nigeria. She's a visionary entrepreneur and a seasoned tech leader with over 29 years of experience in the IT industry, driving digital inclusion, empowerment, and innovation, especially in Africa. We are very proud to also have Ekaterina Imedadze, and I hope I pronounced that correctly. And she's the commissioner of Georgian National Communication Commission, called COMCOM, and since March 2021. And she brings 13 years of professional experience in the telecom sector, including leadership roles in international companies. We have, to the left of me, Noha. She is the technical support engineer, high-end storage one, Dell Technologies, and a very distinguished engineer in her own right. Online, we have Lima Madoni. She's the research and teaching assistant at the University of Geneva. Thank you very much, Lima, to have come online. A special thanks to Joyce, who is up, I think, in the middle of the night in Australia. And thank you, Arinola, for joining from Nigeria. So the way we are going to do this session is we're going to have a set of policy-level questions, and we are going to learn from our esteemed panelists. I will be posing the question to 3 of the panelists, the second question again to the next 3, and the third one will be open to all. And in between, I will pause, because we have 2 very special people here who is going to help us with the rapporteuring. That's Harissa over here to the left of me, and Gulalai, who is a lecturer at LUMS, which is a renowned university, and she teaches internet governance and tech policy. And Harissa is the Associate Information Security Engineer, Strategic Systems International. So thank you very much for being present here today. So I'm going to start with a general question, and This is going to be addressed to first Joyce, then Noha, and then Ekaterina. The first question is, how can policymakers support initiatives that aim to increase gender diversity and inclusion in network management, as well as operational and infrastructure development roles? So to you, Joyce, from your experience, can you share why gender is important in the technical and operational roles and in infrastructure development? And how do you see that link between gender, human rights, and the technical standards that we produce? Also remembering that the technical operational roles is a bit of a boys' club. And so how can we include gender in these roles? Over to you, Joyce.
Thanks very much, Sonal, and thank you so much for the very flattering introduction. I'm coming to you indeed from Australia. It's quite late in the night, but I'm very happy to be here with you, even if it is from online. I think three major points that I wanted to bring up to respond to your question, the first one. I think first, of course, is to highlight the importance of supporting access to the internet. It seems sort of very obvious. The internet ultimately empowers people in many, many ways. So whether it's upskilling, career development, supporting freedom of expression as a basic human right, everything. So first of all, it's to talk about access and freedom to access this thing that we call the internet. My second point is that policymakers can do more to promote role models. I think over the years, we've seen more women taking on STEM-related jobs, becoming network engineers or engineers in general, etc. But I think the reality remains that many, many women who are in these fields and who have worked many years to be in these fields still find themselves in support roles or service roles. They're not in decision-making roles. And as you said, Sonal, it's really hard to break into the boys' club, particularly in technical fields. There are lots of reasons for it, whether it's physical requirements, whether it's just being plain excluded by colleagues, etc. There are many reasons why this is happening. It's also not always a very welcoming environment, I think, for women, just because it's quite easy, I think, to say, well, okay, there are more women now at the table than before. Yes, thank you. But being inclusive does not necessarily predicate being included. They're quite different, being inclusive versus actually being included. And I think that the boys' club exists at every level of the hierarchy. So my point is we need to do more to promote our role models. And what this means also is being confident to step up as a role model. When I question why there are not more women or many women in executive positions, such as board members, the most common refrain or answer that I hear is, well, no woman applied. Nobody nominated themselves for the role, and so they were all male. So I think there already exists a problem of, women not wanting to put themselves forward is the first thing for various reasons. But also that even if there were such positions, it's very hard for women to take them on board. My third point, and my last point for now, is that I think to be in policy and in decision-making roles, there needs to be more support for multidisciplinary expertise and skills. When we're in internet governance spheres, we often talk about multi-stakeholderism, but I don't think that we talk enough about multidisciplinary. Each stakeholder group is not meant to embody only a specific set of skills. So governments don't just govern. The technical community doesn't just tech. And it seems blatantly obvious, but sometimes even when we are operating in a multi-stakeholder environment, such as in the IGF, we still tend to pigeonhole ourselves when I think we really should aim to reach across the aisles. So practicing multi-stakeholderism requires multidisciplinary skills, expertise, knowledge. And going back to your question, Sonal, the same is true that policymakers, I think, should require initiatives to be multidisciplinary by design. I'll stop here and I'll leave the time for the others to respond as well. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Joyce. You've given us a lot of points to think about. I think about what you've said, that, what is the difference between inclusion and being included? There is a huge gap. There's a gap in what women can do for themselves, but there is a lot that can be done also to create an enabling environment so that women can thrive for the various challenges that they face. So I'm going to now turn to Noha on my left. Noha comes from Egypt. And in your country, are there initiatives to encourage and build capacity and help women to build their careers and increase their skills, such as, upgrading skills as the industry is evolving continuously? Over to you.
Thank you, Sonal, and I wanted to echo everything that Joyce said. So I thought that we in Egypt are in a very good shape when it comes to gender balance in tech. Until I was representing my company, Dell, at a very big tech event, the biggest one in Cairo. It's called Cairo ICT, where each tech company has a booth and has representatives. And all the representatives were men, so I was shocked. Why? Because these men, they talk to the decision makers in companies and make deals with them. So, but I guess in Egypt we have many cultural barriers we're tackling that filter, like the filtration you mentioned at the beginning of your speech when you said women tend to study humanitarian fields rather than studying tech or STEM fields. So yeah, we were told that you're smarter and in history rather than math or science. STEM fields are very demanding, so you'll not be able to balance home and work. You'll not be able to take managerial levels or tasks. So yeah, we need more women to represent us, to be our role models. We tend to be intimidated to talk about our achievements and what we did, and to even share our experience with other women. But I guess I work in a corporate, and we have initiatives to include more women in managerial levels and even mentor college students to join the STEM fields. These days, it's not necessary to study tech, to come from a tech background to work in tech. You can still study at any time of your career time and join the tech field. I've seen women from a low background who are programmers now, and they shifted to other career paths. So in Egypt, we have very good governmental initiative called the Digital Egypt Generations, where they divided the age groups. So Digital Egypt Cubs, Digital Egypt Youth, Digital Egypt Pioneers, and they offer tech courses in different fields for the different age groups. They also offer mentorship and soft skills courses, and they introduce freelancing to the trainees. And they aim to train thousands of citizens from the different age groups. And this contributed in a very good way in the job finding, because we have many big tech companies investing in Egypt, because I believe we have a very good range of skill sets. So yeah, it was a very good way to equip the different age groups with the needed digital skills. Back to you. So.
Thank you very much for that, Noha. And I guess in every country there are initiatives in order to encourage more women to enter the tech force. And Joyce was talking about role models. I guess you are one in Egypt yourself. I'm going to now move to Ekaterina. And from your perspective on regulatory strategies and advancing connectivity in diverse contexts, what is it that you feel is absolutely critical that we must do?
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here. Always a pleasure to discuss the topics related to gender equality and diversity for everybody in a quite broad context, I think, as you've opened this panel. And also once I've mentioned that I hope very soon we will have time that there will not be need for women-specific or diversity-specific discussions because it will become normal for everybody to be, the world to be balanced on that way. So to answer your question, I think that I will echo Joyce's first topic. The most important, I believe, you would agree, for policymakers, for regulators, is ensuring the access and skills that are there. So there is no gap in providing digital infrastructure, digital enablers, devices, that there is no gap. And there is no gap in skills of using those digital services, that there should be similar opportunities for all the gender groups or diverse population groups. So this is first thing that we take care of. And in case of Comcom, as we have, we are supporting infrastructural project, for example, in Georgia, which delivers the fiber optic to different regions of Georgia. And our supporting program is bringing the media literacy to the villages where the internet will be brought, and specific focus on top of the general trainings, there is specific, gender specific, and also for people with disabilities, there are specific trainings provided. It's always needed, and you need to pay more, invest more resources. This is the first layer we need to do. Another layer we think it's important is collaboration with different organizations, donor organizations, educational organizations, because if we speak about the equality in the society, it starts from education. So different memorandums or collaborations with universities, also with high schools, and where you can speak and encourage, just speak about telecommunications, digital, and tell them how important now, how big the area where they can grow up as an experts, and that there are equal opportunities, especially bringing role models, as it has been mentioned. And for example, if I can go and speak about what was the path for me, starting from some technology education, and still it was very difficult to get to break this glass ceiling, as we call, right? Because on the one hand side, and in the universities, you can find in Georgia almost 50-50 gender distribution between male and female, but somehow we see that around 20% on managerial positions. Then what happens in between from graduating university, why it is so difficult for women to speak about it, that what were the barriers, what were the lessons learned. And I think that for the second question, I will have more time to speak about the mentorship programs, and I try to be trying personally. So I think that for women, it's also, especially on senior positions, it's a special responsibility to be a role models or speak more about the challenges on your path or on your career path. And this is somehow we need to take this responsibility to be more vocal, more visible, and play somewhere mentors, somewhere mentees, being mentees, so changing roles. So I think this kind of opportunities are also very important for us. So I would say that there is no one specific solution to this problem, but we need to act as a diverse way as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your experiences from Georgia. And what I took away from what you said was that you have to invest resources. And yes, you require financial resources, but human resources to go out there, to encourage, to talk about personal challenges. And so we have to make it more personal and to encourage women to not only get into STEM, but also to move into more decision-making roles. And absolutely, it's a different way of trying to ensure that women enter the workforce, and we have to make it as personal as possible. So I'm going to pause here and come to Gulalai. Any comments or questions from the online community?
One question on Maureen asking for advice for completely inexperienced women if they want to move to network, engineering. What's the advice from all of you for them?
Okay, please go ahead, Noah.
Thank you for the question. So there are many basic courses to start with. They are offered by many big companies, big vendors. I don't want to mention any, but you can just Google like basic network courses to like know what is an IP, what is routing, what is switching. And you can start by studying some certification so you can add a value to your CV, and then you can go to the more technical or more deep levels of these. Like in networking, there are many fields inside, so but you need to start with the basics first.
A comment from the fact that when women join, for example, when they become part of infrastructural projects, sometimes the work in odd hours is also an issue, and that is a barrier for a lot of women. A lot of women engineers, they are not able to, leave stay there at night, and even if they want to stay at night, the men on the field would tell them it's better you don't stay there. So anybody who's had that sort of an experience, and
I think Joyce has her hand up.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for the question, Maureen. That's a great question. And just to add on to what Noha said, each of the internet organizations, so whether it's APNIC, where I come from, or ICANN, or the Internet Society, each of us all have different, very basic online courses that you can take. To do with networking, to do with the DNS or the domain name system, to do with internet governance. So there's a lot of very rich resources that you can tap on, all for free. You just need to sign up into our portals, and basically you can do the course online. It's not a big barrier. They're all free, so you just do it in your own time. There are also certain workshops and training courses that each of our organizations regularly conduct. And oftentimes we also go to the countries themselves to train the local community. So there's a lot of capacity building that is happening, especially when it comes to networking and basics for networking and networking 101, that sort of thing. And so I think, as Noha was saying, you start from the basics. There are a lot of free materials out there. And when you are in these causes, when you are in these capacity building initiatives, try your best to get to know the network. So, make friends with your fellows who are there, make friends with the mentors who are there. And that's how you build basically your own human network. It's not just about learning the skills or learning the knowledge and applying it, but it's also really making those human connections, because that's where it really helps your career to grow. I also wanted to touch on the point that Sonal was saying, which is that especially I think in the engineering field or in the network engineering space, the network operators, very often there are a lot of men. When the men socialize, they have a very specific way of socializing, and sometimes it may not be so friendly for women to participate. And that was one of the reasons that I said that, you can have a setup where it is inclusive. So yes, there are women around, but it doesn't mean that the women are being included, because sometimes it really can be quite hard for us to be included, especially in social events, especially when we are trying to network. Um, I would say the best way is to try and change cultural norms. Is it really necessary, for example, if we are going out on a social event, that everybody has to be heavily drinking? That sort of thing happens a lot when it is an all men kind of social event, and it might not be a very safe space for women. And so I think in this session, when we're talking about how do we create a welcoming or inclusive environment for women, we also have to talk about safety, talk about personal security. I think these are things that people take for granted. They just do what they've always done. It's a very generational habit. I think we can change that, make it a more welcoming and safe environment for women to also operate in.
Thank you for that, Joyce. I am sorry, I have my back to the audience, but if I can take one question, if there's anybody from the audience, if you could just put your hand up, and I'll ask my colleagues to help me.
Thank you. Hello, good evening. My name is Atikullah. Can you hear me? Sorry. My name is Atikullah. I came here from Kabul, Afghanistan. As internet become the powerful tools for empowering women globally and providing them different opportunities. So as the current government in Afghanistan is day by day limiting education for women and banning them from working in the organization. So is there any special program from Apnik Foundation or any another organization where the women can learn from internet? Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion, and I'm sure we're going to take that up very seriously. We already have a program called Digital Leap, and we had a session at 11:30 today, and we also have a switch program. But thank you for that interjection. I'm going to move now to the second question. It's also a policy level question, but I want to go a little bit deeper in how do we address the gender gap in tech-related fields. So we are becoming a little more specific, such as cybersecurity, and how do we encourage more women to pursue careers in that field? Should you have incentives? How do we get them to sustain their education? How do we address some of their barriers? So I'm going to turn to Amrita. And from your experience, Amrita, what sort of policies do we need for education, capacity development in the industry in terms of employment, policy issues at the macro level, local level? Can you share anything from India?
Thanks. I hope I'm audible now. To begin with, I would say that when policies are being made in government, in business, women should be there in the table. That's the first thing. It should not be someone else who's making it on your behalf. That patronizing attitude should not be there, especially if you want to make it work. For example, we've been talking about making it more welcoming for women to join and be there and grow up. What about women who have to take, a leave, go back for 2-3 years and come back? Is industry or government welcoming them? Do they get the similar kind of jobs which they left and went? They don't. They're left behind. The question which comes is, why do women not go up? Sometimes they have to sacrifice for their families, but industry or governments are not so welcoming. So do we have such processes or I would say areas where they can be upskilled and taken at the same level? Because normally if you go to industry and what you hear informally, obviously, officially they can't say is, they went back earlier, it's 3 years, they've lost a lot of time. Whereas their colleagues move much up and then they can't do that. So what kind of, processes are we having? Is it welcoming? If that's welcoming, then it would encourage many more women who have perhaps joined those industries to move up because they see some opportunity. That's very important. if I look at countries, and I would only comment upon India, there are various schemes. If you look at the papers, there are various schemes. It starts with stem cell, encouraging at the school level stem cell, even in rural areas, promoting women, young girls in stem cells, upgrading their skills at the next level. You also have programs for women scientists and exploratory research. So very higher up, even PhD candidates. You have skill development or even entrepreneurship. You have banks giving loans to women to start businesses, because that's also empowerment. It could be using tech related things. You have startups coming up where women are incentivized. But what are the challenges which comes? You may have schemes, but how can you scale them up or make them work is something perhaps we need to do a bit more rethinking, how they work, how they do not work. I think that's something which is I feel it's important. The other question which was being discussed, it was posted in this group was, I think the question which was posed is, she is new, she wants to become more, experienced in this thing, how to leverage the network. I think women have to help other women, at least some who have risen or have known, because if you kind of help each other, the entire community gets uplifted. And I think many of them do. Mentorships informally also help. Networks help. You can use tools like LinkedIn, etc., which I commented upon to help. And I think if you can come to know of best practices of some policies which some countries or have kind of implemented, sharing it within community, different countries helps to go to your even country authorities and say, look, this is the kind of thing. It's not criticizing, but you're saying that this could be made better. And I think companies also have to stop the lip service and move ahead. We say we want to encourage women, but in our terms, if a woman wants to go in for maternity leave for 6 months, ask their bosses what faces they make, at least in South Asia. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Amrita, for talking, the reality that most women face in their biological role for their families, and, how women can have the power to empower others. And I think that's absolutely vital. I want to turn to Lima. And Lima, you can speak a great deal about conservative countries. And how would you apply basic rights of women in such countries? For example, we talk about education, we talk about mobility. What does it mean when we speak, these words of empowerment, responsibility of the international community to address these issues? What comes to your mind? Over to you, Lima.
Thank you, Sonal. Listening to all of the women in this panel talking about their countries and the initiatives that they are having in terms of empowering women and in terms of helping them to develop more in engineering field makes me happy, really makes me happy. But at the same time, it makes me sad to think about the women in my country who does not even have the basic rights to pursue their education and to finish school. After sixth standard, they have to stay at home and they are not allowed to even pursue their further education. So when I think about empowerment for women, for me as a woman coming from a very conservative country, it is about until when I could access certain education or certain opportunities that are available, or from a perspective of an Afghan woman, what type of opportunities are available for us and until when. It's more about, for us, it's more about access, because we don't have at the first place access. And after access, I think for us, it will come to be empowerment, because we don't even have the basic rights that a lot of women in the world might have. The women from certain developing countries, they have these rights much easier compared to women from Afghanistan, for example. I heard that in Georgia, the gender balance in universities are almost 50-50. That's wonderful. That's like one of the best thing I think I have heard for a very long time in terms of gender equality. But then I come back to Afghanistan, and then I think about all of these things where it doesn't even exist. So when we are talking about all of these things, I think for Afghan women, it will be that that Amrita mentioned that not a lot of women in the certain parts of the world does not have the same right. And even within Afghanistan, if we compare rural areas with urban areas, it's still very different. In the conservative culture of rural areas are much more severe or much more stronger compared to the urban areas. For example, I grew up in a city, in an urban area, and I had much more access toward education, toward better opportunities compared to a woman that was from the same country and coming from a village. She might not even know. There are certain areas in Afghanistan that they are not even aware that internet exists, or if internet is something. A lot of women doesn't even know how to use phone or make a call. So when I think about right to reach to the level of access, so that then we could talk about empowerment. So that's I think there's a lot when I talk about these things about Afghanistan and countries like Afghanistan, but I think I will leave it at this, and back to you, Sonal.
Thank you, Lima. And what you've mentioned is that we have to be contextual. It's not the same everywhere. It's not the same in each country also. And you mentioned something very important, is that it's not that women can't do it. Sometimes the environment is such that somebody is assuming, somebody is making the decision that you cannot achieve in these STEM fields, let alone education. So it's somebody's decision, mostly male, deciding what 50% of the population can or cannot do. So I'm now going to turn to Arinola, and thank you for your patience being online. Arinola, you have a lot of experience working with youth and women. And so how are we going to address the gender gap in tech-related fields? What's been your experience, and what are some of the lessons that we can learn? Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Sona. Hi, everyone. Trust we are having a good time at the IGF. It's an interesting question, really, for me, because having worked in the STEM region, personally, I'm an engineer by profession. So I've been in the STEM industry. From my own personal experience, it started at a very tender age for me. Personally, I was fortunate, like Lima was saying, to have grown up in an urban area, and I had what you call the support from home. My dad told me before I turned, while I was a toddler, and he said, I think there was something coming up, and as Africans, generally you have the tradition where you believe that, okay, this is a female thing, this is a male thing, that cultural thing. And he called me and he said, don't you ever tell yourself that again. You can be whatever you want to be, and you can do whatever you want to do. And that is where self-confidence, self-belief comes in for me. And that is meant to be applicable to all women, believing that we can do it. We've got the ability and we've got the potential, and then we can move on. And that helped me in my daily life, and it helped me in my career, in my choice of career also. And I ended up studying computer electronics engineering at the university. And interestingly, the percentage from Georgia is amazing, really, because at the time I was getting into the university, in my class, we were 31. It was 30 male and 1 female. At graduation, it was 20 male and 1 female. So that is something we need to get over, that gender negative stereotyping. I cannot do it. We need to help ourselves with that's the best way to empower ourselves as women. And that's the best way we can do it. And then another thing we could also look at is mentorship. We cannot take that away. Those of us who have uh, been, opportune to come out and privileged to be in the positions we find ourselves, maybe successful in your business, successful as a techie, go back and give back to the system. Hold somebody. Let that person know that, okay, there is support, there is guidance. This is the way to go. You can do it. And then we'll see ourselves making it forth. Also, there's also the need for us, because oftentimes in my experience, having worked with youth and women, I have discovered that financial literacy and planning is also a major challenge that we have. Oftentimes we cannot save, we don't have the right budgeting skills, cannot do the right investment. So these are areas wherein we need to help also as successful ones to mentor and to show this direction, because once you can do most of those things, you find yourselves excelling in this, and then you find the gap being bridged. Because the moment you have financial literacy and then you have the planning skills, the issue of not being involved will not be there. You can also go into time management and prioritization. When you look at it as women, we have certain roles that are meant for us. We take care of the kids, we take care of the home, and then how do you balance these two together? So the ability to be able to balance is where uh, the success rate of bridging that gap will come in. Because, an example will be as a techie, for the male, they can go to work and come back at about 12, 1 midnight, nobody says anything. But as a woman, you find it difficult to do that because you think of the kids. So how do you balance this? These are where policies need to be made by the government that will encourage for women to be able to balance this, probably work from home and then enjoy equal opportunities as the male counterpart will. Equity, not equality now, but equity, because there's a lot of difference between equality and equity. For me, I believe in equity rather than equality, because when you say equality means I would still be at a disadvantage. But when you say equity, that means you're looking at where the disadvantage is currently for me, which is uh, considering that I have a family life that I have to work with, and then the government should be able to enact laws that will make it possible for me to still do the same thing without necessarily jeopardizing my family life. For us in Nigeria, especially in Africa ICT Alliance currently, where I see it as the vice chair for West Africa, with the vision of the promise of the digital age for Africa. Interestingly, it's almost an all-female leadership, and that is where we are coming up with ideas for women to be able to take roles where policy decisions are being made, because our absence has contributed greatly to most of these laws being enacted without our inputs into them. Additionally, part of the steps that could be taken to mitigate this or to bridge this gap would also be, addressing discrimination and harassment. A lot of us have experienced it. Well, it might not be intentional, it could be an unintended one, but oftentimes we experience it where people make mockery of you, and then you have to dress like a male to look like, to fit in the techie world and all of that. But most importantly, in my experience, I think advocacy and awareness is very key to the success of bridging the gap. We need to empower and awaken the consciousness of the woman to know the importance of internet access, how the internet can empower them, and then how being in the STEM field is a possibility. And then when we advocate for these policies and initiatives, like currently in Nigeria, we have some initiatives that are going on, and the success rate is quite interesting. There's the Women in Tech in Nigeria, where we offer mentorship program, to a female and experienced professionals. We provide them, the experienced professionals provide guidance. It's a mentoring program. And currently we have 80% of the mentees have reported improvement in their career prospects. That is the strength of mentoring. And about 70%, we have 70% increase in confidence and self-esteem. So those are the things we should be looking at. And I believe when we continue to do these things and working on these policies, we would eventually get to where we will sit and not be talking about equality, but we will be feeling like it's a norm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Women should be at the decision making. Women should be there when policies are made for them. That point was also made by Amrita. And you talked about many of the issues that we have been discussing here today, about social norms, cultural norms. And I know Gulala mentioned one of the problems about if you're working late in infrastructure, what can you do? I'm sure there's a lot you can do, but one has to put one's head to it, think about it as important, and address some of those cultural and social norms. You can always shatter the glass ceiling. I'm going to pause again, and if there are any questions this time, I'm going to ask from the audience behind me. All right, thank you, please.
Am I audible? Okay, good, thank you. There were like very interconnected discussions about women empowerment, especially what Amrita mentioned and what Halima said about women in Afghanistan, and you also pointed that it should be contextualized. But now, like the question is, as Amrita said, like women should be there to decide in terms of like policy making, regulations, these things. As you also said, it depends on the cultures and the society. So how it's gonna happen, especially for like women who are not allowed to decide for themselves. So that is the biggest question. And the second thing I'm gonna say is it's another question, but share of my idea that empowerment of women starts within women, especially in societies like ours. I've experienced living in Pakistan as a refugee back in 90s, and also living in Afghanistan, which is my own country, and seeing the culture of in India by visiting and as well as by watching their Bollywood movies. So that women, most of the women, they don't believe in themselves, that they are similar to women, I mean, as strong as women, as capable as women. And especially, like, for example, I will be giving a very stupid example, that when they want a child, so the first person who wants a son is the mother herself. So the woman empowerment starts before a woman is born. So if mothers believe that they are stronger, and if they got a daughter, the daughter would be the same as their sons, then I think the woman empowerment will start from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment. We've got two hands up. Shall I come to Lima? Would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, Sona. The thing I wanted to mention was about Ghayur's comment that he mentioned. It was about the fact that when a woman is pregnant and she's having a child, she's the first one that wants a son. I think in here, it's the societal norms that making the woman sort of forced to want that. Because even coming from Afghanistan myself, in our society, it is a very big thing if a woman gave birth to a son, because she is then like valued much more and much larger compared to if she gave birth to a daughter, for example. So that, in that sense, it's not the woman who decide, it's the community and the society that in a way decide for her, and she has no other option to survive. It's a way of survival for her, and in a way of protection of her child, because she wants her child to be protected, and she doesn't want a daughter to have the same sort of future that she had. That's why she wants a son, not because she doesn't like a daughter, but because it's the society, it's the community that's forcing her to have that. And coming back to the woman empowering woman, I think it's a very important point. Mentorship from women and community, women like led communities, and women, the communities that are made by women for women, the mentorship programs that are from women for women, these are very important for the empowerment of women and for development of women in any field, but especially in technology and STEM.
Thank you, Lima. That was very passionate and coming from the heart. Joyce, you had your hand up, but may I request you to keep it to 1 minute because we still have one more question to go through. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And thanks also for the question. So I come from a very sort of more traditional patriarchal kind of family as well. And these are all lived experience. I genuinely believe there are not many women out there, even in that room, who have not come from such a background. I think it's partly a generational problem. It's also partly that, progress is just very slow. And I would say from personal experience that one of the ways to counter cultural bias or discrimination is honestly to just fight through it. It's a lot of fighting. It's very tiring. It's a lot of suffering as well. But I think as Lima said before, education is such an important thing because education enriches the mind. And when you know that there's a bigger world out there, there is something to fight for that is bigger than yourself and bigger than your personal circumstance. And I think coming back to internet governance, that is also the beauty of the internet. I mean, we talk a lot about the problems that come with the internet, a lot of internet evils that are happening, and no doubt. But I think also we need to appreciate the beauty of which the internet is able to broaden people's lives and experiences to live and learn things that are beyond your physical, circumstance. And that's one way I think for women to be able to break free and to join that fight. I have a comment that came after Lima. I think you were talking about experience in developing countries and how it is so difficult even to have basic fundamental rights. I wanted to follow on to say that unfortunately, even in the developed countries, what we used to think were fundamental women's rights are very quickly getting eroded as well. So it is a fight that we keep fighting, and we can't take for granted that the rights that have been given to us will always be there for us. And we have to keep fighting for it. And I think that is the reality. Sorry, Sonal, I think I took more than a minute.
Perfectly fine. I know that this is something that's so personal to us that we cannot not respond. And I think Amrita also wants to have a quick word.
And I will take it from the Gayur's question and I will flip it off. In a repressed society where women have zero rights, for centuries she's not allowed to think. How do you think that she will suddenly arise and come out? It's very difficult. I would flip it. What are the men in that house doing to help her? Obviously, Sonal, I think yesterday or day before, had shared that the community can work with others in that society, religious people, try to get in a bit of education, etc., to move it. But I think it is not just the woman's duty to one day rise, shine, think I can make it, because she will be repressed in those kind of places. Some rise, millions just perish. But I think it's the responsibility also of the family, and especially men. That's why having many men in the room helps, because it's just not a woman's issue; it's everyone's issue.
Thank you for that. It is everyone's issue, and gender is not just about women. It's about men and women, and who holds the power. And we have to recognize that and be very forthright about, who is going to help whom. Not just women, but men have to also take their share and acknowledge and step up. I do want to talk, and I'm going to come to the online community a bit later, because I do want to get through the third question and then we'll open it up. This is for everybody, but I want to look at it a bit way forward. So what sort of government policies or industry partnerships do you think that we need to have networking leadership opportunities for professional women in the tech sector? And I'd like you to talk about, say, three main topics, three main ideas that you think, from your position, you think we have to do as we move forward. So I'm going to ask Ekaterina first, and I know she's been wanting to share some of her experiences.
Can you? Yeah, it's okay. Thank you so much. Actually, also this, I think that today's discussion is also, I think something is with my headset, but if you can hear me, that's okay. Remove. Okay, now it's better. So today's discussion is also part of what I think we need to do, and we need to do more, because IGF is a global forum, and paying more and more attention to the topics that are discussed now is becoming we need to retain as a very important agenda point on the global forums in the technology. In the world of technology. So if we speak about the mentorship, I think that the ladies have mentioned it. It's absolutely vital, because role modeling and speaking about personal experiences, personal challenges, it's only possible through this very intimate relationship that is possible through mentorship cycle. Because in the technological trainings, for example, you can gain some very good technical expertise, but I personally I think that it has been 3 cycles with ITU Network of Women. I'm trying to be a mentor on different tracks, like policy track, cyber track, and first it has started with the European region, but also there is an opportunity to work with women in different geographic areas. It's tremendous experience, and you do not always feel like you're a mentor. You learn a lot as a mentee, as a female, about the culture, about the solutions. So I think that for international organizations have this mandate, I think. And state and policies, state has the best situated to collaborate with international organizations and promote women in their organization to be part of this mentorship cycle. I've heard from different women that it's even sometimes limited at workplaces to be part of some mentorship cycle. I think that we also on the senior positions, male and female, are responsible giving the opportunity to the younger women being a mentees in this type of platforms, because there are several very important platforms available. I'm mentioning ITU. There are different international organizations like GIZ, and I don't want to give you more names because there are a lot and coming more and more platforms. So I think that what, as a policymakers and just employees at our workplaces and as managers and leaders, we need to take care of people who want to grow, who want to take part of this kind of opportunities. And you've mentioned also key takeaways for way forward. I think that three main topics, maybe it's not everything is in our power to change, but first, as a citizens, we need to fight for the equal rights at work, in the workplaces, changing the laws and policies and regulations. So as the citizens, to fight for it, to have this child care, to have flexible hours for women. This is something still a challenge in my country where, for example, at the educational level it's available, but not at the workplace level. The flexible hours for women, child care, and this kind of the opportunities. Also, it's very important on the educational level. I mean, from kindergartens, in the families, in houses, and our fathers and brothers and friends, male friends, they play crucial role to give us some kind of this support and to grow up your child or support your sister in this career path. I think those are the most important takeaways way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely, very, very important points that you said. It talks about personal. It also talks about what states can do. It acknowledges that women have challenges and you need to have policies to address that, such as childcare. And you also mentioned, very importantly, what do international forums such as this, what are they going to do? How are they going to connect countries to be able to share among each other, their experiences, and to put this as a very important point on the agenda? I think far more can be done. I'm going to now turn to Noha.
Thank you, Sonal. So I believe the government role here is crucial. First things first, the law need to ensure the safety of women in the workplace and her right to report any gender-based violence in her workplace. Also her right to take a career break, take a child care break or maternity leave, and also her right to return back to work. And it's also crucial for the governments to partner with the industry and tech companies to provide women with the needed digital skills to join the tech scene and to offer mentorship opportunities or internships, and also to push or force for diversity and inclusion in these companies as a KPI. And last thing, I guess this partnership between government and industry needs to promote more the remote jobs and flexible environments so women can feel more comfortable when they choose tech as their career path. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for saying that you need to have KPIs. Make people accountable, right? Not just talk, but walk that talk. I'm going to go online. 3 takeaways or a couple of important points that you'd like to say. May I go to Joyce?
Thanks very much, Sonal. And I think I just, before we close, also wanted to say how much I enjoyed the session, honestly. And I really enjoyed the radical candor, I think, that all of our speakers on this panel have shown in this session. I think one thing that policymakers can consider to do is think about diversity by design. So we often hear the phrase security by design, and etc. Spin-offs of this phrase. So why not have diversity by design? And I have a few examples. So the APNIC Fellowship, for example, is mandated that we have 50% gender parity in the program for APNIC Fellows. we have the Asia Pacific Internet Governance Academy, which is another, is one of those school of internet governance that also has the same by design. It has a gender parity mandatory that 50% of the participants in this academy who want to learn about internet governance have to be split gender. So I can see that there is a trend now in programs to basically build this in already when they are recruiting for fellows, when they are recruiting for participants. And I think there are many arenas that are already tracking and monitoring that, there is equal participation from women. So we can definitely do more in this area. Whether or not we're going to pass a law to do this, I don't think we need to. But I certainly think it's a kind of best practice that we can try and adopt just by being conscious about the sort of diversity that we are tracking. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Joyce. I like that diversity by design and some of the initiatives that are already in place to ensure that that happens. May I go to Arinola? A couple of takeaways, way forward.
Okay, thank you. For me, coming from the business or the industry perspective as a businesswoman, I would advise, like we do, what I do is we have what you call the unconscious bias training that is provided for all employees so that way, because it's only natural, oh, she's a girl, so why should I want to work with her? So we do that so that it gets you to let go of that inbuilt, unconsciousness, unconscious belief, and then you'll be able to work together freely in a more uh, amiable environment. Also, the synergy between the government and the industry is very key to this because the government makes the policy while the industry drives the economy. Now the industry employs, so if the government, the synergy between the government and the industry is solid, you will find out that the government will probably provide incentives to companies like maybe tax incentives for employing females in tech, maybe, and then like for me in the industry, currently we have some ongoing researches that I encourage, women in tech to come on board and be the lead researchers while I put the male or, under them so that it makes it look very interesting. And it's something that we try to compare notes, those of us in the industry, to be able to work together so that we can continue to build this career path for women. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Arinola. Very, very practical. We need to incentivize, and that's a partnership between government policy as well as industry. Absolutely critical to do so. So thank you for that. May I move to Lima?
Yes, thank you. I think one of the most important things will be that there are multiple programs for women, but the success metrics of these programs are not as much evaluated, and so, some of these programs are having certain problems in terms of developing them and in terms of accessibility and other areas. So it's very important to evaluate these programs and understand some of the problems that these programs might have and how to address those problems. So that will be one of the very important things. And I think the other important thing will be the flexible work policies. So opportunities for women in terms of working from home or parental leaves, or some of these opportunities for women so that they could work, but also have the possibility of taking care of their families and staying with their children if needed. So that could be also very important, and it could encourage women in terms of working more and having more possibilities to be in STEM and these areas. Also, one of the other important things, since being from this technology background and working in this industry, I think sometimes it's very important to give some of the opportunity to give some specific opportunities for women, because currently where I work, the number of women in comparison to men are like it's much lesser. And even though I work at Geneva University, and it's in Switzerland, it's one of the universities that are promoting this thing, that to have more women. But the reason that we are not having a lot of women in STEM or in technology in general, especially in even where I work, is because there isn't a lot of flexibility offered for women, and they are not well supported in a way. So they work, but when we actually give opinions, they are not taken very seriously. So to have a possibility to be considered equal, or to have some sort of policies to give those opinions and be considered, I think that will be very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lima. You mentioned something very, very important, and that is that there has to be a system change. You can't just expect women to, I mean, yes, of course, you have to empower women, but you need a system change and consider all of this. And thank you so much for bringing up the evaluation point of view. I am an evaluator, so it was music to my ears to hear you say that we need to know what works, what doesn't work, and that's the only way we can improve and go forward. I'm going to come now to Amrita.
Thank you. So there could be many things at a macro level where we do not have so much of a hold, like, for example, trying to ensure our regulators, governments have women on board when they are discussing policies related to women or even commenting on it. But those are high-level things. Some actionable things, and APNIC Foundation may kill me for this, let me put it in their head, one is there are opportunities available. For example, Joyce was talking about the APNIC Foundation, APNIC's scholarship, fellowship opportunities, etc. Or others also give opportunities. Why not create a repository where all these opportunities are listed, and we can all guide them to that, and possibly APNIC Foundation could lead on it. They may kill me now for this. Similarly, there are initiatives which are done. You were mentioning the Switch initiative. Could the results or the impact those made on getting more women in tech and how it helped the economies be published, which can be taken as case studies shared elsewhere, so that that can be an encouragement for governments? Because when they are evaluating things, results help. The other thing is, perhaps we are discussing a lot of things. There could be a call for action which comes where we can draft something. Even a 5 points, we draft simple points, and APNIC Foundation could help it. They are in various countries, and from that we take it to our respective countries and circulate it as a call for action. It doesn't have to be very heavy-handed. It could be just 5 simple points, that this is what we demand. I don't know. Niti may kill me now.
Thank you very much for that. I think very, very practical. Action points, a call for action. In fact, even IGFs could do that, right? Have a gender stream which says this is what we must do. I think it has to be at that high level advocacy as well as at the local level, whatever we can do.
And Sonal, there is a comment.
Yes, Kulila.
Probably we can ask the panelists on how
Please.
to bring women into this technical community. They meet, for example, you talked about IGF and the ITU ones. So any suggestions on how they can be a part of it?
Okay. Who would like to take that? Amrita?
Was not that. It was statement on how to bring women in tech communities by panelists and what are the key steps. I think that's what we've discussed. ITU has various initiatives for women in tech. You can look at it, and that is why I said if there could be a repository where things could be linked, for example, IT is doing something, but it is linked in one site, it may help newcomers. It's very difficult for people to navigate, and that's why I said make it simpler. And then once someone finds a path, they can do whatever they want. And about IGF, yes, IGF had a gender session earlier, gender and access. I was one of the co-moderators. Unfortunately, it was doing very well, but then from the community, we needed volunteers for 1 year, and there were no volunteers available. So that's the hard reality. We talk about gender, we talk about many things, but when it comes to rolling up the sleeves and working, it didn't work. That time to bring mainstream gender into all the discussions.
Okay, all right. Some practical issues over there. Do we have any further comments online, Kulila? Okay. Anybody from the audience? I'm sorry, I'm just turning behind, but if there's some comment, something that you want to question, anything from them. Okay, then maybe we can close this session. I think one of the very important points to take away is that there is a common thread in the stories that we've heard and in the experiences that we've learned from different continents. And they've come from Europe, they've come from Africa, they've come from Australia, they've come from Asia. And a number of them was talking about the personal, the mentorship, the power to empower, the role models. But it also talked about we need policies that address the challenges that women face. And so the concept that Aranola, thank you so much for bringing that up, was about equality or equity. So when we talk about equality, gender equality, what does that mean? It's formal equality. We assume that men and women are equal, but they are not. And we know it. So we have to speak about equity as the roadmap in order to achieve that equality. And that roadmap means we have to break the barriers. We have to look at the challenges, and we have to incentivize, whether we talk in the industry, whether we talk at the policy level, whether we talk at international spaces, local spaces and forums. We need to have those platforms where we continually advocate the personal as well as the systemic changes that have to come. We cannot be the only ones shouting aloud for this change. We need everybody in the room to do so. And so we need men as allies, as believing that having women on board is good for them and for us and for society as a whole. And I really loved that thought that the internet opens up a whole new world for women. And when you think about the restricted lives that women lead, the problems of mobility, the restrictions and so many cultural norms that they have to face, the internet is really a wonderful world to experience, to learn, and to grow, and to be something more than where you are located anywhere in the world, in an urban area, in a rural area, in the remotest place of all, no matter who you are. There's such a great promise that is there in the internet world. So with that, I'd like to thank all my speakers, the most wonderful role models. Every one of you have broken the glass ceiling. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Gulala. Thank you so much to Harisa of being present here today and helping us along. Thank you very much. Please don't go away. We are going to take a photograph, so stay online. Keep the videos on.
Yeah.